Story 1. On my 18th birthday, my mother tapped her fork against her glass and said, "Since we're all here, I need to get something off my chest." When my grandmother asked what was wrong, my mother looked directly at me and announced, "I should have never given birth to you, you've been nothing but a disappointment since the day you arrived." My uncle choked on his drink while my father just stared at his plate, not saying a word in my defense. The room fell silent. That night, I quietly packed everything I owned, emptied my college fund, found a studio apartment across town, and vanished from their lives forever. My grandmother, Dad's mother, set down her wine and leaned forward. "What's wrong, Patricia?" Mom's eyes locked onto mine with an intensity I'd never seen before. "I should have never given birth to you, you've been nothing but a disappointment since the day you arrived." Uncle Marcus choked on his drink. Aunt Jennifer gasped. My 12-year-old sister Emma started crying. Dad stared at his plate like it held the answers to every question he'd never asked. "Richard." Mom turned to my father. "Say something." He cut another piece of steak. Chewed. Swallowed. The silence stretched until my grandmother slammed her palm on the table. "Patricia, what is this about?" "He knows what it's about." Mom pointed at me with her fork. "Tell them, Connor. Tell them what you did." I hadn't done anything. My mind raced through every interaction from the past month, searching for whatever offense I'd committed. I'd gotten into Princeton. My grades were perfect. I worked part-time at the community center teaching kids basketball. I'd never been arrested, never touched substances, never even gotten a speeding ticket. "I don't." "The college fund." She interrupted. "Tell them about the college fund you've been stealing from." The accusation hit like a physical blow. "I haven't touched that account. I don't even have access to it." "Liar." The word came out sharp, practiced. "The bank called me yesterday. $30,000 missing over the past 6 months. Who else could it be?" Dad finally looked up. Not at Mom. At me. His expression wasn't angry, it was resigned, like he'd already decided I was guilty and was simply waiting for me to confess. "Dad, I swear. We have the transaction records." Mom pulled a manila folder from beside her chair. She must have planned this. Must have brought evidence to my birthday dinner specifically to humiliate me. Withdrawals from an ATM 3 blocks from your school. Always during lunch period. Always in increments small enough not to trigger alerts until it was too late. Check the security footage. My voice cracked. I'm there every day at lunch. In the library. Ask Ms. Henderson, she supervises my tutoring sessions with the freshmen. Convenient. Mom's smile didn't reach her eyes. "You're so clever, Connor. Always have been. Too clever for your own good." I turned to Dad. "You know me. You know I wouldn't. I don't know what to believe anymore." He pushed his chair back. "We gave you everything. Private school. Basketball camps. SAT prep courses. And this is how you repay us?" The betrayal in his voice destroyed something in me. Not because it was warranted, but because after 18 years, he should have known better. I stood. "I'm leaving." "Sit down," Mom commanded. "We're not finished." "Yeah, we are." I grabbed my jacket from the back of the chair. "I didn't take your money. But clearly, that doesn't matter to you. You've already made up your minds. If you walk out that door, don't bother coming back," Dad said. I looked at Emma. Tears streamed down her face. She was the only one who seemed uncertain, the only one who might actually believe me. But she was 12. What could she do? "I'm sorry, Emma," I said. Then I walked out. Behind me, Mom's voice rang out, "Don't apologize to her, she's the one who should be sorry for having a thief for a brother." I drove to the only place I could think of, my best friend Tyler's house. His mom answered the door, took one look at my face, and pulled me inside without questions. Tyler appeared in the hallway, saw me, and immediately grabbed his keys. "Come on. We're going for a drive." We ended up at the overlook on Highway 12, the spot where half our high school went to think or make out or pretend the future wasn't rushing toward us at terminal velocity. Tyler didn't ask what happened. He just sat there in the passenger seat while I stared at the city lights below and tried to figure out how my life had imploded in under 30 minutes. "My mom accused me of stealing $30,000 from my college fund," I finally said. Tyler whistled low. "Did you?" "No." "Then who did?" That was the question. The account required 2 signatures for withdrawals, mine and one parent's. Mom handled all the finances. Dad barely looked at bank statements. If someone had been stealing, it would have required inside knowledge, access, and probably a forged signature. "I don't know. But I can't go back there. Not after tonight." "Stay with us," Tyler offered immediately. "My mom won't care." I shook my head. "Your mom's great, but she's got enough on her plate." Tyler's dad had died 2 years ago. Mrs. Chen was barely keeping things together as it was. "Then what are you going to do?" I pulled out my phone and checked my banking app. The account in my name, the one I'd been depositing paychecks into since I turned 16, had $8,400. Not enough for a year at Princeton, but enough to survive for a while. Find a place. Figure things out. I looked at Tyler. Can I crash with you tonight? Obviously. Mrs. Chen was still awake when we returned. She made tea and sat across from me at the kitchen table while Tyler hovered in the doorway. Whatever happened, you have a place here as long as you need, she said. But Connor, you should know, your mother called 20 minutes ago. She wanted to know if you were here. My chest tightened. What did you tell her? That you weren't. I figured you'd tell me the truth when you were ready. She sipped her tea. She said some things. About you stealing money. About you being ungrateful and manipulative. Mrs. Chen set down her cup. I've known you since you were 6 years old. You organized a fundraiser for Tyler when his father passed. You tutored my nephew every week for free when he was failing algebra. So I'm going to ask you once, and I'll believe whatever answer you give me, did you take that money? No, ma'am. She nodded. Then somebody's lying, and it isn't you. I slept on Tyler's floor that night. Or tried to. Mostly I stared at the ceiling and ran through scenarios. The ATM 3 blocks from school. Lunch period withdrawals. Someone knew my schedule. Someone had access to the account. Someone wanted me to take the fall. By morning, I'd made a decision. I texted my manager at the community center and asked for full-time hours. Then I started apartment hunting on my phone. Studio apartments in our city started at $700 a month. With utilities and food, I'd need at least $1,200 monthly to survive. The community center paid $15 an hour. If I worked 40 hours a week, you're really doing this. Tyler sat up in bed, watching me scroll through listings. What choice do I have? You could fight back. Prove you're innocent. With what evidence? Mom has bank statements showing withdrawals from an ATM near school during my lunch period. Even if I could prove I was in the library, they'd just say I had an accomplice or left for 10 minutes. I closed the app. It's her word against mine, and she's already won. This is insane. Your own mother wanted an excuse. The realization had been crystallizing all night. She's never liked me. I don't know why, but this whole thing felt rehearsed. The folder. The timing. The public humiliation at my birthday dinner. I shook my head. She wanted me gone, and now I am. Tyler's mom drove me to look at apartments that afternoon. The first 3 were disasters: mold, broken windows, neighborhoods that made her lock the car doors. The 4th was a studio above a dry cleaner. Small. The bathroom barely fit a shower. But it was clean, the landlord seemed legitimate, and the location was close enough to the community center that I could walk. I'll take it, I said. The landlord, an older man named Mr. Kowalski, looked skeptical. You got a job? References? I provided both. He made calls. 20 minutes later, I was signing a lease and handing over first month's rent plus deposit. Just like that, I had an address that wasn't my parents' house. Mrs. Chen helped me buy essentials from the thrift store. Mattress. Sheets. Dishes. A lamp. Tyler brought over a TV his mom said they didn't need. By Sunday evening, I had something resembling a life. Monday morning, I didn't go to school. I called the office and withdrew. The secretary sounded confused, but you're graduating in 6 weeks, Connor. You're valedictorian. But I was 18. Legally, they couldn't stop me. Instead, I went to work. My manager, Carlos, met me in his office. What's going on, kid? Your mom called here yesterday. Said some things. What kind of things? That you stole from her. That you're not to be trusted. He leaned back in his chair. Now, I've worked with you for 2 years. You count the register every night down to the penny. You've never been late. You organized our entire summer basketball program without being asked. So I'm going to need you to tell me, is any of what she said true? No, sir. He studied me for a long moment. All right. I believe you. But Connor, you need to understand, if she keeps calling here, it's going to cause problems. I can't have parents harassing my staff, even if you're legally an adult. She won't call again. I wasn't sure that was true, but I said it anyway. I've moved out. I'm not going back. Carlos raised his eyebrows. You moved out? Where are you living? Studio on 7th Street. Above the dry cleaner. That neighborhood's rough. I'll be careful. He sighed. Look, I can give you full-time hours. 40 a week, maybe some overtime during summer programs. But Connor, you're supposed to go to Princeton in the fall. Full scholarship. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not anymore. Don't be stupid. You worked too hard. It's gone. The words came out harsher than I intended. The money I was supposed to live on is gone. My parents think I stole it. Even if I could prove I didn't, I can't live with them for another summer. I can't pretend everything's fine. I can't, my voice cracked. I'm on my own now. This is the best I can do. Carlos was quiet. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. Hey, Maria. It's Carlos. Yeah, I know it's early. Listen, remember that kid I told you about? The one who runs the basketball program? He needs a job. Full-time. Starting rate. He paused. I know you're not hiring, but do me this favor. He's good people. Another pause. Great. Send me the application. He hung up and scribbled an address on a notepad. My sister manages a warehouse near the port. Pays $18 an hour, full benefits after 90 days. Go there tomorrow morning at 6. Ask for Maria. Carlos, thank me by not screwing this up. And Connor? Don't give up on school. Find a way back. Even if it takes years, find a way back. I took the paper. Thank you. The warehouse job was brutal. Loading trucks, moving inventory, 10-hour shifts in a building that felt like a furnace by noon. But Maria was fair, the other workers left me alone, and the paychecks were consistent. I kept the community center job on weekends, teaching kids basketball fundamentals and pretending I hadn't thrown away my own future. 3 weeks passed. I fell into a routine. Work. Eat. Sleep. Repeat. Tyler visited when he could, always bringing food his mom had made. Sometimes Emma sent me texts, miss you. Mom's being weird. Dad's always at work. But I never responded. Didn't know what to say. Then my phone rang at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Connor? The voice was female, older, familiar. Grandmother? Thank goodness. I've been trying to reach you for days. Your mother changed all the locks and won't tell me where you've gone. She sounded frantic. Are you safe? Do you have somewhere to stay? I'm fine. No, you're not. Connor, listen to me, something's wrong with your mother. She's been acting strange since your birthday. Paranoid. Secretive. Yesterday, I went to visit and she wouldn't let me in the house. Said I was taking your side and that I wasn't welcome anymore. I sat up in bed. What does Dad say? Your father? She laughed bitterly. Your father does whatever Patricia tells him. He always has. But Connor, I need you to know, I don't believe you took that money. I never did. Something loosened in my chest. Thank you. There's more. I hired a private investigator. Don't argue with me, she added quickly. It's my money and I'll spend it how I like. He's been looking into the account, the withdrawals, everything. And? The signature on the withdrawal slips is forged. Badly. Your mother's signature, specifically. Whoever did this wanted it to look like she authorized the withdrawals with you, but the handwriting analyst says it's not hers. My mind raced. If it's not Mom's signature, and it's not mine, then someone else has been accessing that account. Someone with the ability to forge documents and knowledge of your schedule. She paused. Connor, I think your mother knows who did it. I think she's protecting them. Why would she protect someone who stole from me? That's what I intend to find out. But first, I need you to file a police report. Get this on record. The investigator has copies of everything, bank statements, the forged signatures, security footage from the bank. It's enough to start a real investigation. Grandmother, if I file a report, your mother will be furious. Yes. But Connor, she accused you publicly. She threw you out on your birthday. She's telling everyone who'll listen that you're a thief. Her voice turned hard. It's time to fight back. I met the private investigator, a weathered man named Donovan, at a coffee shop the next morning. He spread documents across the table between us. Your grandmother's right. These signatures are forgeries. He pointed to withdrawal slips. See how the P and Patricia loops differently here versus here? And the pressure's inconsistent. Whoever did this practiced, but not enough. Can we prove who did it? We're working on that. The bank's security footage shows someone using the ATM during the times in question, but they're wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Deliberate obstruction. He pulled out another photo. But we got lucky. One transaction happened at a different branch, the one on Market Street. No cap that day. Clear face. He slid the photo across. I stared at it for 10 seconds before the recognition hit. That's Uncle Marcus. Donovan nodded. Your mother's brother. He has access to your parents' house, knows your schedule from family conversations, and based on what your grandmother told me, he's been asking to borrow money from your parents for months. They kept refusing. So he took it from me instead. Looks that way. But here's where it gets interesting. Your mother received the bank's initial fraud alert 3 days before your birthday. She would have seen these same photos. She would have known it was her brother. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. She blamed me anyway. More than that. She orchestrated your public humiliation. Prepared the folder. Made the accusation in front of family. She chose to protect her brother and throw you under the bus. I felt cold. Why? Can't answer that. But your grandmother wants you to file a police report today. With this evidence, they'll have to investigate. Your uncle will face charges. Your mother might too, depending on how much she knew and when. I looked at the photos. Uncle Marcus, who'd taught me to ride a bike. Who'd come to my basketball games. Who'd sat at my birthday dinner and said nothing while his sister destroyed me. Do it, I said. File the report. The police took my statement that afternoon. Reviewed the evidence. 2 days later, detectives showed up at my parents' house. They arrested Uncle Marcus in the driveway. The story made the local news, local man arrested for bank fraud, but didn't mention my name or connection to the case. Mom called me for the first time since my birthday. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail. You've destroyed this family. Marcus is in jail because of you. Your father won't speak to me. Emma's crying every night. I hope you're happy, you selfish, vindictive. The message cut off. 3 days later, she called again. This time, I answered. What? Connor. Her voice was different. Smaller. We need to talk. No, we don't. Please. I made a mistake. I was protecting Marcus. He was desperate, his business was failing and he was going to lose everything. I thought if I just blamed you temporarily, we could pay the money back quietly and no one would know. I never imagined you'd actually leave. I thought you'd defend yourself. You thought I'd roll over and take it. You thought you could ruin my reputation and I'd just accept it because I'm your son and sons don't fight back. Anger burned in my throat. You stood in front of our entire family and called me a disappointment. You said you wished you'd never given birth to me. And now you want to talk? I didn't mean it. I was angry. Marcus swore he'd pay it back. I don't care about Marcus. I care that my own mother chose him over me. That you destroyed me to protect him. That dad just sat there and let it happen. I took a breath. You made your choice. Live with it. Connor, please. I hung up. Grandmother called an hour later. I heard Patricia tried to contact you. I want you to know, she and Marcus have been charged. Patricia with accessory after the fact for deliberately filing a false police report blaming you. Marcus with multiple counts of fraud and forgery. Your father's filed for divorce. He has? Apparently, finding out his wife framed his son to protect her criminal brother was the final straw. He's moved in with his sister. Emma's staying with me for now. She paused. Connor, your father wants to see you. He's asking if you'll meet with him. I thought about Dad's face at that dinner table. His silence. His resignation. Tell him no. Connor, he had a choice. He chose to believe her instead of me. Some things you don't come back from. Summer arrived. I worked my warehouse shifts and taught basketball on weekends. Princeton sent increasingly concerned emails about my enrollment status. I finally responded and declined admission. Used my savings to enroll in community college for the fall instead. It wasn't Princeton, but it was something. Tyler and I were shooting hoops at the community center one Saturday when Emma showed up. She was taller than I remembered. Less kid, more teenager. You didn't respond to my texts, she said. I know. Mom and Uncle Marcus are going to trial in September. Good. Dad wants you to testify. I grabbed the ball from Tyler and took a shot. Missed. Not interested. Emma crossed her arms. Everyone's miserable. Grandma's angry all the time. Dad's living in a one-bedroom apartment and barely eats. Mom's. I don't even know what mom is. And you're here, playing basketball and pretending we don't exist. That's rich, considering you all pretended I didn't exist after I was falsely accused of a felony. I was 12. What was I supposed to do? You could have texted me after. Called. Something. I faced her. But you didn't. None of you did. Not until grandmother forced the issue and the truth came out. So forgive me if I'm not rushing to play happy family now. Emma's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. I was scared and confused and I didn't know what to do. But Connor, I never believed Mom. Not really. I just didn't know how to say it. The anger drained out of me. She was still just a kid. This wasn't her fault. It's okay, Em. No, it's not. Nothing's okay. She wiped her eyes. Can I at least know where you're living? In case I need you? I gave her the address. She hugged me, quick, fierce, and left. Tyler waited until she was gone. You're really not going to testify? What's the point? They have the evidence. They don't need me. It's not about need. It's about closure. Your chance to stand in front of your mother and tell the truth. I don't want closure. I want to move on. But moving on proved harder than I'd expected. Community college started. I took a full course load while working 40 hours at the warehouse. The schedule was crushing, but I told myself it was temporary. Finish the 2-year degree. Transfer somewhere better. Rebuild what had been destroyed. 3 months into fall semester, grandmother called with news. Marcus took a plea deal. 5 years, eligible for parole in 3. Patricia's trial is next month. The prosecutor wants you to testify. I already told Dad. This isn't about your father. This is about you. About standing up in court and telling everyone what she did to you. About making sure she faces consequences for her actions. I stared at my apartment ceiling. What do you think I should do? I think you're angry. Rightfully so. But I also think you're scared that if you face her, all that anger will come pouring out and you'll say things you can't take back. She paused. Connor, you're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to want justice. But you're also allowed to let it go and walk away. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. The trial date arrived. I woke up that morning, put on the one suit I owned, and drove to the courthouse. Dad was already there, sitting on a bench outside the courtroom. He stood when he saw me. Connor. Dad. We stared at each other. He looked older. Thinner. His hair had more gray than I remembered. I'm glad you came, he said. I'm not doing this for you. I know. He sat back down. I know I failed you. At your birthday dinner, after all of it. I should have defended you immediately. Should have believed you. Should have, his voice broke. Should have been your father instead of her husband. I wanted to stay angry. Wanted to hold on to the betrayal like a shield. But looking at him, broken, regretful, genuinely destroyed by his own choices, I felt the rage start to crack. You really didn't know? I asked. I knew Patricia was protective of Marcus. I knew she'd helped him before with money. But I never imagined she'd do something like this. When she showed me that folder, those bank statements, He shook his head. I believed what I saw instead of who I knew you to be. That's on me. The courtroom doors opened. The prosecutor, a sharp woman named Ms. Reynolds, gestured to me. Mr. Mitchell? We're ready for you. Mom sat at the defense table with her lawyer. She looked thin, exhausted. When I walked in, her eyes found mine. I waited for anger, defiance, something. Instead, I saw resignation. The testimony took 3 hours. Ms. Reynolds walked me through everything, the birthday dinner, the accusation, the aftermath. I described moving out, dropping out of school, working to survive. Explained how grandmother's investigation uncovered the truth. Mom's lawyer tried to make me seem vindictive during cross-examination. Asked why I'd refused to speak with my mother after the charges were filed. Implied I was exaggerating the impact for sympathy. Exaggerating? I repeated. I lost my scholarship to Princeton. Lost my home. Lost my family. I'm 19 years old, working in a warehouse and going to community college because my own mother publicly destroyed my reputation to protect her criminal brother. What part of that seems exaggerated to you? The lawyer backed off. When I was finished, I didn't look at Mom. Didn't wait to hear the verdict. I walked out of the courthouse, got in my car, and drove to the overlook on Highway 12. Tyler found me there an hour later. How'd you know where I'd be? I asked. It's where you always go when things get heavy. He sat on the hood next to me. It's over, man. You did it. Doesn't feel like victory. That's because it's not. It's just the end of one chapter. He pulled out his phone. Speaking of which, Mrs. Chen wanted me to show you this. It was an email. From Princeton. Subject line, regarding your deferred enrollment status. What is this? Your grandmother contacted them. Explained everything. Sent them the court documents, the evidence, all of it. They're offering to reinstate your scholarship for next fall. Full ride, plus a stipend for living expenses. Tyler grinned. You're going to Princeton, dude? I read the email 3 times. Then I called grandmother. You did this? I made a few phone calls. Sent some emails. Princeton was very understanding once they heard the full story. She sounded pleased with herself. But Connor, this is your choice. If you'd rather stay where you are, I'll support that too. I looked at the city lights below. Thought about my studio apartment, the warehouse job, the life I'd built from nothing in 6 months. I'll do it, I said. I'll go. The verdict came down 2 days later. Mom was found guilty of filing a false police report and accessory to fraud. The judge gave her 18 months, suspended to probation and community service. She wouldn't go to jail, but she'd have a criminal record. Dad called to tell me. She wants to see you. Before she starts her community service. Why? To apologize. Properly this time. I met her at a coffee shop downtown. Neutral territory. She was already there when I arrived, sitting in a corner booth with her hands wrapped around a cup she wasn't drinking from. Thank you for coming, she said as I sat down. Make it quick. I don't expect forgiveness. I know what I did was unforgivable. She looked directly at me for the first time. I convinced myself I was protecting family. That you were strong enough to weather a temporary scandal. That once Marcus paid the money back, I'd admit what happened and everything would be fine. I was wrong about all of it. You destroyed me in front of our entire family on my 18th birthday. You called me a disappointment. Said you wished you'd never given birth to me. The words came out steady, cold. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Yes. Her voice broke. I see it every time I close my eyes. Connor, I was cruel. Vindictive. I chose my brother over my son, and I'll regret that for the rest of my life. I know I can't fix this. Can't undo what I said or what I did. But I need you to know, I didn't mean it. Any of it. You were never a disappointment. You're extraordinary, and I threw that away because I was trying to protect someone who didn't deserve it. I stood up. I'm going to Princeton in the fall. Grandmother got my scholarship reinstated. I'm going to graduate, and I'm going to have an amazing life, and none of you will be part of it. That's my choice. You made yours at that dinner table. I'm making mine now. Connor, don't call me. Don't write. Don't show up at my apartment or my work or my school. We're done. You wanted me gone? Congratulations. You got your wish. I walked out. Didn't look back. Senior year of high school happened without me, but I didn't care. I finished my community college semester with a 4.0. Kept working at the warehouse until May. Spent my last month in that studio apartment packing and preparing. Emma visited the night before I left for Princeton. I'm going to miss you, she said. I'll visit during breaks. And you can call me anytime. Even at 3 a.m. when I'm panicking about geometry? Especially then. She handed me an envelope. From Dad. He wanted me to give it to you. Inside was a check for $30,000, the exact amount that had been stolen from my college fund. The note read, I can't undo the past, but I can try to make the future better. This is yours. It always was. I'm proud of you, and I'm sorry I didn't say that when it mattered most. Love, Dad. I folded the check and put it in my wallet. Princeton in the fall was everything I'd imagined and nothing I'd expected. The campus was stunning. My classmates were brilliant. The work was challenging but manageable. I joined the club basketball team, made friends, started dating a girl from my ethics seminar. Grandmother visited during parents' weekend. We walked around campus, and she beamed with pride. Your mother asks about you, she said carefully. I don't want to know. Fair enough. She linked her arm through mine. Connor, I need to tell you something. Your father and I have been talking. He wants to rebuild a relationship with you, but he's terrified you'll reject him. He should be terrified. He sat there and let her destroy me. He did. And he'll carry that guilt forever. But Connor, he's also a man who made a terrible mistake and is trying to atone for it. She stopped walking. I'm not telling you to forgive him. I'm just asking you to think about whether you want him in your life at all, because if the answer is no, you should tell him. Give him closure. I thought about it for 2 days. Then I sent Dad an email. I'm not ready to forgive you yet. Maybe I never will be. But I'm willing to talk. Not about the past, about the present. About who we are now, not who we were then. If you can live with that, call me. He called within an hour. We talked for 10 minutes about nothing important, classes, weather, the basketball team. It was awkward and stilted, but it was a start. Mom never called. Never wrote. I heard through Emma that she'd finished her community service and was in therapy. Dad said she'd moved to Arizona, started over somewhere new. Part of me wanted to feel vindictive satisfaction at her exile. Mostly, I felt nothing. Sophomore year at Princeton, I declared a major in economics. Junior year, I interned at an investment firm in Manhattan. Senior year, I got early offers from 3 major banks. The night before graduation, Grandmother threw a party at her house. Dad came. So did Emma, now 16 and planning to apply to Princeton herself. Tyler and his mom drove up from home. Carlos sent a gift basket. Uncle Marcus, out on parole, was not invited. The party was in full swing when an unexpected guest arrived. Aunt Jennifer, Uncle Marcus's wife, appeared at the front door with a manila envelope. Grandmother answered, and I watched from the living room as their conversation turned heated. I need to speak with Connor, Jennifer said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Grandmother blocked the doorway. This is a private celebration. You weren't invited. Please. It's important. It's about Patricia. The room fell silent. Dad stepped forward, his face hardening. Jennifer, you need to leave. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. She looked past him, directly at me. Connor, please. You deserve to know the truth. The whole truth. Something in her desperation made me nod. Grandmother reluctantly stepped aside, and Jennifer entered, clutching that envelope like a lifeline. We moved to Grandmother's study, me, Jennifer, Dad, and Grandmother. Tyler hovered in the doorway, refusing to leave my side. Jennifer sat down and opened the envelope with shaking hands. I didn't know about Marcus stealing from you. I swear. When he was arrested, I was blindsided. But afterward, I started going through his papers, trying to understand how we'd gotten to that point. She pulled out a stack of documents. I found these. The first document was a loan application. Marcus had tried to borrow $50,000 from a bank 18 months before my birthday. Denied due to bad credit and existing debt. The second was an email chain between Marcus and Mom, printed and highlighted. I read the first message, dated 8 months before my birthday. Marcus, Pat, I'm desperate. The business is hemorrhaging money. I need $50K or I'll lose everything. You're my sister. Please. Mom, you know Richard won't agree to another loan. You still owe us from last time. Marcus, then don't tell him. You handle the finances. He never looks at the statements. Please, Pat. I'm begging you. Mom, I can't just withdraw $50K without him noticing. That's insane. Marcus, what about Connor's college fund? He's got a full scholarship. He doesn't need it. My hands started shaking. Jennifer passed me the next email. Mom, I can't steal from my own son. Marcus, it's not stealing if you pay it back. 6 months, Pat. That's all I need. The business will turn around and I'll replace every penny. Connor will never know. Mom, and if Richard finds out? Marcus, he won't. But if he does, we'll figure something out. Please. I'm about to lose my house. Jennifer doesn't know how bad things are. I can't let her find out like this. The next email was Mom's agreement. Then came bank statements showing the withdrawals, all authorized with her genuine signature alongside forged versions of mine. She knew from the beginning, I said quietly. She was part of it. It gets worse. Jennifer's voice cracked. Keep reading. The email chain continued. 5 months before my birthday, the bank had sent Mom a fraud alert about unusual withdrawal patterns. She'd called Marcus immediately. Mom, the bank flagged the account. They're investigating. We need to stop. Marcus, I'm so close to turning things around. 2 more months. Mom, Marcus, they're going to find out. They're going to see your face on the security footage. Marcus, then we need a plan. If they come asking questions, we say Connor did it. Mom, what? No. Absolutely not. Marcus, Pat, listen to me. He's 18 and 3 months. Legally an adult. They can't touch him for a first offense, he'll get probation at worst. But me? I'll go to prison. Jennifer will leave me. I'll lose everything. Mom, I can't do that to Connor. Marcus, you can and you will. Because if I go down, I'm taking you with me. You authorized half these withdrawals. You're an accessory. We're in this together. The next email was dated 2 weeks before my birthday. Mom had caved. Mom, fine. But we do this my way. I'll confront him at his birthday dinner. Make it public. Make it believable. If we're going to frame him, we need witnesses who'll back up the story. I set down the papers. My hands weren't shaking anymore. I felt nothing. Just a cold, crystalline clarity. She planned the whole thing, Dad said, reading over my shoulder. His face had gone pale. The folder. The accusation. All of it was premeditated. There's one more thing. Jennifer pulled out a final document. After Marcus was arrested and I confronted him with these emails, he told me something. Patricia came to visit him in jail. She begged him to take full responsibility. Said if he claimed he'd forged her signature too, she'd help him get a better lawyer. She'd make sure he got the minimum sentence. And he agreed? Grandmother's voice was ice. He did. Because she promised she'd take care of Jennifer and the kids financially while he was inside. She'd already sacrificed Connor. Why not sacrifice the truth too? Jennifer wiped her eyes. I didn't know any of this until 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to figure out what to do. Whether to tell you or just let it die with Marcus's sentence. But then I heard about your graduation and I thought, you deserve to know. You deserve to understand that it wasn't just protection or bad judgment. It was calculated. Deliberate. She chose to destroy you to save Marcus, and she'd do it again. The study was silent. Tyler had gone white. Dad looked like he might be sick. Grandmother's hands were clenched so tight her knuckles had gone bloodless. Does the prosecutor know about these emails? I asked. Not yet. I wasn't sure if I should. Give them to me. I held out my hand. All of them. Jennifer handed over the envelope. Connor, I'm sorry. I know that doesn't mean anything, but I am. You didn't deserve this. Any of this. No, I didn't. But thank you for telling me. For bringing these. I stood up. You should leave now. This is a graduation party, and I'd like to get back to it. She nodded and left. The 4 of us remained in the study. What are you going to do? Tyler asked. I looked at the emails. Evidence of conspiracy. Evidence of premeditation. Evidence that would turn mom's probation into a prison sentence. I'm going to enjoy my graduation. Then I'm going to start my new job. Then I'm going to live my life. I put the envelope in grandmother's safe. Those emails stay there. I'm not giving them to the prosecutor. I'm not reopening the case. I'm done. Connor, she tried to send you to prison, Dad said. She conspired with Marcus to frame you. She deserves. I know what she deserves. But pursuing this means more court dates. More testimony. More of my life consumed by what she did to me. I shook my head. She got probation and a criminal record. Her marriage is over. Her relationship with Emma is damaged. She's living in another state with no friends and no support system. That's punishment enough, is it? Grandmother asked quietly. It has to be. Because the alternative is letting her destroy more of my life than she already has. I'm about to start a 6-figure job at Goldman Sachs. I have friends, family, a future. She has regret in Arizona and the knowledge that her own son knows exactly what she did and chose to walk away anyway. I met grandmother's eyes. Sometimes the worst punishment isn't prison. It's irrelevance. Dad pulled me into a hug. Unexpected. Tight. I'm proud of you. Don't be. I'm not being noble. I'm being selfish. I want to move on, and I can't do that if I'm still fighting her. We returned to the party. Everyone asked if everything was okay. I said it was fine. Just some last-minute drama. Nothing important. But Tyler knew. When everyone else had left and we were cleaning up grandmother's backyard, he cornered me. You're really not going to do anything about those emails? What's the point? Justice. Closure. Making sure she pays for what she did. She is paying. Every day. Every time she looks in the mirror and remembers what she sacrificed for Marcus. Every time Emma visits and barely speaks to her. Every time she thinks about me graduating from Princeton without her there. I threw away a paper plate. That's the thing about betrayal, Tyler. It doesn't just destroy the victim. It destroys the perpetrator too. She'll carry this guilt until she dies. That's punishment enough. You're a better person than me. No, I'm just tired. Tired of being angry. Tired of letting her occupy space in my head. I want to be free of her, and the only way to do that is to let go. Tyler nodded slowly. Fair enough. But Connor? Those emails stay in that safe for a reason. If she ever tries to contact you again. If she ever tries to rewrite history or play the victim. Then I'll bury her with them. But until then, they're just insurance. We stood in grandmother's backyard, and Dad raised his glass. To Connor. Who survived what should have destroyed him and came out stronger. To Connor, everyone echoed. I looked around at the faces surrounding me. The people who'd stood by me. The people who'd come back. The people who'd earned their places in my life through action, not obligation. Thank you, I said. All of you. For believing me when it mattered. For being my family when my family wasn't. Emma hugged me. You're still our family, Connor. You always were. Maybe she was right. Maybe family wasn't just blood, it was choice. It was showing up. It was standing in the gap when someone you loved was falling. Mom wasn't there. Would never be there again. That absence should have felt like a wound, but instead, it felt like freedom. She'd given me a gift at that birthday dinner 4 years ago, even if she'd never intended to, she'd taught me that I didn't need her. Didn't need her approval or her love or her presence. I built a life without her. A good life. A life I was proud of. And that was the sweetest victory of all. Graduation day was sunny. I walked across that stage, accepted my diploma, and looked out at the crowd. Grandmother was crying. Dad was smiling. Emma was cheering. Later, at the celebratory dinner, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me check. A text message. I saw you graduated. Congratulations. I know I have no right to say this, but I'm proud of you. I always was. Mom. I stared at it for 10 seconds. Then I deleted it without responding. Tyler noticed. Your mom? Yeah. You going to respond? I pocketed my phone. No. I said everything I needed to say 4 years ago. She made her choice. I've made mine. And you're good with that? I looked around the table, at the people who'd earned their seats, who'd proven their loyalty, who'd chosen me when it cost them something to do so. Yeah, I said. I'm good with that. 3 months later, I started at Goldman Sachs. The office was everything I'd imagined, glass and steel and people in expensive suits making decisions that moved billions of dollars. I was the youngest analyst in my group, but I'd learned something valuable from those years working at the warehouse and teaching basketball. Hard work had a language everyone understood. My mentor was a woman named Sarah Chen, no relation to Tyler's mom, though the coincidence made me smile. She was brilliant, demanding, and had a way of cutting through nonsense that reminded me of grandmother. You're good with numbers, she told me after my first month. But you're better with people. That's rare in this business. Don't lose that. I didn't. While other analysts competed to show off their financial modeling skills, I focused on understanding clients. What they needed. What they feared. What kept them awake at night. It turned out that 4 years of survival had taught me something about reading people, about spotting inconsistencies, about knowing when someone was lying. 6 months into the job, I was assigned to a major client meeting. The CEO of a manufacturing company looking to restructure their debt. Standard stuff. Except halfway through his presentation, I noticed something off. The numbers he was citing didn't match the documents he'd sent us. Small discrepancies. But enough. After the meeting, I pulled Sarah aside. Something's wrong with his books. What do you mean? The revenue figures he's quoting are higher than what's in his financial statements. Either he's lying to us, or he's lying to his shareholders. Sarah investigated. Turned out the CEO had been inflating revenue numbers for years, cooking the books to hide declining sales. When we confronted him with the evidence, he tried to withdraw from the deal. We reported him to the SEC instead. The fallout was massive. The CEO was arrested. The company collapsed. Our firm's reputation soared for catching the fraud before we were implicated. And I got promoted to senior analyst after just 8 months. How did you spot it? Sarah asked over celebratory drinks. I grew up around liars, I said simply. You learn to see the cracks. She studied me for a moment. There's a story there. There is. But it's not one I tell at work. Fair enough. She raised her glass. To instincts that save careers. Emma started at Princeton the following fall. She called me her first week, panicking about a psychology paper that was due in 3 days. I don't understand the material and the professor is impossible and I'm going to fail and lose my scholarship. Emma. Breathe. I can't breathe. I'm dying. This is how I die. I smiled. Same dramatic streak she'd had at 12. Send me the assignment. I'll help you outline it tonight. You're working. You don't have time. Send it to me. I'll make time. We worked on it over video chat for 3 hours. She stopped panicking around hour 2, started understanding the material around hour 3, and by the end, she'd written an outline I knew would get her at least a B+. Thank you, she said quietly. For not giving up on me. You're my sister. I never gave up on you. Even when I didn't text you back? After the birthday dinner? You were 12. You were scared. I understood that even when I was angry about it. She wiped her eyes. I miss you. I know you're only in New York, but it feels like you're a million miles away. I'm 1 train ride away. Come visit this weekend. I'll show you the city. She did. We walked through Central Park, ate overpriced pizza, saw a Broadway show that made her cry. On Sunday night, before she took the train back to campus, she hugged me tight. I'm glad you didn't disappear forever. Me too. Dad and I had coffee once a month. Always the same place, a diner halfway between my apartment and his office. We talked about safe things. Work. Sports. Emma's adjustment to college. We avoided the past like it was radioactive. But during one of these meetings, about a year after graduation, he broke the pattern. I saw your mother last month. I set down my coffee. Why? She called. Said she needed to see me. Something important. He stirred sugar into his cup, not looking at me. She's sick, Connor. My stomach dropped. How sick? Stage 2 breast cancer. She found a lump 6 months ago. Just finished her first round of chemotherapy. I processed this information. Tried to find the appropriate emotion. Sympathy? Satisfaction? Fear? Instead, I just felt numb. Does Emma know? No. Your mother doesn't want her to know. Doesn't want anyone to know, really. She only told me because she needed someone to list as an emergency contact. He finally looked up. She asked about you. What did you tell her? That you're doing well. That you're making a life for yourself. That you seem happy. He paused. She cried when I told her. Said she was glad. Said she didn't deserve to know anything about you, but she was grateful I'd tell her anyway. Good for her. Connor, what do you want me to say, Dad? That I forgive her? That cancer changes what she did? It doesn't. She conspired to frame me for a felony. She destroyed my life on purpose. Her being sick doesn't undo any of that. I know. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I just thought you should know. I picked up my coffee again. Thanks for telling me. Now can we talk about something else? We did. But the knowledge sat in my chest like a stone for days afterward. Tyler called me that weekend. Your dad told my mom about your mother. Mom wanted me to check on you. I'm fine. You're a terrible liar. I laughed despite myself. Okay, I'm not fine. I'm confused. I spent 4 years hating her, and now she's sick and I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. You're supposed to feel however you actually feel. There's no right answer here. What would you do? Tyler was quiet for a moment. Honestly? I don't know. My dad died suddenly. No warning. No chance for goodbyes or closure or any of that stuff people talk about. Sometimes I'm grateful for that, it meant he never suffered. But sometimes I wish I'd had the chance to say things I never got to say. He paused. Your situation is different. Your mother's still alive. If there are things you need to say to her, now's your chance. But if there's nothing, if you're genuinely at peace with never speaking to her again, that's valid too. How do I know which it is? You'll know. Just give it time. I gave it 3 weeks. Then I texted Emma, does mom know you're at Princeton? Emma, yeah. We talk sometimes. Not a lot, but sometimes. How is she? Tired. Scared. She doesn't say it, but I can tell. Does she ask about me? Every time. I usually tell her you're good and change the subject. I stared at my phone. Typed and deleted 5 different responses. Finally settled on, if you want to tell her more, you can. I don't mind. Emma called immediately. Are you serious? Yeah. I'm not going to visit her or call her or rebuild a relationship. But if she wants to know I'm alive and successful, she can know that. Connor, she really is sorry. I know that doesn't fix anything. It doesn't. But Emma, I don't want her to die thinking I'm miserable. Not because I forgive her, but because the best revenge is living well. I want her to know exactly what she threw away. Emma laughed through tears. That's kind of harsh. It's honest. Look, I'm not going to pretend we're going to have some emotional reconciliation where I forgive her and we hug it out. That's not happening. But I also don't need to keep punishing her. She's punishing herself just fine. Okay. I'll tell her about your promotion. About the fraud case you caught. About your life. Thanks, Em. 2 years passed. I made senior vice president at 25. Bought an apartment in Manhattan with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view of the park. Dated a lawyer named Rebecca who was brilliant and funny and didn't ask too many questions about my family. Emma graduated from Princeton with honors. Dad retired early and moved to Vermont, said he wanted peace and quiet. Grandmother stayed sharp as ever, hosting Sunday dinners I tried to attend whenever I could. Uncle Marcus finished his sentence and moved to Oregon. We never spoke. Jennifer sent me a Christmas card every year. I never responded, but I never threw them away either. And Mom, according to Emma, went into remission. Beat the cancer through surgery and chemotherapy and sheer stubborn will to survive. She was still in Arizona. Still alone. Still living with the consequences of her choices. On the 5-year anniversary of that birthday dinner, I did something I'd been putting off. I wrote her a letter. Not an email. Not a text. An actual letter, handwritten on good paper. Patricia, I'm writing this because Emma says you ask about me. Because Dad says you're in remission. Because 5 years is enough time to gain perspective on what happened between us. I want you to know, I don't forgive you. I probably never will. What you did wasn't a mistake or a lapse in judgment. It was calculated, deliberate betrayal. You chose to protect Marcus by destroying me, and you did it in the cruelest way possible, publicly, on my 18th birthday, in front of people I loved. But I also want you to know, I'm okay. Better than okay. I have a career I'm proud of, people who love me, a life that's entirely my own. You tried to break me, and instead, you set me free. You taught me that I don't need your approval or your love to succeed. That's a harsh lesson, but it's a valuable one. I hope you're healthy. I hope you've found some peace in Arizona. I hope you've learned something from what happened. But mostly, I hope you understand that this letter isn't forgiveness, it's closure. For both of us. I'm not your son anymore. I haven't been for 5 years. I'm just a man who used to know you, who learned hard lessons from that knowledge, and who's moved on to better things. Live well. Die without regrets. And know that the boy you tried to destroy became a man you'd be proud of, if you'd ever given yourself the chance to know him. Connor, I mailed it. Didn't tell anyone I'd written it. Didn't expect a response. Mom sent one anyway. 3 weeks later. Her handwriting shaky but legible. Connor, thank you for your letter. You owe me nothing, and yet you gave me closure. That's more grace than I deserve. You're right, I don't know the man you've become. But Emma tells me stories. Your father mentions you with pride he probably doesn't know he's showing. And now your letter confirms what I suspected, I didn't just lose a son. I lost someone extraordinary. I won't ask for forgiveness. Won't try to rebuild what I destroyed. But I wanted you to know that your success isn't despite what I did, it's despite what I tried to do and failed. You survived me. That's the highest compliment I can give. I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you're free. I'm glad you became exactly who you were meant to be. I'm sorry I wasn't there to see it happen. Patricia, I read the letter 3 times. Then I put it in a box with Jennifer's emails, the court documents, and all the other relics from that chapter of my life. Sealed it. Stored it in the back of my closet where I wouldn't see it every day but could find it if I ever needed proof that all of this had really happened. Tyler came to visit that weekend. We went to the overlook on Highway 12, or its Manhattan equivalent, the rooftop of my building. "You wrote to your mom," he said. Wasn't a question. "How'd you know?" "You've got that look. Like you just put down something heavy you've been carrying for too long." She wrote back. And nothing. It's over. Really over. Not because we reconciled, but because we both acknowledged what happened and moved on. She's her, I'm me, and we're okay with that being enough. Tyler leaned against the railing. 5 years ago, you were sleeping on my floor and planning to work at a warehouse for the rest of your life. Yeah. Now you're a senior VP at Goldman Sachs with an apartment that probably costs more than my mom's house. Probably. How does it feel? I thought about it. About the birthday dinner. About the studio apartment above the dry cleaner. About every moment of doubt and fear and anger that had brought me here. Like winning, I said finally. Not because I'm rich or successful, though that's nice. But because I survived something that was designed to destroy me, and I came out the other side stronger. She threw her worst at me, and it wasn't enough. That's victory. To victory, then. Tyler raised an imaginary glass. To victory, I echoed. Because the truth was, I'd won. Not by forgiving her or letting her back in or choosing the high road. I'd won by surviving her betrayal, rebuilding my life, and becoming exactly who I was meant to be without her. She'd called me a disappointment on my 18th birthday. Told me she wished she'd never given birth to me. 7 years later, I was a senior vice president at one of the world's most prestigious investment banks. I had a family I'd chosen and friends who'd never wavered. I had a future so bright it made my eyes water. And she had nothing but regret in Arizona and the memory of the son she'd thrown away. That wasn't just victory. That was justice. The kind you earn by refusing to let someone else's cruelty define you. The kind you build, brick by brick, from the ruins of what they tried to destroy. The kind that doesn't require forgiveness or reconciliation or closure. Just survival. Success. And the knowledge that when she said I'd been nothing but a disappointment since the day I arrived, she'd been wrong about everything that mattered. I'd arrived at that birthday dinner as her son. I left as my own man. And I'd never looked back. Story 2.
My husband's new wife threw a birthday party for all her biological children, but made my 9-year-old daughter serve, clean, and cook while she could only sit there watching them celebrate. The last straw came on my daughter's own birthday. She got a $5 bill as a gift and was still forced to cook dinner for the family. I'm 34 years old, and my daughter Emma is 9. Her father Mark and I divorced 3 years ago, and he remarried a woman named Diana about 18 months after that. Diana has 3 kids from her previous marriage. Tyler is 12, Madison is 10, and Sophie is 7. We have a custody arrangement where Emma alternates weeks between my house and Mark's house. For the first few months after Mark and Diana got married, everything seemed fine. Emma would come home from her dad's house with normal stories about what they did that week. Movie nights, trips to the park, family dinners. She seemed to be adjusting okay to the blended family situation, which honestly relieved me because I'd been worried. Then around month 4, I started noticing small changes. Emma would come back to my house exhausted on Sunday evenings. She'd sleep for 10 or 11 hours that first night back, which wasn't normal for her. When I asked if she was feeling okay, she'd say she was just tired from a busy week. I didn't think much of it at first because kids get tired. But then she started being quieter. Emma has always been this bright, talkative kid who tells me everything about her day in excruciating detail. Suddenly she was giving me one-word answers about her time at her dad's house. I'd ask what they did for dinner and she'd say chicken or pasta with no elaboration. I'd ask what they did over the weekend and she'd shrug and say stuff. I asked Mark about it during one of our custody exchanges, and he said everything was great. He said Emma was bonding with her step-siblings and Diana was wonderful with her. He actually seemed annoyed that I was asking, like I was looking for problems that didn't exist. The first real red flag came when Emma's best friend Lily had a birthday party on a Saturday during Mark's custody week. Lily's mom Jessica called me to ask if Emma could come, and I said I'd need to check with Mark since it was his weekend. I texted Mark about the party and he responded saying Emma couldn't go because she had responsibilities at home that day. Responsibilities? For a 9-year-old on a Saturday. I let it go because I didn't want to start a fight over a birthday party, but it stuck with me. When Emma came back that Sunday, I asked her about missing the party. She got really quiet and said Diana needed help with stuff around the house. I asked what kind of stuff, and Emma changed the subject. 2 weeks later, during my custody week, Emma's teacher Mrs. Patterson asked for a conference. She said Emma had been falling asleep in class and seemed anxious. Her grades were slipping, which was unusual because Emma had always been a good student. Mrs. Patterson asked if there was anything going on at home that might be affecting her. I told her about the divorce and Mark's remarriage, thinking maybe that was it. Mrs. Patterson nodded but said the changes had been recent, just in the last couple of months. She said Emma seemed especially tired and withdrawn on Mondays after coming from her dad's house. That observation made my stomach drop. I started paying closer attention during my weeks with Emma. She seemed fine when she was with me, talkative, energetic, happy. But the Sunday before she'd go back to Mark's house, she'd get quiet and withdrawn. I asked her multiple times if something was wrong at her dad's house, and she'd always say no. Everything was fine. Then came Tyler's birthday party. Tyler is Diana's oldest, and they threw him this huge party at their house with a bouncy castle and a taco bar and about 30 kids. I didn't know about the party until Jessica mentioned it at pickup one day. She said her son went and had a great time, and then she asked why Emma wasn't there. I was confused because it was Mark's custody weekend and Emma was definitely at his house. Jessica pulled out her phone and showed me pictures her son had taken at the party. I scrolled through them looking for Emma. In the background of one photo, I spotted her. She was in the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying plates of food. My hands started shaking as I zoomed in on the photo. While all the other kids were outside playing and eating, my daughter was inside serving food like hired help. Jessica saw my face and immediately apologized for showing me. She said she didn't realize Emma wasn't actually part of the party, she just assumed she was helping out for a few minutes. I asked Jessica to send me that photo. She did, and I stared at it for hours that night. Emma's face in the background looked tired and resigned. She was 9 years old and she was working at a party she should have been enjoying as a guest. When Emma came home that Sunday, I sat her down and showed her the photo. Her face went pale and she started crying immediately. Not regular crying, this desperate, scared crying like she'd been caught doing something terrible. I pulled her into my lap and told her she wasn't in trouble, I just needed to understand what was happening. It all came out. For months, Diana had been making Emma do chores while her own kids played. Emma had to help cook dinner every night at Mark's house. She had to clean up after meals while Tyler, Madison, and Sophie watched TV. She had to fold laundry, vacuum the living room, clean the bathrooms. When Diana's kids made messes, Emma was the one who had to clean them up. Diana told Emma this was because she was the oldest girl and needed to learn responsibility. She said Emma's real mom probably let her be lazy, but in their house, everyone pulled their weight. Except Tyler, Madison, and Sophie apparently didn't have to pull any weight at all. Emma said Tyler's birthday party was the worst day. She had to help Diana cook all morning, then serve food during the party, then clean up afterward while the other kids played. She wasn't allowed to have any cake until all the guests left and the kitchen was clean. By then it was after 8 at night and she was exhausted. I asked Emma why she didn't tell her dad. She said she tried once, but Mark told her Diana was right about learning responsibility. He said she should be grateful Diana was teaching her important life skills. When Emma said the other kids didn't have to do the same chores, Mark told her not to compare and to focus on being helpful. Emma said Diana threatened her too. She told Emma that if she complained to me or caused problems, Mark might decide he didn't want custody anymore. Diana said fathers don't like difficult daughters, and if Emma wanted to keep seeing her dad, she needed to keep the house running smoothly and stop being dramatic. I held my daughter while she cried and told me everything. I wanted to drive straight to Mark's house and lose my mind on both of them, but I forced myself to stay calm for Emma. I told her none of this was her fault and that she should have been able to tell me. She said she was scared I'd get mad at her dad and make things worse. That night after Emma went to bed, I started documenting everything. I wrote down every detail Emma told me with dates and times as best as I could remember. I went through my text messages with Mark looking for anything relevant. I found the message about Emma having responsibilities that prevented her from going to Lily's party. I screenshotted it. The next morning, I called a family lawyer. I explained the situation and the lawyer said I needed to gather more evidence before we could file for emergency custody. She said Emma's testimony alone might not be enough, we needed documentation. She suggested I talk to Emma's teacher again and see if she'd be willing to provide a statement. She also said I should try to get Emma to document what was happening at her dad's house. I hated the idea of making Emma gather evidence of her own mistreatment, but the lawyer said Emma's first-hand photos or videos would be powerful in court. That week, I sat down with Emma and explained that we needed to prove what was happening so the court would believe us. I gave her an old phone I had in a drawer and showed her how to take photos and videos without anyone noticing. Emma was scared. She said Diana checked her stuff sometimes and would find the phone. I told her to hide it really well and only use it when she was absolutely sure she was alone. I hated sending my daughter back into that house to collect evidence like some kind of spy, but I didn't know what else to do. The week Emma was at Mark's house was the longest week of my life. She texted me every night saying she was okay, but I could barely sleep. When Sunday came and I picked her up, she looked exhausted. She had dark circles under her eyes and she'd lost weight. She got in the car and handed me the phone without saying anything. I waited until we got home to look at what she'd captured. There were photos of Diana's chore chart on the refrigerator. Emma's name was next to every single household task: cooking, dishes, laundry, vacuuming, bathroom cleaning, trash. Tyler, Madison, and Sophie's names weren't on the chart at all. There were photos of Emma standing at the stove cooking dinner while the other kids sat on the couch watching cartoons. Photos of her scrubbing the bathroom floor. A video she took from inside the pantry where she was hiding, showing Diana telling Sophie that she didn't have to clean her room because that's what Emma is here for. The worst was a video Emma took of herself in the bathroom mirror after everyone went to bed. She was crying silently and showing the camera her hands, which were red and raw from cleaning chemicals. She whispered to the camera that her hands hurt and she was tired and she just wanted to come home to me. I watched that video 3 times and cried harder each time. My baby had been suffering like this for months and I didn't realize how bad it was. I'd known something was wrong but I didn't understand the extent of it. I felt like I'd failed her by not figuring it out sooner. Monday morning, I called my lawyer and sent her everything. She said this was more than enough for an emergency custody hearing and that she'd file the paperwork immediately. She warned me that Mark would fight it and that things were about to get ugly, but that we had a strong case. I also called Mrs. Patterson and asked if she'd be willing to provide a written statement about the changes she'd observed in Emma. She said absolutely and that she'd been worried about Emma for weeks. She mentioned that Emma had fallen asleep at her desk twice in the past month and that her homework quality had significantly declined. The emergency custody hearing was scheduled for the following week. In the meantime, I refused to send Emma back to Mark's house. He called me furious, demanding I follow the custody agreement. I told him I had evidence of neglect and abuse and that Emma wasn't setting foot in his house until a judge reviewed everything. Mark's tone changed immediately. He said I was being dramatic and making something out of nothing. He said Diana was just teaching Emma responsibility and life skills. I asked him if he thought it was appropriate for a 9-year-old to cook dinner for 6 people while his stepchildren did nothing. He said I was twisting the situation to make it sound worse than it was. I told him to talk to his lawyer and hung up. An hour later, Diana called me from Mark's phone. She started screaming at me about poisoning Emma against her and filling her head with lies. She said Emma was a spoiled brat who needed discipline and structure, and that I was raising her to be lazy and entitled. I listened to her rant for about 30 seconds before I said, "I have videos of you making my 9-year-old daughter scrub your bathroom while your kids watch TV. Save it for the judge." Then I hung up and blocked Mark's number. All communication would go through lawyers from now on. The next few days were chaos. Mark's mother Sharon called me crying, asking what was going on. I'd always had a decent relationship with Sharon and her husband Bill. I explained the situation and sent them some of the photos Emma had taken. Sharon went quiet for a long time, then said she'd noticed Emma seemed different lately but she didn't realize it was this bad. She told me that she and Bill had been over to Mark and Diana's house a few weeks ago for dinner. She said she saw Emma in the kitchen cooking while the other kids played video games. When Sharon offered to help, Diana said Emma had it under control and was learning to be independent. Sharon said something felt off about it, but she didn't push because she didn't want to cause problems. Sharon said she was horrified and ashamed that she didn't speak up. She said she and Bill would testify on my behalf if needed. She also said she'd been mostly cut out of Emma's life recently because Diana didn't like her interfering, which apparently meant asking Emma how she was doing or suggesting she should play with the other kids instead of working. Mark's sister Sarah called me the next day. Sarah and I had always gotten along well, even after the divorce. She said Mark called her furious about the custody battle and that Diana had been on a rampage about me. Sarah said she listened to their version of events and something didn't add up, so she wanted to hear my side. I told Sarah everything and sent her the evidence. She called me back an hour later and said she'd witnessed some of what Emma described. She'd been over to their house several times and noticed Emma was always busy doing chores while the other kids played. Sarah said she mentioned it to Mark once and he got defensive, saying Diana was teaching Emma valuable skills. Sarah said she also noticed that Diana's kids talked to Emma like she was a servant. Madison once literally snapped her fingers at Emma and told her to get her a drink. When Sarah told Madison that was rude, Diana jumped in and said Emma didn't mind helping out. Sarah said she felt uncomfortable but didn't realize the extent of the problem. Sarah said she'd testify if I needed her to, and that she was disgusted by what Mark was allowing to happen to his own daughter. She said she'd already told Mark she was on my side in this, and he'd hung up on her. The emergency custody hearing arrived. My lawyer had prepared a binder of evidence with photos, videos, text messages, and written statements from Emma's teacher, Mark's parents, and Sarah. Emma would also be interviewed by a guardian ad litem, which is a person appointed by the court to represent the child's best interests. Mark showed up with Diana and his lawyer. Diana looked smug, like she thought this was going to go her way. Mark looked angry and kept glaring at me from across the courtroom. His lawyer tried to argue that I was making mountains out of molehills and that teaching children responsibility was good parenting. My lawyer presented the evidence methodically. She showed the photos of the chore chart with only Emma's name on it. She showed the videos of Emma cooking and cleaning while the other children played. She showed the video Emma took in the bathroom mirror with her raw hands. She read from Mrs. Patterson's statement about Emma's declining performance and exhaustion. The judge's face got harder with each piece of evidence. When my lawyer showed the video of Diana saying Sophie didn't need to clean because that's what Emma is here for, the judge actually leaned forward and asked Mark's lawyer to explain how that statement constituted equal treatment of all children in the household. Mark's lawyer stammered and said Diana probably misspoke and didn't mean it the way it sounded. My lawyer immediately played 3 more videos showing Diana giving orders to Emma while praising her own children for doing nothing. The pattern was undeniable. Then the guardian ad litem presented her report. She'd interviewed Emma twice, once with me present and once alone. The guardian said Emma was articulate and consistent in describing her treatment at her father's house. Emma told the guardian she loved her dad but was scared to go back because she was exhausted all the time and Diana was mean to her. The guardian said Emma broke down crying during the second interview and said she just wanted to be a kid like the other children. She said she was tired of cooking and cleaning and being in trouble whenever Diana's kids made a mess. The guardian recommended supervised visitation only until Mark completed parenting classes and demonstrated he could protect Emma from Diana's treatment. Mark stood up and said his daughter was lying because I'd coached her. The judge told him to sit down and wait his turn. When Mark's lawyer finally got to present his side, he argued that Diana was a stay-at-home mom managing a household of 4 children and that Emma was simply being asked to help out like any member of the family. My lawyer asked Mark directly how many chores Tyler, Madison, and Sophie were assigned. Mark hesitated and said they did chores too. My lawyer asked him to name one chore that Madison was responsible for. Mark couldn't. His lawyer tried to move past it, but the judge stopped him and said she wanted Mark to answer the question. Mark fumbled and finally said Madison probably helped her mom with dishes sometimes. My lawyer pulled out the photo of the chore chart again and asked Mark to show the court where any of Diana's children were listed on it. He couldn't because they weren't listed. The judge asked Mark if he saw the problem with this arrangement, and Mark said he trusted his wife to manage the household fairly. The judge was not impressed. She asked Mark if he'd witnessed Diana assigning Emma significantly more work than her step-siblings. Mark admitted he'd seen Emma doing chores but said he assumed all the kids were doing their part at different times. The judge asked if he'd ever verified this assumption. He said no. Then the judge asked Mark about Tyler's birthday party. She asked if Emma attended as a guest. Mark said Emma helped with the party, which he thought was appropriate. The judge asked if Tyler, Madison, and Sophie also worked during the party or if they enjoyed it as guests. Mark didn't answer right away, and the judge told him she needed a verbal response. Mark finally admitted that his stepchildren had enjoyed the party as guests while Emma helped with serving and cleanup. The judge asked if he saw any problem with one 9-year-old working while 3 other children aged 7, 10, and 12 played. Mark said when he put it that way, it did sound unfair, but he hadn't thought about it like that at the time. The judge asked Diana if she had anything to say. Diana stood up and immediately launched into a speech about how I was a permissive parent who let Emma run wild, and how she was simply trying to instill discipline and work ethic. She said Emma was old enough to contribute to the household and that teaching children responsibility was good parenting. The judge cut her off and asked why her biological children weren't being taught the same lessons. Diana said her children were younger and not ready for that level of responsibility. The judge pointed out that Tyler was 12 and 3 years older than Emma, so that explanation didn't make sense. Diana got flustered and said her children had different needs. The judge asked Diana directly if she understood why having one child do all the housework while 3 others did none might be considered unfair. Diana said life wasn't always fair and Emma needed to learn that. The judge's expression could have frozen water. She said while life might not always be fair, parents have an obligation to treat children in their care equitably, and that the evidence showed a clear pattern of disparate treatment. The judge ruled in my favor. Temporary full custody to me with supervised visitation for Mark only. Diana was not to be present during any visitation. Mark was ordered to complete a parenting course focused on blended families and protecting children from mistreatment. The judge said a follow-up hearing would be scheduled in 3 months to review the situation. Mark's face went red and he looked like he wanted to argue, but his lawyer stopped him. Diana started to say something, but the judge told her she wasn't a party to this custody case and needed to be quiet or leave the courtroom. Diana grabbed her purse and stormed out, slamming the courtroom door behind her. Outside the courthouse, Sharon and Bill were waiting. Sharon hugged Emma tight and told her she was so sorry this happened. Bill looked like he wanted to cry. He said he was ashamed of his son and that Emma deserved so much better. They both said they wanted to maintain a relationship with Emma and asked if they could still see her regularly. I said of course, and Emma hugged her grandfather so tight he had to blink away tears. That night, Emma slept in my bed because she didn't want to be alone. She kept saying she was scared her dad would be mad at her for telling the truth. I told her none of this was her fault and that she was brave for speaking up. She asked if she'd ever have to go back to her dad's house, and I told her not unless she wanted to, and there was always going to be another adult there to make sure she was safe. The next morning, I woke up to 17 text messages and 6 missed calls from a number I didn't recognize. I opened the texts and they were all from Diana. She was calling me every name in the book and saying I'd ruined her family. She said Emma was a lying little brat who manipulated everyone, and that I was teaching her to be a victim instead of a strong woman. The messages got progressively more unhinged. She said she was going to file a harassment complaint against me for turning Emma against her. She said she was going to sue me for defamation for showing people the videos. She said Mark's parents were traitors and she was going to make sure they never saw their grandchildren again. I screenshotted every single message and sent them to my lawyer. My lawyer said Diana was digging herself deeper and that these messages would help our case if Mark tried to fight the custody arrangement later. She told me to block Diana's number and not respond to anything she sent. 2 days later, Diana actually did file a harassment complaint with the police, claiming I was stalking her and spreading lies about her to destroy her reputation. A police officer came to my house to take a statement. I showed him the custody court ruling, the evidence we'd presented in court, and Diana's threatening messages to me. The officer looked exhausted and said this was a civil custody matter, not criminal harassment, and that Diana's complaint would likely go nowhere. He was right. A week later, my lawyer informed me that the complaint had been dismissed and that the police had advised Diana to stop contacting me or she could face harassment charges herself. Diana apparently didn't take that well and showed up at Sharon and Bill's house screaming at them for betraying their son. Bill had to threaten to call the police before she'd leave. Mark tried to see Emma during his first supervised visitation, but it was awkward and painful. The visitation supervisor was present in the room the whole time, taking notes. Mark asked Emma how school was going and she gave one-word answers. He tried to talk about fun things they used to do together, but Emma just sat there looking uncomfortable. Finally, Emma asked him why he let Diana be mean to her. Mark's face went pale and he said he didn't realize how bad it was. Emma said she told him and he didn't believe her. Mark tried to say he thought Diana was just teaching her responsibility, and Emma said, "Madison is older than me and she never had to do anything." Mark didn't have an answer for that. He sat there in silence for a few minutes, then asked Emma if she'd forgive him. Emma said she didn't know. The supervisor noted that the visit was not productive and ended it early. Mark left looking destroyed, and Emma came home and cried for an hour. Over the next few weeks, Emma started therapy. Her therapist was a woman named Dr. Chen who specialized in children dealing with family trauma. Dr. Chen said Emma was showing signs of anxiety and had internalized a lot of the messages Diana had given her about needing to earn her place in the family. Emma had nightmares about going back to her dad's house. She'd wake up crying, saying Diana was yelling at her about not cleaning well enough. Dr. Chen said this was a normal response to what Emma had experienced, and that with time and therapy, the nightmares would decrease. She recommended Emma continue with no unsupervised contact with Mark until he completed his parenting classes and demonstrated real understanding of what went wrong. Mark called me a few times trying to talk. I kept the conversations brief and focused on logistics. He said Diana was furious about the supervised visitation and was pressuring him to fight harder for custody. I told him if he cared about his daughter at all, he'd focus on repairing their relationship instead of fighting me in court. He said I didn't understand the pressure he was under. Diana was threatening to leave him if he didn't stand up to me. I told him he needed to decide whether he wanted to be a husband or a father, because right now he couldn't seem to manage both. He got quiet, then hung up. Sarah called me regularly to check on Emma. She said Mark and Diana's marriage was falling apart. They fought constantly, and Diana blamed Mark for not fighting hard enough in court. Sarah said Diana had become completely obsessed with proving I was the villain in this situation and that Emma was lying. Diana started posting vague things on social media about ungrateful children and manipulative ex-wives. She never named me directly, but it was obvious who she was talking about. Several of Mark's family members commented defending me and Emma. Diana deleted their comments and then made her account private. 3 months passed and we had our follow-up custody hearing. Mark had completed his parenting classes and his lawyer argued he should get unsupervised visitation again. My lawyer presented Dr. Chen's report, which stated Emma was still experiencing anxiety about seeing her father and that unsupervised visitation was not recommended at this time. The guardian ad litem had interviewed Emma again and reported that Emma said she loved her dad but didn't trust him to protect her from Diana. Emma told the guardian she'd consider unsupervised visitation if Diana wasn't around, but she was terrified of being in that house with Diana again. The judge reviewed everything and ruled that Mark could have unsupervised visitation, but only in public places or at my home, not at his home with Diana present. Mark was also ordered to continue individual therapy to address why he failed to protect his daughter. The judge said they'd review the situation again in 6 months. Diana was apparently in the courtroom for this hearing despite not being a party to the case. When the judge announced the ruling, Diana stood up and started shouting that this was discrimination against stepmothers and that I'd manipulated everyone. The judge threatened her with contempt if she didn't leave immediately. Bailiffs escorted her out while she was still yelling. Mark came up to me after the hearing and said he was sorry. He said he'd been thinking a lot about what happened and realized he'd let Emma down. He said Diana had convinced him that strict discipline was what Emma needed, and he trusted her judgment because she'd raised 3 kids already. He said he should have listened to Emma instead. I told him I appreciated the apology, but that Emma was the one who deserved to hear it. He asked if he could see her that weekend and I said yes, but it would be at my house and I'd be nearby. He agreed. That Saturday, Mark came over and took Emma out to the backyard. I watched from the kitchen window while they sat at the patio table. Mark talked for a long time and Emma mostly listened. At one point, Emma started crying and Mark pulled her into a hug. They sat like that for several minutes before Emma pulled back and started talking. When they came inside an hour later, Emma looked lighter somehow. Mark's eyes were red like he'd been crying. He told me he'd apologized to Emma and explained that he'd made terrible mistakes by not believing her and protecting her. He said Emma agreed to keep seeing him as long as Diana wasn't involved. Mark left and Emma came to sit with me on the couch. She said her dad apologized and it felt good to hear it, but she was still scared he'd choose Diana over her again. I told her she didn't have to trust him right away and that trust had to be rebuilt over time. She nodded and said she understood. The next few months were an adjustment. Mark saw Emma every other weekend at my house or at his parents' house. They'd go to movies or out to eat or just hang out. The visits were good, and Emma slowly started relaxing around her dad again. Mark never mentioned Diana during these visits, and Emma never asked about her. Then Emma's 9th birthday came around. Actually, it had already passed during all the court drama, but we'd been too overwhelmed to celebrate properly. I wanted to make it up to her with a big party. I invited her school friends, Sharon and Bill, Sarah and her family, and asked Mark if he wanted to come. Mark said yes, and then hesitated before asking if Diana could come too. I said absolutely not. He said Diana felt terrible about everything and wanted a chance to apologize to Emma. I told him Diana had shown no remorse whatsoever, only anger and blame, and she wasn't coming anywhere near my daughter's birthday party. Mark tried to argue that they were still married and it was hard to keep doing things without her. I said that was his problem to figure out, not mine or Emma's. He said Diana was threatening to leave him if he didn't start including her in Emma's life again. I told him the same thing I'd told him months ago. He needed to choose whether he wanted to be a husband or a father. The party happened without Diana. Emma had the best time. Her friends came and we had pizza and a bounce house in the backyard. Sharon and Bill brought her a beautiful necklace. Sarah brought her a big art set because Emma had gotten into drawing during therapy. Mark brought her a bike, which was actually a really thoughtful gift because Emma's old bike was too small for her. We sang happy birthday and Emma blew out her candles. I asked what she wished for and she said she wished she could feel this happy all the time. It broke my heart a little, but I was glad she was happy in that moment. After all the guests left and Emma was in bed, Mark lingered in the kitchen. He said watching Emma so happy made him realize how much damage he'd let happen. He said Diana had been pressuring him to try for full custody again, claiming I was alienating Emma from him. He said he told Diana no, and that if she couldn't accept that Emma's well-being came first, maybe they needed to separate. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just told him Emma needed a father who would protect her no matter what. He said he understood and that he was trying to be that person now, even if it was too late to undo the harm he'd already caused. 2 weeks later, Sarah called me with news. Mark and Diana were separated. Diana had moved out and taken her kids with her. Mark told his family that he'd realized he couldn't be the father Emma needed while staying married to someone who'd hurt her so badly. Sarah said Mark was devastated but knew it was the right choice. Mark's next visit with Emma, he told her about the separation. Emma asked if Diana was mad, and Mark said yes, but that didn't matter because Emma was more important. Emma asked if she'd ever have to see Diana again, and Mark promised she wouldn't. Emma hugged her dad and said she was glad he finally chose her. 6 months after the emergency custody hearing, we had another review. Mark's therapist provided a report saying Mark had made significant progress in understanding his failures and taking accountability. Emma's therapist said Emma's anxiety had decreased significantly and that she was doing well. The guardian ad litem recommended expanding Mark's custody time. The judge granted Mark unsupervised weekend visitation at his house now that Diana was no longer living there. Emma was nervous about going back to that house, but Mark had completely redecorated her room and gotten rid of anything that reminded her of Diana. He'd also gotten rid of the chore chart and promised Emma that chores would be age-appropriate and evenly distributed if he ever had other kids there. The first weekend Emma stayed overnight at Mark's house after everything, I barely slept. I kept my phone next to me all night waiting for a text saying Emma needed to come home. But Emma was fine. She came home Sunday evening and said it was good. Her dad made her favorite breakfast, and they watched movies and played board games. It felt normal, she said. Over the next year, Emma and Mark rebuilt their relationship slowly. They'd never be as close as they were before Diana, but they were building something new and healthier. Mark never remarried, and as far as I know, he hasn't seriously dated anyone. Sarah said he's focused on being a better father and working on himself. Emma turned 10, and this time her birthday was stress-free and joyful. She invited both me and Mark to her party, and we co-hosted it together like functional co-parents. Watching Emma laugh with her friends and blow out her candles without any of the trauma from the previous year made me feel like we finally made it through the worst. Sharon and Bill remained active in Emma's life, taking her for grandparent weekends and coming to all her school events. Sarah's kids and Emma became close, calling themselves cousins even though technically they weren't related by blood. These were the people who showed up for Emma when it mattered. Emma's therapy sessions became less frequent as she continued to improve. Dr. Chen said Emma had processed most of her trauma and developed healthy coping mechanisms. Emma still had occasional nightmares, but they were rare. She was thriving in school, her grades were back up, and she'd made new friends. I started dating someone about a year after everything settled down. His name is James, and he's kind and patient. I was nervous about introducing him to Emma, but Dr. Chen said Emma was ready as long as we took it slow. James met Emma for the first time at a casual lunch, and Emma was polite but reserved. Over the next few months, she warmed up to him. Emma asked me one night if James would ever be mean to her like Diana was. I told her that anyone who was ever mean to her would be immediately out of our lives, no exceptions. She seemed satisfied with that answer. James heard about what happened to Emma and told me he couldn't imagine treating a child that way. He said Emma deserved to feel safe and loved, and he'd never do anything to jeopardize that. 2 years after the custody battle, Emma is 11 and doing incredibly well. She sees her dad regularly and their relationship is solid. Mark pays his child support on time, shows up for school events, and actually listens when Emma talks. He's not perfect, but he's trying, and Emma appreciates that. Diana tried to reach out to Mark a few times over the years, but he never responded. Sarah said Diana remarried someone else and had another baby. Emma never asks about Diana or her stepchildren. As far as Emma is concerned, that chapter of her life is closed. I look at Emma now, confident, happy, doing well in school, surrounded by people who love her, and I'm so proud of her resilience. She survived something that could have broken her, and instead, she came out stronger. She knows her worth now. She knows that she deserves to be treated with kindness and respect. She knows that family isn't just about biology, it's about who shows up when things are hard. Emma told me recently that she's glad everything happened because it taught her to speak up when something is wrong. She said she used to think she had to accept whatever adults told her, but now she knows she has a voice. She said she'll never let anyone treat her like that again. We have movie nights every Friday, just the two of us. We make popcorn and watch whatever Emma wants, and she tells me about school and her friends and her life. These are the moments I treasure most, just being her mom, giving her the childhood she deserves, watching her grow into this amazing person. She still has Mark's family in her life, and they've been wonderful. Sharon and Bill take her shopping and to lunch. Sarah includes Emma in family outings with her kids. They all showed up when Emma needed them, and that means everything. Sometimes Emma asks me if I think her dad really changed or if he's just pretending until Diana comes back. I tell her I think he really changed because he realized he almost lost her forever. I tell her he learned the hard way that being a parent means protecting your child even when it's difficult or inconvenient. She seems to accept this, though I can tell she's still a little guarded. James has been great through all of this. He never pushes Emma, never tries to be her father, just shows up consistently and treats her with respect. Emma told me last week that she likes James and thinks he's nice. Coming from Emma, that's high praise. I'm dating again, Emma is thriving, and we've built this life that's stable and happy. We have our routines and our traditions. We have people who love us and show up for us. We have each other, and that's more than enough. Looking back at those months when Emma was being treated like Cinderella in her own father's house, I still feel angry. Angry at Diana for being cruel to a child. Angry at Mark for not protecting his daughter. Angry at myself for not figuring it out sooner. But I also feel grateful that we got out before the damage became permanent. Emma is safe now. She's loved. She knows her worth. And she'll never again have to serve someone else's children at a birthday party or cook dinner for a family that treats her like hired help. She gets to be a kid. She gets to play and laugh and make mistakes and grow up without carrying the weight of a household on her shoulders. That's all I ever wanted for her, to be a kid, to be loved, to be safe. And finally, she has all three.
Story 3. For my wedding day, my parents sent me a formal disownment notice instead of a gift, the envelope marked urgent legal document in my father's handwriting. When I called them, Dad chuckled and said, "Consider it our final wedding present to you and that woman." I could hear Mom in the background saying, "Tell him we've already changed the will." My brother live streamed my reading of it for their amusement. I simply said, "Thank you," and hung up. They had no clue what I'd been planning. "Open it, Marcus. Come on, everyone's watching." My brother Tyler's voice crackled through the phone speaker, obnoxious as always. I stared at the manila envelope in my hands. The cream-colored paper felt expensive, official. My father's meticulous handwriting across the front made my stomach twist. 3 days before my wedding, and this is what arrives. Not a card. Not even a passive-aggressive note about their absence. An actual legal document. "I'm serious, bro. Mom and Dad are dying to see your face right now," Tyler laughed, that same grating sound I'd heard my entire childhood whenever he got away with something. My fiancée Sarah touched my shoulder. "You don't have to do this." But I did. Because I needed to know exactly how far they'd gone this time. I tore open the envelope with steady hands, refusing to give Tyler the satisfaction of seeing me shake. The document inside was professionally printed, notarized, bearing my parents' signatures in bold ink. Formal notice of disownment and disinheritance. The words blurred slightly as I scanned through the legal jargon. Effective immediately. All familial ties severed. No claim to estate, properties, or family business. My name would be removed from all official documents. I was no longer considered their son. "There it is." Tyler's voice exploded through the speaker. "Oh man, you should see Mom right now. She's literally giddy." I could hear her in the background. "Tell him we've already changed the will. Every penny goes to you now, Tyler. He gets nothing." My father's voice joined in, smooth and satisfied. "Consider it our final wedding present to you and that woman." That woman. They couldn't even say Sarah's name. "Thank you," I said quietly, and ended the call. Sarah's eyes were wet. "Marcus, I'm so sorry. We can still, don't." I folded the document carefully, slipped it back into the envelope. "This is perfect." "Perfect? How is this perfect?" I kissed her forehead. "Because now I know exactly where we stand. No more pretending. No more hoping they'll come around." What I didn't say, what I couldn't say yet, was that this document was the final piece I'd been waiting for. 3 years of careful planning, and they just handed me everything I needed. The wedding went ahead as scheduled. Sarah looked breathtaking in her dress, and our friends filled the small venue with genuine warmth. My parents' absence felt like a blessing rather than a curse. My best man, James, kept the mood light with his toast, careful not to mention family at all. "To Marcus and Sarah," he said, raising his glass. "Two people who found each other despite everything trying to keep them apart. Despite everything." That was one way to put it. My family's hatred of Sarah started the moment I introduced her 2 years ago at Thanksgiving. She'd walked into my parents' ostentatious dining room with her bright smile and working-class accent, and I watched my mother's face freeze into a mask of polite disgust. By dessert, Mom was making pointed comments about appropriate matches and maintaining standards. The real explosion came when I announced our engagement. Dad called me into his study, that mahogany-paneled room that smelled of old money and older grudges, and laid out his ultimatum. "You can marry her," he said, swirling his bourbon. "But understand what you're choosing. The family business, your inheritance, your standing in this community, all of it disappears. You become nobody." "I'm already nobody to you," I replied. "I'm just your disappointment. Your failed investment." His jaw tightened. "Don't be dramatic. We've given you every advantage. Private schools, college, connections. And you want to throw it away for some secretary? She's an executive assistant at a Fortune 500 company. Same thing." He waved his hand dismissively. "She's beneath you, Marcus. Beneath this family." I left that night knowing exactly what I had to do. The honeymoon in Aruba was perfect. Sarah and I spent a week forgetting about my family, about the disownment, about everything except each other. We returned tanned and relaxed, ready to start our new life. The first envelope arrived on a Tuesday. I recognized my father's handwriting immediately, that same precise script. But this time, the envelope was addressed to both of us. Sarah watched nervously as I opened it. Inside was a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photo showed Sarah at a restaurant table, leaning close to a man I didn't recognize. The angle suggested the photographer had been hiding, catching them in what looked like an intimate moment. The man's hand was on the table near hers, their heads bent together like they were sharing secrets. The note read, "Thought you should know who you really married. Ask her about Michael from her office." "Dad. Marcus, that's not," Sarah's voice cracked. "I know." I set the photo down. "This is fake. Or taken completely out of context. It's from a team lunch last month. Michael is gay, and he was showing me photos of his wedding planning. This is so manipulative." "That's the point." I pulled her close. "They want me to doubt you. Doubt us." But the seeds were planted, weren't they? That's how manipulation works. Even knowing it was garbage, even trusting Sarah completely, some tiny part of my brain whispered, "What if?" The second envelope came a week later. Then a third. Each contained carefully constructed lies designed to destroy my marriage. Photos of Sarah meeting with divorce attorneys. Screenshots of fake text messages. Anonymous testimonials claiming she'd married me for money, which was insane considering I'd been effectively disowned. "They're obsessed," Sarah said one night, staring at the pile of envelopes on our kitchen counter. "This is harassment. It's desperation." I gathered them up, stuffed them in a drawer. They thought disowning me would break me. When it didn't, they moved to Plan B. Breaking us up instead. Exactly. What my parents didn't know, what nobody knew except me, was that their campaign of psychological warfare was playing perfectly into my hands. Every envelope, every manufactured piece of evidence, every desperate attempt to destroy my marriage was being carefully documented, photographed, and stored in a secure location. Because 3 years ago, long before I met Sarah, I'd started preparing for this moment. It began with my grandmother's death. Grandma Rose had been the one person in my family who saw me as more than a projection of their ambitions. When she passed, she left me a handwritten letter and a key to a safety deposit box. "Marcus," the letter read, "your parents weren't always this way. Greed and pride poisoned them slowly, over years. I watched it happen and did nothing, which is my greatest shame. But I can do something now." The key opens box 847 at First National Bank. Inside, you'll find documents that explain everything. Use them wisely. Use them when the time is right. Don't let them destroy you the way they destroyed your grandfather. Love always, Grandma Rose. I'd gone to the bank the next day. Inside the box were dozens of documents spanning 4 decades. Bank statements, property deeds, internal memos from my father's company, even transcripts of conversations my grandmother had secretly recorded. The picture they painted was devastating. My father's company, Heritage Construction, had made its fortune through systemic fraud. Falsified safety inspections, bribed building officials, inferior materials substituted in commercial projects. 3 buildings had partially collapsed over the years. People had been injured. 1 person had died. But the most damning documents revealed something else entirely. My parents' fortune wasn't actually theirs. My grandfather, Thomas Aldridge, had built Heritage Construction from nothing through honest work and smart business decisions. When he died suddenly of a heart attack at 62, my father inherited everything. Within a year, Dad had started cutting corners, inflating contracts, and paying off inspectors. The documents showed that Grandma Rose had confronted my father multiple times. She'd threatened to expose him, to take control of the company back. In response, my father had systematically isolated her, convinced doctors she was suffering from dementia, and had her declared incompetent. She'd spent the last 5 years of her life under a conservatorship, unable to access her own money or make decisions about her care. Reading those documents, I'd felt something cold and sharp crystallize in my chest. Not anger exactly. Something colder. Determination. I couldn't just expose my father. That would make me feel better temporarily, but it wouldn't really change anything. The rich have ways of escaping consequences. Lawyers, PR firms, friends in high places. A scandal might embarrass him, cost him some business relationships, but he'd rebuild. No, I needed something permanent. Something that would strip away everything he valued, wealth, status, control, and leave him powerless to stop it. So I started planning. First, I got a job at a competing construction firm under a false name. I needed to understand my father's business from the inside, identify his vulnerabilities. I spent 18 months learning the industry, making connections, and carefully documenting every unethical practice I observed. The construction industry, I discovered, was full of people like my father. Men who valued profit over safety, who saw workers as expendable. Second, I enrolled in law school part-time. If I was going to take down a man who could afford the best lawyers, I needed to understand the system inside and out. Corporate law, fraud statutes, whistleblower protections, I absorbed it all. Third, I reached out to people my father had hurt. The family of the man who'd died in the building collapse. Workers who'd been injured due to unsafe practices. Subcontractors my father had cheated. I interviewed them, collected their stories, and assured them that someday, justice would come. And then I met Sarah. It was completely accidental. We bumped into each other, literally, at a coffee shop downtown. She'd been rushing to a meeting, I'd been buried in case files, and her latte ended up all over my laptop. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." She'd looked mortified, already grabbing napkins, trying to salvage my computer. "It's okay, really." I'd laughed despite the caffeine dripping onto my lap. "It's probably a sign I should take a break from work anyway." She insisted on buying me a new coffee and paying for any damage to my laptop. We ended up talking for 2 hours. She was smart, funny, and completely unimpressed by the pretentious posturing that dominated my parents' social circle. She worked hard for everything she had. No trust fund, no family connections. Just determination and intelligence. I fell for her immediately. But dating Sarah created a problem. My parents would hate her. Everything about her, her background, her values, her independence, would offend their sensibilities. If I introduced her too soon, they'd find a way to sabotage the relationship before it really started. Unless I wanted them to hate her. The idea came to me during a sleepless night, turning possibilities over in my mind. What if their hatred of Sarah wasn't a problem but an opportunity? What if I could use their prejudices, their cruelty, their absolute certainty that they could control me through inheritance and obligation? I talked to Sarah about it. Told her everything, about my family, about the documents, about the plan that was forming. I half expected her to run. Instead, she'd been quiet for a long moment, then said, "So when you introduce me to your parents, they're going to be horrible to me?" "Yes." "And you want them to disown you?" "Yes. Because once you're legally separated from them, you can expose their crimes without it looking like a family dispute or money grab." "Exactly." She'd nodded slowly. "Okay. But I need you to promise me something." "Anything." "When this is over, when they've lost everything and we've won, you can't let it consume you. Revenge might feel good temporarily, but it's poison if you hold on to it too long. We get justice, we move on, we build a life that has nothing to do with them. Deal?" "Deal." So I introduced Sarah to my family, knowing they'd react exactly as they did. I let them insult her, belittle her, treat her like dirt. Every hateful comment, every snide remark strengthened my resolve. Sarah endured it with grace, understanding that their cruelty was revealing their true nature. When I announced our engagement, I knew they'd escalate. The disownment was predictable. Perfect, even. A clean legal break that established I had no financial incentive in exposing them. But the campaign to destroy my marriage? That was unexpected. And brilliant. Because every envelope they sent, every manufactured scandal, every attempt at manipulation was evidence of harassment. More importantly, it showed their character. When the time came to present my case, to investigators, to prosecutors, to the public, I wouldn't just have evidence of corporate fraud. I'd have evidence of who they really were as people. 6 months after our wedding, I received a different kind of phone call. "Marcus Aldridge?" The voice was professional, cautious. "Speaking. My name is Detective Patricia Morrison with the State Attorney's Office. We've received an anonymous tip about your father's company. The tip included documents that appear to show systematic fraud and safety violations. Are you aware of these allegations? I've been waiting for this call for 3 years." The anonymous tip had come from me, of course, carefully timed and meticulously documented. "I am," I said. "And I have more evidence than what was in that initial report. A lot more. Can you come to our office tomorrow?" "Absolutely." The meeting lasted 6 hours. I walked Detective Morrison and her team through every document from Grandma Rose's safety deposit box. I provided additional evidence I'd collected during my time working undercover in the construction industry. I connected them with people my father had victimized, all willing to testify. "This is extensive," Morrison said, spreading documents across the conference table. "Why now? Why didn't you come forward sooner?" "Because I needed to be legally separated from my family first. If I'd done this while still in the will, it would look like a dispute over money. They'd paint me as a vindictive son trying to steal the business. And the recent disownment solves that problem." "Exactly. I have no financial stake in Heritage Construction anymore. I'm not getting anything from exposing them. This is purely about justice." Morrison studied me carefully. "You've been planning this for years." "Yes." "That's impressive." She paused. "And a little scary. My father destroyed my grandmother's life. He built his fortune on fraud and hurt people. Someone needed to stop him." "Well," Morrison gathered the documents, "we'll need to verify everything, conduct interviews, build the case properly. This could take months. Maybe longer. Are you prepared for what comes next?" "What do you mean?" "Your family will know you're behind this. They'll retaliate. Things could get ugly." I thought of the envelopes, the manufactured scandals, the live-streamed humiliation on my wedding day. They've already gotten ugly. I'm ready. The investigation proceeded quietly at first. Subpoenas were issued discreetly. Witnesses were interviewed. Financial records were examined. My father had no idea a noose was tightening around his neck. Then Tyler called. "What did you do?" His voice shook with rage. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't play dumb. The state attorney's office just showed up at the company with a warrant. They're seizing documents, interviewing employees. Dad's lawyer is freaking out. Sounds serious." "This is you. I know it's you. Who else would do this? Maybe someone your father screwed over in business? Might want to make a list. It'll be long." Tyler's breathing came hard through the phone. "You have no idea what you've started. Dad is going to destroy you." "With what? He already disowned me, remember? Took me out of the will. I have nothing he can threaten anymore." You're going to regret this, Marcus. I swear to. I hung up. Sarah found me standing by the window, watching rain streak down the glass. Tyler? Yeah. The investigation's gone public. Are you okay? I don't know. I turned to face her. I've been working toward this for so long, and now that it's happening, I feel strange. Not triumphant. Just tired. She hugged me. That's normal. This isn't about feeling good. It's about doing what's right. The media picked up the story within days. Prominent construction CEO under investigation for fraud. The reports were cautious at first, citing anonymous sources and allegations. But as more evidence became public through court filings, the narrative shifted. Heritage Construction linked to multiple safety violations. Federal prosecutors expand investigation into building collapses. Documents suggest decades of systematic fraud. I watched my father's empire crumble in real time. Clients canceled contracts. Business partners distanced themselves. The company's stock price plummeted. Everything he'd built through lies and corruption evaporated like morning mist. Then came the twist I hadn't anticipated. My mother showed up at our apartment. Sarah answered the door, and I heard her sharp intake of breath. Mrs. Aldridge. I need to speak with Marcus. Mom's voice sounded different. Smaller. I came to the door, keeping Sarah close. My mother looked a decade older than the last time I'd seen her. Her makeup couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes. Her expensive clothes hung slightly loose, like she'd lost weight. You're not welcome here, I said. Please. 5 minutes. Against my better judgment, I stepped into the hallway, closing the apartment door behind me. Sarah stayed inside, but I could feel her worry through the walls. Your father is going to prison, Mom said without preamble. The prosecutors have enough evidence to put him away for 20 years. Maybe more. Good. The company is bankrupt. Everything's gone. The house, the cars, the investments. All of it seized or sold to pay fines and restitution. She wrapped her arms around herself. Tyler's lawyer thinks he might avoid prison if he testifies against your father. Some kind of plea deal. Why are you telling me this? She met my eyes. Because I need to know if you're going to come after me too. The question hung between us. I found documents, she continued. Your grandmother's documents. In your father's safe. He'd kept them all these years, hidden away. I read them after the warrant was served, trying to understand how this happened. Her voice cracked. I didn't know about the fraud, Marcus. I swear I didn't know the details. But I knew something was wrong. I suspected. And I chose not to look closer because it was easier. Comfortable. You watched him destroy Grandma. Yes. The admission came out as a whisper. She tried to tell me what he was doing. I didn't listen. I called her confused, told myself she was sick. I let him put her in that facility. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I chose him over her. Over the truth. Over everything. And now you want forgiveness. No. She wiped her eyes. I don't deserve that. I just want to know if you're going to prosecute me. I was on the board. I signed documents. The prosecutors have been asking questions. I studied her face, this woman who'd given birth to me and then spent my entire life trying to mold me into something I wasn't. Part of me wanted to tell her yes, that she'd face the same justice as my father. That her complicity, her willful blindness, deserved punishment. But looking at her broken expression, I felt only exhaustion. Did you participate in the fraud directly? I asked. No. I attended board meetings, signed standard paperwork. But I never made decisions about construction projects or safety inspections. Then the prosecutors probably don't have enough to charge you with anything criminal. You'll lose everything financially, but you won't go to prison. Relief washed over her face. Thank you. Don't thank me. I didn't do this for you. I did it because Grandma deserved better. Because the families of the people Dad hurt deserve justice. You're just collateral damage. She nodded, accepting the harsh truth. Then something shifted in her expression. There's something else I need to tell you. Something I've been carrying for years. Mom, please. Let me say this. She clutched her purse tighter, knuckles white. When you were 12, you wrote a story for school. About a boy who discovered his family was hiding terrible secrets. Your teacher called me, concerned about the dark themes. She wanted to know if everything was okay at home. I had no memory of this story. Your father found out about the call. He was furious, not at himself, but at you for embarrassing the family. He made me burn your story in front of you. Told you that imagination was dangerous, that you needed to focus on practical things like business and reputation. Her voice cracked. You cried. You were 12 years old, and you cried, and I stood there and let him destroy something you'd created. I let him crush that spark in you. The memory surfaced slowly, like something rising from deep water. I remembered the flames. The smell of burning paper. My father's cold satisfaction. Why are you telling me this now? Because I need you to understand that what you did, exposing him, bringing him down, you've been building toward that since you were 12 years old. Maybe earlier. Some part of you always knew he was wrong. Always knew something had to change. She met my eyes. I killed that story you wrote. But you lived it anyway. You became the hero who exposed the secrets, who fought the villain, who won. And I'm telling you this because I want you to know that your victory isn't just about justice or revenge. It's about that 12-year-old boy who lost his story getting to write the ending himself. I felt something shift in my chest. She was right. Every choice I'd made, every step in my plan, had been about reclaiming something my father had stolen long before I found those documents. He'd taken my voice, my agency, my right to question. And I'd spent years finding a way to take it back. The prosecutors asked me about your grandmother's conservatorship, Mom continued. They wanted to know if I'd known she was being silenced. I told them the truth, that I suspected but chose not to know for certain. That's cowardice, Marcus. That's unforgivable. She straightened her shoulders. So I'm going to testify. Not because they're forcing me, but because it's the only decent thing I can do. I'm going to tell them everything I witnessed, every suspicious conversation I ignored, every warning sign I dismissed. Your father will see it as a betrayal, but maybe that's fitting. Why now? Why finally grow a spine? Because I looked in the mirror this morning and couldn't recognize myself anymore. Because I'm 62 years old and I've wasted my entire adult life enabling a monster. Because maybe if I do this one right thing, I can die knowing I wasn't completely worthless. She smiled sadly. I don't expect redemption. I just expect to finally tell the truth. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. About Sarah, about the disownment, about everything. You deserved better parents. Yes. I did. She turned to leave, then paused. Marcus? Your grandmother would be proud of you. After she left, I stood in the hallway for several minutes, trying to process the encounter. Sarah opened the door quietly. I heard some of that, she admitted. Are you okay? My mom apologized. Do you believe her? I think she's sorry she got caught. Sorry her life fell apart. Whether she's actually sorry for her actions? I shrugged. Does it matter? Maybe not. Sarah took my hand. Come inside. Let's order dinner and watch something mindless. You need a break from all this. The trial began 8 months later. My father's legal team tried everything, motions to dismiss, arguments about evidence admissibility, attempts to shift blame to subordinates. Nothing worked. The case was airtight. I attended every day of the trial, sitting in the gallery with Sarah beside me. My father never looked at me. Tyler sat behind the defense table, his face a mask of resentment. He'd taken a plea deal, agreeing to testify in exchange for reduced charges. The betrayal in my father's eyes when Tyler took the stand was almost satisfying. Almost. Because watching someone you once loved, even someone who hurt you, face total destruction isn't as cathartic as movies make it seem. It's mostly just sad. A waste of what could have been. The prosecution called me to testify on day 12. Mr. Aldridge, can you describe your relationship with your father? Complicated, I said. He was more interested in having a successor than a son. Everything was about maintaining the family business, the family reputation. When did you first become aware of fraud at Heritage Construction? 3 years ago. My grandmother left me documents before she died. They detailed decades of illegal activity. Why didn't you report it immediately? Because I knew my father would claim I was lying to steal the business. I needed to establish that I had no financial motive first. The prosecutor walked me through the documents, the investigation, the evidence. My father's lawyer tried to paint me as a vengeful son, motivated by family drama rather than justice. But the evidence spoke for itself. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. Guilty on all counts. My father's sentencing hearing was brief. The judge called the crimes a betrayal of public trust and a demonstration of profound moral failure. 25 years in federal prison. He'd be 83 when released, if he lived that long. Tyler got 3 years for his role in covering up safety violations. He'd known about the fraud for years but said nothing. Outside the courthouse, reporters surrounded me. Mr. Aldridge, how do you feel about your father's conviction? Justice was served. Was this about revenge? This was about accountability. My father hurt people. He destroyed my grandmother's life. He built his fortune through fraud. Someone needed to stop him. Will you reconcile with your family? I already have my family. I put my arm around Sarah. Everyone else is just people I used to know. The headlines the next day were predictable. Son's testimony sends father to prison. Family dynasty destroyed from within. The cost of corruption. But the story that mattered most appeared a week later in a small local paper. It was written by Jennifer Martinez, whose father had died in the building collapse 12 years ago. For more than a decade, she wrote, my family has lived with unanswered questions. We knew the building shouldn't have collapsed. We suspected corruption but couldn't prove it. We felt invisible, dismissed, powerless. Marcus Aldridge's investigation didn't just expose fraud. It gave us something we thought we'd never get: acknowledgement. Recognition that our father's death mattered. That it wasn't just an unfortunate accident, but a crime. That's worth more than any settlement check. That's justice. I kept that article. Framed it. Hung it in my home office as a reminder of why I'd spent 3 years planning, why I'd endured my family's cruelty, why I'd turned my wedding day into a strategic move rather than just a celebration. Because some things are worth fighting for, even when the fight is long and painful. Sarah and I moved to a different city 6 months after the trial. Fresh start, new jobs, distance from the media attention. We bought a small house with a backyard where we could plant a garden. Nothing ostentatious. Just comfortable and ours. My mother sent a letter on our first anniversary. I almost threw it away without reading it, but Sarah convinced me to at least open it. Marcus, it read, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that I've been going to therapy, trying to understand how I became someone who could ignore so much wrong. Trying to understand how I failed you and rose so completely. Tyler is serving his sentence. Your father refuses to speak to either of us. I'm living in a small apartment, working as a receptionist. It's humbling. Good for me, probably. I think about the disownment letter sometimes. How cruel that was. How we thought we were punishing you when really we were freeing you. The greatest gift we ever gave you was cutting you loose. I hope you're happy. I hope Sarah is wonderful. I hope you build a life that has nothing to do with the mistakes we made. Mom, are you going to write back? Sarah asked. Maybe. Eventually. Not yet. That's fair. A year after that, I received an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photograph, me and Grandma Rose at my high school graduation, both of us laughing at something off camera. I didn't recognize the photo. Someone must have taken it and held onto it all these years. On the back, in handwriting I didn't recognize, someone had written, she knew you'd do the right thing. A friend. I never found out who sent it. Maybe one of Grandma's old friends. Maybe a distant relative who'd been following the story. It didn't matter. The message was what counted. Sometimes I think about my father in prison, Tyler rebuilding his life after his release, my mother working her receptionist job. I wonder if they understand what they lost. Not the money or status, those were always illusions anyway. But the chance to be better people. To choose kindness over cruelty. To value integrity over wealth. They had every advantage. Every opportunity. And they squandered it all on greed and pride. Me? I got disowned, sure. Lost my inheritance. Started over from nothing. But I kept my soul. I married the woman I loved. I helped people find justice. I honored my grandmother's memory. In the end, I won everything that actually matters. Sarah found me in the garden one Saturday afternoon, 3 years after the trial concluded. I was planting tomatoes, thinking about nothing in particular. Just enjoying the sunshine and the feeling of dirt under my fingernails. Hey, she said, sitting beside me on the grass. I have news. Good news or bad news? Depends on your perspective. She smiled. We're going to have a baby. Time stopped. Started again differently. Are you serious? Completely. I took 3 tests. All positive. I pulled her close, feeling tears sting my eyes. A baby. Our baby. A new generation that would grow up knowing love instead of manipulation, kindness instead of cruelty. What should we name them? Sarah asked. If it's a girl? I thought of the woman who'd given me the courage to fight, who'd seen my potential when everyone else saw only a disappointment. Rose. Rose. Sarah tested the name. I love it. And if it's a boy? Something that means justice or truth. Something strong. Ethan. It means strong and firm. Ethan Aldridge. She nodded. Perfect. We sat there in our garden, planning a future that had nothing to do with my father's crimes or my family's dysfunction. A future built on our choices, our values, our love. The disownment notice is still in my filing cabinet somewhere, buried under tax documents and old receipts. I keep it not as a reminder of pain but as evidence of freedom. The day my parents disowned me was the day I truly became my own person. They thought they were taking everything away. Instead, they gave me permission to become someone better than they ever were. And that's the greatest gift they could have given, even if they never intended it that way. 6 months ago, I received one final communication from my father. A letter, smuggled out of prison through his lawyer. Marcus, you won. I understand that now. This isn't a request for mercy or forgiveness. Those ships have sailed. But I need you to know something. When I'm alone in my cell at night, I don't think about the money or the business or any of it. I think about a moment when you were 7 years old. You'd built this elaborate castle out of blocks in the living room, spent hours on it. I came home late from work, angry about some deal falling through, And I kicked it over without thinking. You didn't cry. You just looked at me like you were memorizing something. Like you were learning exactly who I was. I think that's when I lost you. Not when you met Sarah. Not when you investigated me. 28 years ago, in our living room, when I showed you I valued my anger more than your joy. Everything that's happened since then has been an echo of that moment. You learned early that I was the villain. You just waited until you had the power to do something about it. I wronged a lot of people. Hurt a lot of families. I deserve every consequence I'm facing. But my biggest regret isn't the fraud or the crimes. It's that I had a brilliant son who could have been my greatest pride, and I turned him into my greatest enemy because I was too shallow to recognize what mattered. You're going to be a father soon. Tyler told me. We still talk occasionally. He's doing better, by the way. Working construction, ironically, legitimate work this time, be better than me. That's the only thing I can ask. Be the father I never was. Richard Aldridge. I read the letter 3 times. Showed it to Sarah. Do you think he means it? She asked. Probably. Prison has a way of forcing self-reflection. Are you going to respond? No. I folded the letter carefully, placed it in the filing cabinet next to the disownment notice. Some things don't need a response. His regrets are his to carry, not mine. That's very mature of you. I had good teachers. Grandma Rose showed me the value of evidence and patience. You showed me that love doesn't have to be conditional. And my father? I touched Sarah's belly, feeling the tiny life growing inside. He showed me exactly what not to do. Our daughter Rose was born on a Tuesday morning in spring. She had Sarah's eyes and my grandmother's stubborn chin. Holding her for the first time, I understood something I hadn't fully grasped before. Revenge isn't about destruction. Real revenge, the kind that matters, is about refusing to repeat the cycle. It's about becoming so completely different from those who hurt you that their legacy dies with them. My father built an empire on fraud and cruelty. I built a life on honesty and love. He dies alone in prison, bitter and broken. I wake up every morning to Sarah's smile and Rose's laughter. The math is simple. I won. Not because I destroyed him, though I did. Not because I got justice, though I did that too. I won because I refused to become him. Because when faced with the same choices, to value money or people, status or integrity, cruelty or kindness, I chose differently every single time. Tyler visited last month. First time I'd seen him in person since the trial. He looked different. Humbler. He worked with his hands now, had calluses and sun-weathered skin. The entitled arrogance that used to define him had been sanded away by consequences and hard labor. I don't expect you to forgive me, he said, sitting awkwardly in our living room while Sarah gave us space. The live streaming thing on your wedding day was. I don't even have words for how messed up that was. No, I agreed. You don't. I was so angry at you back then. Jealous, really. You had the guts to walk away from everything I was desperate to inherit. And then you took it all down, and I hated you for it. He stared at his hands. Prison was horrible. But it was also necessary. I needed to hit bottom to understand how far I'd fallen. Why are you here, Tyler? Because I'm trying to make amends. Not to make myself feel better, but because it's the right thing to do. I hurt you. I participated in hurting Sarah. I enabled Dad's crimes. And I'm sorry. Genuinely, deeply sorry. I studied my brother's face, looking for deception. Found only exhaustion and genuine remorse. Apology noted, I said finally. But forgiveness? That's going to take time. Maybe years. Maybe never. I understand. However, I paused, choosing my words carefully. Rose should know her uncle. Not now. Not until she's older and can understand the context. But eventually. If you stay clean, stay honest, keep doing the work. Hope flickered across Tyler's face. I will. I promise. Don't promise me. Promise yourself. Promise the person you're trying to become. After he left, Sarah asked if I'd done the right thing. I don't know, I admitted. But Grandma Rose always said that grudges are heavy things to carry. Maybe it's time to set some weight down. You're a good man, Marcus Aldridge. I'm trying to be. And that's the truth, isn't it? I'm not perfect. I'm not some flawless hero who took down the villain and lived happily ever after. I'm just a guy who was hurt by his family, found evidence of their crimes, and made a choice to do something about it. Some people might say I should have reported my father immediately instead of spending years planning. That I should have forgiven my parents when they disowned me. That I shouldn't have enjoyed watching their empire crumble. But those people don't understand what it's like to be raised by narcissists who see you as property rather than a person. Who will destroy anyone who doesn't conform to their vision. Who value appearance over substance, money over morality. My parents thought they were punishing me with that disownment notice. Instead, they freed me to become the person I was meant to be. And I became their reckoning. Sometimes late at night, when Rose is asleep and Sarah is reading beside me, I think about that moment on my wedding day. Opening the envelope. Seeing those words, formal notice of disownment. Hearing my father's cruel laughter through the phone. I think about how they had no idea what I'd been planning. How every insult, every manufactured scandal, every attempt to break me was actually just more evidence for the prosecution. How their arrogance blinded them to the danger I represented. They thought I was weak because I chose love over money. They thought I was naive because I valued integrity over status. They thought I was defeated because I accepted their disownment without fighting. They were wrong about everything. I've never told Sarah this, maybe I never will, but sometimes, when I remember that phone call, when I hear my father's voice saying consider it our final wedding present, I smile. Because it was, in a way. It was the gift of clarity. Of freedom. Of moral authority. They handed me the rope, and I built a ladder. They pushed me off a cliff, and I learned to fly. They tried to bury me, and I became a tree that grew through concrete. Every metaphor sounds dramatic, but the truth is simpler. They underestimated me because they never actually knew me. And that was their fatal mistake. Rose starts crying from her nursery, and I set aside these thoughts to attend to my daughter. She needs a diaper change and probably a feeding. These are the moments that matter now. Not trials or revenge or destroyed empires. Just late-night feedings and silly songs and the weight of a tiny human trusting me completely. This is what winning actually looks like. Not destruction or vengeance, though those came along the way. But this, building a life so completely opposite from the one I was raised in that my daughter will never understand how anyone could treat their child the way my parents treated me. She'll grow up confused by stories of families who disown their children over marriage choices. She'll be baffled by parents who value money over love. She'll think I'm exaggerating when I tell her about the live-streamed humiliation and the manufactured scandals. Because her normal will be love, support, and unconditional acceptance. And that's my real revenge. Not putting my father in prison, though I did that. Not destroying their wealth, though I did that too. My real revenge is creating a family that's everything mine wasn't. Every time I choose patience over anger, I defeat my father again. Every time I listen to my daughter instead of lecturing her, I win. Every time I tell Sarah I love her, I prove that my parents' twisted version of family isn't the only option. 3 years of planning, months of investigation, a brutal trial, it all led to this moment. Me, standing in a nursery at 2 a.m, changing a diaper and singing off-key lullabies. This is what victory looks like when you're fighting for more than revenge. This is what it means to win the war, not just the battle. My father got 25 years in prison. My mother lost everything she valued. Tyler learned hard lessons about consequences and complicity. But me? I got Sarah. I got Rose. I got a life built on choices rather than obligations. I got free. And there's no inheritance, no family business, no dynasty in the world worth more than that. So when people ask if I regret turning on my family, if I wish things had gone differently, if I feel guilty about destroying my father's legacy, I just smile and shake my head. Because they're asking the wrong questions. The right question is, do I regret becoming the man my grandmother hoped I'd be? Do I regret choosing justice over complicity? Do I regret building a life worth living instead of inheriting one worth abandoning? The answer is simple, no. Not for a second. Not ever. I am Marcus Aldridge. I was disowned by my parents. I destroyed my father's empire. I sent him to prison. And I'd do it all again without hesitation. That's not arrogance. That's just the truth spoken by a man who knows exactly who he is and what he stands for. My parents tried to write me out of their story. Instead, I wrote them out of mine. And my story? It's just beginning. Rose stops crying, content now with a fresh diaper and a full belly. I hold her against my chest, feeling her tiny heartbeat against mine, and I make her a silent promise. You will never doubt that you're loved. You will never be used as a pawn in adult games. You will never have to choose between family and integrity because in this family, they're the same thing. This is my victory. This moment, this life, this chance to break a cycle of cruelty that might have continued for generations if I hadn't found the courage to fight back. My father is in prison. My mother is working a minimum wage job. Tyler is rebuilding his life from scratch. Their empire is dust. And I'm here, in my daughter's nursery, being exactly the father mine never was. That's how I won. Not with revenge, though that was part of it. Not with justice, though that mattered too. I won by refusing to let their poison pass to the next generation. I won by becoming living proof that people can break free from toxic families and build something better. I won by surviving their worst and choosing to be my best. The disownment notice is still in my filing cabinet. I'll keep it there forever, not as a wound but as a reminder. A reminder that the worst thing they ever did to me, cutting me loose, declaring me worthless, was actually the greatest gift they could give. Because without their name, their money, their legacy weighing me down, I was free to become someone who actually mattered. Someone who stood for something. Someone who changed lives instead of destroying them. Someone who built instead of taking. Someone who loved instead of controlling. Someone my daughter will be proud to call dad. And that victory is sweeter than any inheritance could ever be. I won. Not because I destroyed them. But because I refused to become them. And every day I wake up and make that choice again is another day I prove that sometimes the best revenge is living well, loving hard, and building a life so beautiful that the people who tried to break you become irrelevant to your happiness. They wanted to cut me from their story. I wrote my own instead. And mine has a happy ending. Story 4.
We've already put down non-refundable deposits for Melissa's wedding, my mother explained when I told them my cancer surgery date. When I reminded them, it was the only appointment my specialist had available for months, my father shrugged and said, "Your sister only gets married once." I drove myself home from the hospital while they posted wedding photos online. That was 8 months ago. Yesterday, they called to ask if I could loan them $20,000 to cover my sister's debts and lawyer fees after she left her husband. Family helps family, my mother insisted. I laughed for the first time in weeks and said, "But I'm just the sick one who doesn't matter, remember?" The silence on the other end was worth every painful treatment I'd endured alone. We've already put down non-refundable deposits for Melissa's wedding, my mother explained when I told them my cancer surgery date. The words came through my phone speaker so casually, like she was declining a lunch invitation. I sat in Dr. Patterson's parking lot, still clutching the appointment card with November 14th circled in red ink. "Mom, did you hear what I just said? The surgeon only has this one opening for the next 3 months. If I don't take it..." "Sweetheart, you know how important this day is for your sister. We've been planning for over a year." My father's voice joined in, muffled but distinct. "Your sister only gets married once." I wanted to scream that I might only get one chance at survival, but my throat had closed up. Instead, I whispered, "I'll need someone to drive me home after. They won't release me otherwise." "Can't you take an Uber? Those apps are so convenient now." That's when the line went dead. Whether she hung up or the connection failed, I'll never know. Either way, the message was clear. The surgery lasted 6 hours. When I woke up in recovery, groggy and confused, a nurse named Patricia held my hand and told me everything went as well as could be expected. She helped me into a wheelchair, gave me a folder of post-op instructions, and waited with me while the rideshare driver pulled up to the hospital entrance. Patricia squeezed my shoulder before I left. "You're braver than you know." I cried the entire ride home, and the driver pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, 350 miles away, my family celebrated under twinkling lights and flowing champagne. My phone buzzed with notifications throughout the evening, photos of Melissa in her ivory gown, Dad walking her down the aisle, Mom crying happy tears, my brother Jason giving a toast about family bonds that can never be broken. Not one person asked how I was doing. The next morning, while I struggled to change my surgical dressings alone, my mother posted a carousel of wedding photos on Facebook with a caption, "The most magical day with my perfect family. Melissa, you've never looked more beautiful. So blessed." I stared at that post for 20 minutes, at the conspicuous gap where I should have been standing. Melissa had 5 bridesmaids. Someone else wore the dusty rose dress that was supposed to be mine. Update 1. The weeks following surgery were brutal. I won't go into graphic detail, but post-operative care for this type of procedure is no joke. I had drains that needed emptying, wounds that required daily attention, and pain that made simple tasks feel impossible. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, an elderly woman I'd barely spoken to before, somehow found out what happened. She started leaving containers of soup outside my door. When I tried to thank her, she waved me off. My daughter lives in California. I know what it's like when family is far away. I didn't correct her assumption. 2 weeks after surgery, Melissa finally called. Not to ask about my health, to complain that I'd missed her wedding. "Honestly, Emma, it was so obvious you weren't there. All the photos look unbalanced. And people kept asking where you were. Do you know how awkward that was for me?" I let her talk. What else could I do? "Brad's aunt thought you must hate me or something. I had to make up some excuse about you being sick, which wasn't even technically a lie, but still. You could have tried harder to be there." "I had cancer surgery, Melissa." "Right, but couldn't they have rescheduled it? Surgeries get rescheduled all the time." The silence stretched between us like a chasm. "Mom and Dad spent $40,000 on my wedding, Emma. $40,000. The least you could have done was show up." After she hung up, I blocked her number. Then I blocked mom and dad too. And Jason, who'd sent me exactly one text since my diagnosis, "Hope you feel better soon." The silence was terrifying at first. Then it became peaceful. My follow-up appointments showed clean margins. Dr. Patterson was cautiously optimistic. I started radiation therapy, 30 sessions over 6 weeks. Mrs. Chen drove me to half of them. Patricia, the recovery nurse, drove me to the others after I ran into her at a coffee shop, and she insisted on staying involved in my care. "You're my favorite patient," she said. "Don't tell anyone." 3 months post-surgery, I returned to work part-time. My boss, Karen, had been incredibly understanding throughout everything. She'd even organized a meal train among my co-workers, people who barely knew me but still showed up with more kindness than my own family. I was rebuilding my life, piece by piece. And I was doing it without them. That's when the first strange thing happened. I was at Target, picking up prescriptions, when I saw Jason's wife, Nicole. We'd always gotten along well enough at family gatherings, though we'd never been close. She was pushing a cart filled with baby supplies, her pregnant belly prominent under a loose sweater. "Emma." She rushed over, her face lighting up. "Oh my gosh, I've been thinking about you constantly. How are you feeling?" "I'm doing okay. Didn't know you were expecting." "Congratulations." Her smile faltered. "You didn't know?" "Jason said he told everyone months ago. He must have forgotten to mention it to me." Nicole's expression shifted into something I couldn't quite read. "Concern? Guilt?" "Emma, I'm so sorry about everything. The way they treated you during your surgery, it wasn't right. I told Jason we should have come to see you, but he said your parents thought it was better to give you space, that you'd ask not to be bothered." "I never said that." "What?" "I never asked for space. I literally begged them to help me." Nicole's face went pale. "But Jason said. And your mom posted on Facebook that you'd wanted to focus on recovery without distractions." So that was the story they'd been telling. I'd been too busy surviving to check what lies they were spreading. "Nicole, they chose Melissa's wedding over my cancer surgery. Then they blamed me for making everyone uncomfortable by not being there. I blocked them because I needed to heal, not because I wanted drama." She stood frozen, one hand on her cart, the other cradling her belly. "I had no idea. Jason made it sound like you'd pulled away from the family. That you were going through some kind of phase." "A phase?" "Right." I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. "Well, if wanting your family to care whether you live or die is a phase, then guilty as charged." I started to walk away, but Nicole called after me. "Emma, wait. Can I have your number? I'd like to stay in touch. If that's okay." Against my better judgment, I gave it to her. 2 weeks later, she texted, "Jason and I are having dinner Sunday. Just us. Would you like to come?" I declined, but appreciated the gesture. She kept texting, nothing heavy, just small updates about the pregnancy, funny memes, random thoughts. It was nice, actually. Like having a friend. Then one evening, she called instead of texted. "Emma, something weird is happening, and I don't know who else to talk to about it." "What's wrong?" I was going through Jason's phone. I know, but I've been having this gut feeling, and I found something." "Did you know Melissa's marriage was falling apart?" "What? They just got married 8 months ago." "Exactly. But according to these texts between Jason and your mom, Melissa and Brad have been separated for 2 months. She moved back in with your parents, and apparently there's a huge mess involving money." My stomach dropped. "What kind of mess?" "I don't have all the details, but Jason mentioned something about debts and lawyers." "Emma, they've been having family meetings about it. Everyone's involved except you." "Of course I'm not involved. I'm the one who doesn't matter, remember?" "That's not," Nicole sighed. "Your mom keeps asking Jason if we can help financially. She wants us to loan them money for Melissa's legal fees." "Are you going to?" "Heck no. We're about to have a baby. But the way your mother talks about it, like it's everyone's responsibility to bail out Melissa, it's making me see your family in a whole new light." We talked for another hour. Nicole filled me in on everything she'd pieced together. Melissa had apparently been spending money she and Brad didn't have. Lavish purchases, secret credit cards, a lifestyle they couldn't afford. When Brad found out, he'd filed for divorce and lawyered up immediately. Now Melissa was drowning in debt and legal fees, and my parents were desperately trying to fix it. "Your mom actually said something that made me sick," Nicole admitted. "She said it was a shame you were being so selfish during your recovery, because if you were still close to the family, you could help with Melissa's situation." Help how? She didn't specify, but Jason thought she meant financially. I actually laughed. I'm drowning in medical bills. I had to set up a payment plan with the hospital just to manage the debt. What money does she think I have? I don't know, Emma. But I wanted you to know what they're saying. I think. She paused. I think they're going to reach out to you soon. She was right. Update 2. The call came on a Tuesday evening. I was heating up leftover pasta when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. Something told me to answer. Emma? It's your mother. I froze, wooden spoon suspended over the pot. I know we haven't talked in a while, but I'm calling because family is important. We need to discuss something serious. I'm listening. Your sister is going through a difficult time. Her marriage to Brad has ended, which I'm sure you can imagine is devastating for everyone. She made some financial mistakes, nothing major, just some credit card misunderstandings, but now she's facing significant legal bills. As a family, we're all pitching in to help. I see. Your father and I have already contributed what we can, and Jason is doing his part too. We were hoping you could loan Melissa $20,000 to help cover her lawyer fees and settle some of the debts. We'll pay you back, of course. Eventually. The number hit me like a physical blow. $20,000. 8 months ago, they couldn't even drive me to surgery. Now they wanted enough money to cover nearly half my annual salary. Did you really just ask me for $20,000? I know it's a lot, but family helps family, Emma. That's what we do. We take care of each other. Something inside me finally, completely, irrevocably snapped. I laughed. It started as a small chuckle but grew into something wild and uncontrollable. I laughed until tears streamed down my face, until my surgical scars ached from the movement, until my mother's voice turned sharp and defensive on the other end. What's so funny? This is a serious situation. You're right, I managed between gasps. It is serious. It's seriously hilarious that you think I'd give Melissa $20,000 after what you all did to me. What we did too, Emma, we gave you space to recover. You abandoned me during cancer surgery because of non-refundable wedding deposits. The words exploded out of me. I was terrified and alone, and you chose a party over my life. You didn't call, didn't visit, didn't ask if I was okay. But now Melissa needs money, and suddenly family matters? That's not fair. We couldn't just lose all that money. But I'm just the sick one who doesn't matter, remember? The one who made everyone uncomfortable by having cancer at an inconvenient time? The silence on the other end stretched so long I thought she'd hung up. Emma. Her voice had changed, hardened into something cold. If you won't help your sister, then I don't know what kind of person you've become. This vindictiveness isn't like you. You're right. The old Emma would have helped. She would have bankrupted herself trying to please you. But cancer has a way of showing you who actually cares about you, Mom. And it's not any of you. You're going to regret this. The only thing I regret is not cutting you off sooner. I hung up before she could respond. My hands were shaking so badly I had to set the phone down. But underneath the anger and adrenaline, I felt something unexpected. Relief. Pure, crystalline relief. I called Nicole immediately and told her what happened. She listened to the whole story, then asked if I wanted to come over for dinner. Jason was working late, she said, and she could use the company. I accepted. That's when things got really strange. I arrived at Nicole and Jason's house around 7. Nicole answered the door with red, puffy eyes. Are you okay? I asked. I've been better. Come in. Their living room was a mess, papers scattered across the coffee table, Nicole's laptop open with multiple tabs visible. She made us tea and sat down heavily on the couch. I didn't just invite you for dinner, she admitted. I needed to show you something, and Jason can't know we talked. At least not yet. She turned her laptop toward me. On the screen was a series of bank statements and credit card records. After my call with you last week, I started looking deeper into our finances. Jason's been acting weird about money lately, defensive when I ask questions. So I checked our accounts. My stomach twisted. Nicole, what did you find? 3 months ago, Jason transferred $15,000 to your parents. He told me it was for a down payment on a rental property they were investing in. He said we'd get it back with interest. She pulled up another document. But look at this, the transfer was made 2 days after Brad filed for divorce from Melissa. Emma, there was no rental property. Jason gave them money for Melissa's situation, and he lied to me about it. Maybe he was trying to protect you from the drama, That's not all. She clicked through more statements. Over the past 6 months, he sent smaller amounts too. 2,000 here, 500 there. It adds up to almost $25,000 total. Money we were supposed to be saving for the baby. I felt sick. Have you confronted him? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first because there's something else. She pulled up a text conversation between Jason and our mother. Look at the dates on these messages. I leaned in closer. The text went back months, starting right around my diagnosis. Mom, Emma's being dramatic about this surgery timing. Melissa's wedding has been planned for a year. Jason, I know. She's always been sensitive. Mom, we can't let her selfishness ruin Melissa's special day. She'll understand eventually. Jason, if she doesn't, that's her problem. Message after message, all of them discussing me like I was a burden and inconvenience, a problem to be managed. And Jason had participated in every conversation, never once defending me or suggesting they help. Then came the messages from after the wedding. Mom, Emma blocked us. Can you believe her pettiness? Jason, she'll get over it when she needs something. Mom, we should all agree not to reach out. If she wants to act like a child, we'll treat her like one. There was more. Planning sessions about how to spin the narrative. Discussions about painting me as unstable and attention-seeking. A calculated campaign to turn extended family against me. But the worst part came 3 weeks ago. Mom, we need to present a united front when we ask Emma for money. If she thinks she's truly cut off, she might actually help Melissa to get back in our good graces. Jason, that's manipulative even for us. Mom, it's strategic. Emma's always been desperate for approval. We just need to frame it right. Jason, what if she says no? Mom, she won't. She's too soft. But if she does, we'll make sure everyone knows she refused to help her own sister in crisis. I stared at the screen, unable to process what I was reading. This wasn't just neglect or thoughtlessness. This was calculated. Planned. Malicious. Nicole, why are you showing me this? She wiped her eyes. Because Jason is my husband, and I love him, but I can't be married to someone capable of treating family like this. And because you deserve to know the truth about what they've been doing. This isn't just about Melissa's wedding anymore. They've been actively working against you. What are you going to do? I'm going to confront Jason tonight. I'm going to tell him what I found, and I'm going to ask him how he could participate in this. And depending on his answer. She placed her hand on her pregnant belly. I need to figure out if I'm raising a baby with someone who has these values. Nicole, I don't want to be the reason your marriage falls apart. You're not the reason. They are. Jason is. I just need you to know that whatever happens next, you didn't deserve any of this. And if they try to spin some new story, I have proof of what they really said and did. I drove home that night in a daze. The pieces were falling into place, revealing a picture far uglier than I'd imagined. My family hadn't just prioritized Melissa's wedding over my surgery. They'd actively conspired to isolate me, paint me as the villain, and then exploit my supposed desperation for their approval to extract money from me. But here was the thing they hadn't counted on: I'd already learned to live without them. I'd already built a new support system from neighbors, nurses, and coworkers who barely knew me but still showed up. Their approval meant nothing anymore. I called Dr. Patterson's office the next morning and asked if there were any support groups for cancer survivors. The receptionist connected me with a local organization that met twice a month. My first meeting was that Thursday. Walking into a room full of strangers who'd all faced their own mortality was surprisingly comforting. We shared stories, not just about cancer, but about who showed up and who didn't. About the unexpected kindness of strangers and the shocking cruelty of loved ones. About rebuilding identity and learning to trust again. A woman named Sarah, who'd survived breast cancer 3 years prior, pulled me aside after the meeting. The ones who abandon you during treatment do you a favor, she said. They show you who they really are before you waste more years on them. It hurts like anything, but eventually you realize it's a gift. I wanted to believe her. That weekend, Nicole called again. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I confronted Jason. It did not go well. What happened? He admitted everything. The money, the text messages, the plan to manipulate you. But Emma, he wasn't apologetic. He was angry that I'd invaded his privacy by looking through his phone and accounts. He said I betrayed his trust. He gave away your baby's savings and lied to you, and somehow you're the bad guy? Exactly. And when I said I wanted the money back from your parents, he told me it was gone. Melissa spent it. All of it. She bought a car, apparently. A brand new SUV because she needed reliable transportation during this difficult time. Emma, that was our down payment on a bigger house. That was our emergency fund. What are you going to do? I packed a bag. I'm staying at my sister's place for now. I told Jason I need space to think about whether I can stay married to someone who values his family's approval over our future. Nicole, I'm so sorry, don't be. You were right to cut them off. I just wish I'd seen it sooner. Monday morning brought another surprise. An email from Melissa appeared in my inbox. She must have gotten my address from old family contacts. The subject line read, "We need to talk." Emma, I know you're angry, but you're taking this too far. Mom told me about your refusal to help with my legal situation, and honestly, I'm shocked. After everything our parents have done for you over the years, this is how you repay them? By holding a grudge over one missed event? Yes, they chose my wedding over your surgery. But you have to understand how much money they'd invested. They couldn't just throw that away. And you're fine now, aren't you? The surgery was successful. So what's the big deal? What I'm going through is actually serious. Brad is trying to destroy me financially out of spite. I made some mistakes with credit cards, but he knew about my shopping habits when we got married. Now he's using it against me in the divorce, trying to paint me as irresponsible and frivolous. His lawyers are ruthless. The family is supposed to stick together during hard times. Mom and Dad have already given me everything they can. Jason helped too, even though Nicole's being difficult about it. You're the only one who hasn't contributed. $20,000 would make a real difference in my case. I know we haven't always been close, but blood is thicker than water. At the end of the day, I'm your sister. Family is forever. Think about what kind of person you want to be before you make your final decision. Melissa. I read the email 3 times, each time feeling a different emotion. First anger, then disbelief, then something close to pity. Melissa genuinely believed she was the victim in all of this. She saw no problem with what our parents had done, no issue with demanding money from someone they'd abandoned during cancer treatment. The entitlement was breathtaking. I closed the email without responding. There was nothing to say that would make a difference. But apparently my silence was response enough, because 2 days later, my phone exploded with messages from extended family members I hadn't heard from in years. Aunt Linda, Emma, your mother called me in tears. How could you refuse to help Melissa? After all they've sacrificed for you? Cousin Marcus, heard you're being petty about your sister's divorce. Family is supposed to have each other's backs. Disappointed in you. Uncle Robert, your parents are too polite to say this, but you're being selfish. Melissa needs help and you're choosing revenge of her family. Grow up. On and on it went. Apparently, Mom had launched a full campaign, spreading their carefully crafted narrative to anyone who would listen. In their version, I was the villain, ungrateful, spiteful, holding a grudge over a minor misunderstanding while my poor sister suffered through a traumatic divorce. None of them asked for my side of the story. None of them questioned why I might be upset. They simply accepted the narrative and attacked. I blocked them all. But here's where things took a turn I never saw coming. Nicole went into labor early. She called me from the hospital at 2 a.m., her voice panicked. Emma, something's wrong. The baby's coming 6 weeks early, and Jason's not here. He went to your parents' house for some family emergency, and he's not answering his phone. I'm scared. I'm on my way. I threw on clothes and drove to the hospital faster than I probably should have. When I arrived, a nurse directed me to labor and delivery, where Nicole was hooked up to monitors, her face pale and frightened. Thank you for coming, she whispered. I didn't know who else to call. Have you reached Jason? Finally. He's on his way, but he sounded angry that I called him away from whatever crisis is happening with Melissa. We didn't have time to discuss it further. Nicole's labor progressed rapidly, and within 2 hours, she delivered a tiny but healthy baby boy. I stayed with her the entire time, holding her hand through contractions, helping her breathe, being present in a way that apparently no one else in her life was. Jason burst into the room 20 minutes after his son was born. Why didn't you wait for me? Were his first words. Nicole stared at him, exhausted and emotional. Wait? Jason, I couldn't exactly pause labor. Where were you? Melissa needed me. There was an emergency. There's always an emergency with Melissa. Your son was being born 6 weeks early, and you chose to be with your sister instead? The parallel wasn't lost on anyone in the room. Jason looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something flicker across his face. Recognition, maybe. Or shame. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. "You should meet your son," Nicole said quietly. The nurse handed Jason the baby, and for a moment, everything else faded. He cradled the tiny infant, tears streaming down his face, and I thought maybe something in him would change. It didn't. After Jason left to make phone calls, Nicole turned to me with determination in her eyes. "I'm naming you second mother. If anything happens to me, I want you in my son's life, not your parents. Is that okay?" "Nicole, you should probably discuss that with Jason. I already know what he'll say. But this is my decision too, and I choose you. You're the only one who showed up when it mattered." 2 days later, Nicole was released from the hospital. Jason took her and the baby home, and I thought maybe that would be the end of my involvement in their drama. I was wrong. 3 weeks after baby Connor was born, Nicole filed for divorce. She called to tell me herself. "I can't do this anymore. Jason gave away our savings, lied to me repeatedly, and missed his son's birth for Melissa's drama. I deserve better, and Connor deserves better. I'm here if you need anything. Actually, I need a favor. Would you be willing to testify about the family dynamics if it comes to custody discussions? I want the court to understand the kind of people Jason's family are, in case he tries to give them unsupervised access to Connor." I agreed without hesitation. The divorce proceedings revealed more shocking details. Jason had not only given my parents $25,000 for Melissa, he'd also taken out a personal loan for another $10,000 without telling Nicole. The debt was in both their names. On top of that, he'd been secretly paying for Melissa's car insurance and phone bill for months. His financial deception went far deeper than anyone realized. But the biggest revelation came during discovery, when Nicole's lawyers subpoenaed Jason's text messages and emails. The court documents became part of the public record, which meant Nicole could share them with me. That's when I learned about the plan. Buried in messages between Jason, my parents, and Melissa was a scheme so calculated it made my blood run cold. They discussed how to bring Emma back into the fold so they could extract money from me. The plan had multiple stages. Stage 1, cut off contact and let me stew in isolation until I was desperate for family connection. Stage 2, have Mom reach out with a sob story about Melissa, framing it as a chance for me to prove I'd moved past my anger issues. Stage 3, if I refused to help, launch a family-wide campaign to paint me as cruel and vindictive, potentially pressuring me into compliance through social shame. Stage 4, if all else failed, have Jason approach me with a business opportunity that was actually just another way to get my money. There was even a discussion about how much they thought they could get from me. Melissa suggested $50,000, thinking I might have received insurance money or savings. Mom thought $20,000 was more realistic but said they could work up to more over time. They'd literally plotted to exploit me financially, and they'd put their plans in writing. Nicole's lawyer was having a field day with the discovery. Not only did it prove Jason's financial infidelity, but it also demonstrated a pattern of manipulative behavior that would reflect poorly on him in custody hearings. Meanwhile, my phone continued its barrage of messages from family members. But now the tone had shifted. Word had gotten out about the divorce and the financial details, and people were starting to ask questions. "Aunt Linda again, is it true Jason gave your parents $25,000 for Melissa? Your mom said it was only a small loan." "Cousin Marcus, someone told me there are court documents with text messages. What's really going on?" "Even Uncle Robert, your mother is saying Nicole stole money from Jason and you're helping her. But the court papers tell a different story. I think we need to talk." I ignored them all. If they wanted the truth, they could read the public court documents themselves. Then came the message I'd been half expecting, half dreading. "Emma, this is Dad. I think we need to talk face to face. There are things your mother and I need to explain. Can we meet for coffee?" Against my better judgment, I agreed. Maybe I needed closure. Maybe I just wanted to look him in the eye and hear what excuse he'd come up with. Either way, we arranged to meet at a neutral coffee shop the following Tuesday. Dad looked older than I remembered. Grayer, more tired. He ordered black coffee and sat across from me with his hands folded on the table. "I won't sugarcoat this," he began. "We made mistakes. Your mother and I, we got caught up in Melissa's wedding planning, and we didn't handle your surgery situation well." "You didn't handle it at all." "That's fair," he sighed heavily. "But you have to understand, Emma. Melissa has always been delicate. She needs more support, more attention. You've always been independent, capable. We thought you'd be fine on your own." I had cancer, Dad. I wasn't being dramatic. I was terrified. I know that now. But at the time, your mother and I were stretched thin. The wedding cost more than we expected, and there was so much pressure to make everything perfect. We just needed you to understand that we couldn't be everywhere at once. You weren't anywhere for me. Not once. He shifted uncomfortably. Which is why I wanted to meet. To apologize and to ask if we can start over. This thing with Melissa and Jason, it's gotten out of hand. The whole family is falling apart, and I think if you could just. Let me guess. If I could just forgive and forget, everything would go back to normal? If I could just loan Melissa the money, we could all move past this? That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you were thinking? Dad's jaw tightened. You've become bitter, Emma. What happened to the sweet girl who always tried to keep the peace? She survived cancer alone. Bitterness is what's left. That's not fair. We're still your parents. We still love you. You love the version of me that does what you want without asking questions. The version that absorbs mistreatment and makes excuses for you. But that person doesn't exist anymore. So that's it? You're just going to throw away your entire family over one mistake? One mistake? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Dad, you chose a party over my life. Then you conspired to manipulate me into giving money I don't have to fix problems I didn't create. You turned the extended family against me with lies. And even now, sitting here pretending to apologize, you're really just trying to make me compliant again. That's not true. Prove it. Acknowledge what you did without minimizing it. Tell me you were wrong without adding but you have to understand. Take actual responsibility. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he stood up. I came here to extend an olive branch. If you're too stubborn to accept it, that's your choice. But don't come crying to us when you end up old and alone because you pushed everyone away. He left without finishing his coffee. I sat there for a while, processing. Part of me had hoped he'd actually apologize, actually acknowledge the harm they'd caused. But that hope was foolish. People like my parents don't change. They just recalibrate their manipulation tactics. My phone buzzed. Nicole. How did it go with your dad? Exactly as expected. He wanted me to roll over and make everything easy for them. I'm sorry. Want to come over? Connor would love to see his second mother, and I could use some adult conversation. Be there in 20. At Nicole's apartment, I held baby Connor while she made tea. He was getting bigger, more alert. His eyes tracked movement now, and he made these adorable cooing sounds that melted my heart. I got the financial discovery back, Nicole said, settling onto the couch beside me. You won't believe this, but there's more. Jason took out a second credit card without telling me. He maxed it out giving money to your parents. We're talking another $15,000 in debt. Nicole, that's criminal. My lawyer thinks so too. We're pursuing financial fraud charges in addition to the divorce. Jason could face actual legal consequences. How does someone rationalize this to themselves? Apparently, he told his lawyer he was helping family and that I was being unreasonable by not supporting his decisions. He genuinely believes he did nothing wrong. We sat in silence for a moment, watching Connor sleep in my arms. Emma, can I ask you something personal? Of course. Do you ever regret cutting them off? Even knowing everything they did, do you miss having a family? I thought about it carefully. I miss the family I thought I had. The people I believed they were. But those people never actually existed. So no, I don't regret losing something that was always an illusion. That's mature of you. Trust me, I'm not always this philosophical. Some days I'm furious. Some days I cry. But most days, I'm just grateful I don't have their toxicity in my life anymore. Nicole nodded slowly. I'm trying to get there. It's hard, though. Jason's family is Connor's family too, and I worry about what that means for him. You'll protect him. That's what good parents do. The following weeks were quiet. Nicole focused on her baby and her divorce. I focused on my last round of follow-up appointments and my newfound peace. My cancer markers remained negative, and Dr. Patterson officially declared me in remission. You're a fighter, she said during my final appointment. Not just physically, but emotionally. What you've survived, both medically and personally, would break a lot of people. You should be proud. I celebrated with Mrs. Chen and Patricia, the two people who'd carried me through the darkest time of my life. We had dinner at a nice restaurant, laughed until our faces hurt, and toasted to survival. That night, I posted on social media for the first time in months. Just a simple photo of the three of us with the caption, "Remission and Gratitude. Here's to the family we choose." The responses were overwhelmingly positive. Friends and coworkers congratulated me. Support group members celebrated with me. Even people I barely knew reached out with kind words. Not a single member of my blood family acknowledged the post. 3 months after my coffee shop meeting with Dad, everything exploded. The court case between Nicole and Jason reached its conclusion. Jason was found guilty of financial fraud. He received probation, mandatory financial counseling, and a requirement to pay back every penny he'd taken. But more devastating for him, the judge awarded Nicole primary custody of Connor, with Jason only getting supervised visitation until he could prove financial stability and emotional maturity. The court documents, now fully public, detailed every manipulative text, every planned deception, every cruel conversation about me. Local news outlets picked up the story because of the unusual nature of the fraud case and the shocking family dynamics involved. That's when my phone started ringing off the hook. Extended family members who'd attacked me months earlier now wanted to apologize, to explain that they'd been misled, to hear my side of the story. I ignored them all except Uncle Robert, who'd at least had the decency to question the narrative earlier. "Emma, I owe you an apology," he said when I finally answered his call. "Your mother told us you were being vindictive and selfish. She made it sound like you were punishing Melissa for having a nice wedding. We had no idea about the cancer surgery timing, or the manipulation, or any of it. Did you ever think to ask me directly?" "No. And that was wrong. I should have questioned why you'd suddenly cut everyone off. That's not like you, or at least, not like the you I remember. People change when they're betrayed, Uncle Robert." "I know. I'm not asking for forgiveness or a relationship. I just wanted you to know that some of us see the truth now. And we're ashamed we didn't see it sooner." After we hung up, I felt something shift inside me. Not forgiveness exactly, but a small release of the anger I'd been carrying. Some people were genuine victims of my parents' lies. Some people truly hadn't known. But my parents? Jason? Melissa? They knew exactly what they'd done. The climax of this whole sordid story came on a Sunday morning in October, almost exactly 1 year after my surgery. I was at the farmer's market with Mrs. Chen, buying fresh vegetables and enjoying the crisp autumn air, when I heard someone call my name. "Melissa." She looked terrible, exhausted, frail, with dark circles under her eyes and unwashed hair pulled into a messy ponytail. She approached me cautiously, like I might bolt. "Emma, please, I need to talk to you." "There's nothing to say, Melissa. Just 5 minutes. Please." Mrs. Chen squeezed my arm. "I'll be over at the honey stand. Take your time." Against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, I nodded. 5 minutes. We moved to a bench away from the crowd. Melissa sat down heavily, her hands shaking. "The divorce is final," she began. "Brad got the house. I got debt. So much debt, Emma. The lawyers cleaned me out. Mom and Dad mortgaged their house to pay for my legal fees, and now they can barely make the payments. Jason's on probation and can barely see his own son. And it's all falling apart. I know all this, Melissa. It was in the court documents. But do you know why I did it? Why I spent all that money? Does it matter? I was trying to keep up with Brad's family. His parents are wealthy, and I felt so inadequate. Every family gathering, his mother would make these little comments about my clothes, my education, my job. So I started buying things to prove I belonged. Better clothes, expensive jewelry, a lifestyle I thought would earn their respect. That's sad, Melissa. Genuinely. But it doesn't excuse what you and Mom and Dad did to me. I know. Tears streamed down her face. I know, and I'm so sorry. The wedding thing, I was so wrapped up in my own world that I didn't even think about what you were going through. And then when the marriage fell apart and I needed help, all I could think about was how you had always been the responsible one, the one with savings, the one who could fix things. So you decided to manipulate me into giving you money. Mom's idea. But I went along with it. I let her talk about you like you were the problem. I participated in planning how to guilt you into helping. And I didn't stop to think about how cruel that was, because I was desperate and selfish and stupid. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw someone broken by their own choices. But I also saw someone who'd participated in my emotional torture without a second thought. I appreciate the apology, Melissa. Truly. But it doesn't change anything. You can't unring this bell. I know. I just needed you to know that I understand now. What I lost, what we all lost, when we pushed you away. You were the best of us, Emma. The kindest, most generous person in the family. And we treated you like garbage. Yes, you did. Is there any chance? Any possibility that someday we could? No. The word came out firm and final. You made your choice when you needed me. I'm making mine now that you need me. The difference is, my choice is based on self-preservation, not selfishness. Melissa nodded, wiping her eyes. I understand. I just wanted to try. She stood up, and for a moment, I thought she might say more. Instead, she just walked away, shoulders slumped, disappearing into the crowd of marketgoers. Mrs. Chen returned with a jar of honey and a knowing look. You okay? Yeah. I really am. And I was. That evening, I wrote a long post in my cancer survivor support group's private forum. I detailed everything: the abandonment, the manipulation, the eventual justice, and the complicated feelings of watching your family self-destruct from a safe distance. I talked about guilt, relief, anger, and peace all coexisting in the same heart. The responses were overwhelming. Dozens of survivors shared similar stories of family betrayal during their darkest moments. We talked about the unique pain of being abandoned when you're most vulnerable, and the unexpected freedom that sometimes comes from cutting toxic people out of your life. Sarah, the woman who'd become my friend from the group, called me that night. Emma, I just want to say I'm proud of you. You held your boundaries even when it would have been easier to cave. That takes real strength. It doesn't always feel like strength. Sometimes it just feels lonely. But you're not alone, are you? You have Nicole and Connor, Mrs. Chen, Patricia, all of us in the group. You built yourself a chosen family that actually shows up. She was right. I had built something better than what I'd lost. Final update. It's been 6 months since my encounter with Melissa at the farmer's market. Life has settled into a new normal that looks nothing like my old one. Nicole's divorce was finalized. She got primary custody of Connor, the majority of assets, and full reimbursement for the money Jason stole. Jason is living with my parents, working 2 jobs to pay his debts, and only sees his son during supervised visits every other weekend. According to Nicole, he's been compliant but bitter, still not fully accepting responsibility for his actions. Melissa moved 3 states away, supposedly for a fresh start. I heard through Uncle Robert that she's working retail and living in a studio apartment, slowly paying down her debts. My parents rarely see her, though they video chat weekly. My parents themselves are struggling. The mortgage on their house has become unmanageable, and they're considering selling and downsizing. Dad retired early, not by choice but because his company laid him off. Mom had to get a part-time job for the first time in 30 years. Their social circle has shrunk significantly, people talk, and the court documents didn't paint them in a flattering light. None of them have tried to contact me again. As for me, I'm thriving in ways I never expected. I got a promotion at work. Karen nominated me for a leadership training program, and I discovered I'm actually good at managing people. The medical bills are slowly getting paid off. I'm dating someone I met through the support group, another survivor who understands what it's like to face mortality and come out changed. Connor is 8 months old now, and I see him at least once a week. Nicole officially made me his second mother, and when he started smiling at faces, mine was one of the first he recognized. Yesterday, I took him to the park while Nicole had a job interview. He loved the swings. Mrs. Chen still leaves soup outside my door, though now I invite her in for dinner regularly. Patricia and I meet for coffee every month to catch up. My support group has become a genuine source of friendship and community. Last week, I did something I'd been thinking about for months. I started a blog about navigating family estrangement, especially in the context of serious illness. The response has been incredible, hundreds of people sharing their own stories, thanking me for putting words to their experience, finding community in shared pain. One comment particularly stuck with me: you didn't just survive cancer. You survived the people who should have helped you survive cancer. That's a different kind of strength. They're right? It is. Yesterday, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, but I recognized my mother's handwriting. I held it for a long time, debating whether to open it. Finally, I did. It was short: Emma, your father and I have been in counseling. The therapist suggested we write to you, not to ask for anything, but to acknowledge the harm we caused. We were wrong. About the surgery, about asking you for money, about everything. We prioritized the wrong things and the wrong people. We thought Melissa needed us more because she's always struggled, and we took for granted that you'd always be fine. We were wrong about that too. You needed us, and we failed you. This isn't an attempt to reconcile. We understand if you never want to speak to us again. We just wanted you to know that we see our mistakes now. We're living with the consequences, and we accept that. We hope you're well. We hope you're happy. You deserve both. Mom and Dad. I read it 3 times, waiting for anger or satisfaction or something. Instead, I felt nothing. Maybe a little sad. Not for me, but for them, for the relationship we could have had if they'd made different choices. I filed the letter away in a drawer and went on with my day. Because here's the truth I've learned over this past year: closure doesn't come from apologies or explanations or grand gestures. It comes from building a life you don't need closure from. It comes from choosing people who choose you back, from creating safety where there was once chaos, from learning that family isn't defined by blood but by who shows up when it matters. My cancer taught me that life is short and precious. My family taught me that not everyone deserves a place in that life. Both lessons were painful. Both lessons were necessary. Yesterday, they called to ask if I could loan them $20,000 to cover my sister's debts and lawyer fees after she left her husband. Family helps family, my mother insisted. I laughed for the first time in weeks and said, "But I'm just the sick one who doesn't matter, remember?" The silence on the other end was worth every painful treatment I'd endured alone. And when I hung up the phone, I didn't feel guilty or sad or angry. I felt free. Connor babbled from his playmat, reaching for his favorite toy. Nicole laughed at something on her phone and showed me a funny meme. Mrs. Chen called to say she'd made too much dinner and was bringing some over. Patricia texted to confirm our coffee date. This is my family now. The one I chose. The one that chose me back. And it's more than enough.
Story 5. The baby isn't yours, my wife screamed, throwing DNA test results at my face after I'd explained we couldn't afford the $200,000 Porsche she'd test-driven that morning. When I picked up the papers with shaking hands, she sneered and said, "It's your millionaire brother's baby, he's better than you in every way. I've been using you for 3 years just to get close to him." I stood frozen as she added, "Why do you think I always insisted on Sunday family dinners? It wasn't to see your pathetic parents." My heart pounded in my chest as she packed her designer bags. That was last Tuesday. This morning, my brother called, his voice breaking as he said, "She just showed up at my office with the baby, demanding $5 million or she'd tell everyone it's mine." There was a long pause before he added, "But there's just one problem with her story, I had a vasectomy 6 years ago. She doesn't know that the baby isn't mine either." I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles went white. Marcus had always been the successful one, founder of a tech startup that went public last year, penthouse downtown, charity galas every month. Meanwhile, I taught high school physics and drove a 10-year-old Honda. Our parents had stopped comparing us years ago, but the damage was already done. Every family dinner felt like walking through a minefield of unspoken disappointments. "Did you tell her?" I asked. "Not yet. She's threatening to go to the press if I don't wire the money by Friday. Says she'll destroy my reputation, claim I manipulated her, abandon my own child." Marcus's breathing was ragged. "Daniel, I need to ask you something, and I need the truth." My stomach dropped. "What? Did you ever suspect? About her and me?" The question hit me like a freight train. Had I? Those Sunday dinners where she'd laugh too loudly at his jokes, touch his arm when she spoke. The way she'd ask about his business deals with that gleam in her eyes. I'd written it off as admiration, maybe a little harmless flirting. Never full-blown betrayal. "No," I said quietly. "I trusted you both." The silence stretched between us like a chasm. Finally, Marcus spoke again. "There's more. I hired a private investigator yesterday. She's been running this con for years, Daniel. 3 different men before you. 2 of them paid settlements to make paternity claims disappear. 1 committed suicide." The room tilted. I sat down hard on the couch, the same couch where Jessica had announced her pregnancy 9 months ago with tears of joy. Where we'd pick baby names. Where I'd assembled that stupid bassinet while she supervised, saying I was putting the screws in wrong. "Who's the father?" I whispered. "That's the thing, we don't know yet. The investigator is working on it. But Daniel, there's something you need to see. Can you come to my office?" 40 minutes later, I was sitting in Marcus's glass-walled conference room, staring at a folder thick enough to be a novel. The private investigator, a stern woman named Patricia Chen, sat across from us with her laptop open. "Jessica Hartley," Patricia began, born Jennifer Kowalski in Cleveland, Ohio. Changed her name legally at 22. "Before you, Mr. Morrison, she was engaged to a cardiologist in Boston, Dr. Raymond Shaw. Claimed pregnancy, he paid $400,000 for her to go away quietly after his lawyer got suspicious. Before that, a venture capitalist in Seattle named Thomas Green. He wrote her a check for $175,000. He killed himself 6 months later, though it was ruled unrelated. She clicked through photographs on her screen. Different hair colors, different styles, but unmistakably Jessica. My Jessica, who claimed she'd grown up in a small town in Vermont, whose parents had died in a car crash when she was 19, who had no siblings, no close friends, no digital footprint before age 23. All lies. The first victim we can confirm was 11 years ago, Patricia continued. A real estate developer in Miami. She was 19. He was 47 and married. She got $50,000 from him before his wife found out and threatened legal action. Marcus leaned forward. How did she find me? Find us? Patricia pulled up a news article from 3 years ago. Your company's IPO. There was a feature in Forbes about you and your family. Including photos of the two of you together at your parents' anniversary party. She gestured at me. Daniel was identified as your brother, a teacher. She probably saw him as the easier mark, the access point to the real prize. I felt sick. Our meet cute at the coffee shop near school. She'd spilled her latte on my papers, apologized profusely, insisted on buying me another. We'd talk for 2 hours about literature and travel. She'd read all my favorite books. Loved the same obscure films. It all felt so organic, so natural. Scripted. Every word of it. The baby, I said, my voice hollow. If it's not Marcus's and not mine, then who? Patricia's expression darkened. We're running DNA through commercial databases now, but Mr. Green, Marcus, suggested something else. She looked at my brother. Marcus met my eyes. I want you to get tested too, Daniel. A full panel. Because if she was willing to lie about this, there's a chance she was doing things while you were together. The implication made my blood run cold. You think she drugged me? That I wouldn't remember? The other men reported unexplained blackouts. Gaps in memory. Dr. Shaw specifically mentioned waking up one morning with no recollection of the night before, but evidence suggested they'd been intimate. His toxicology came back clean for the standard substances, but there are designer drugs that metabolize quickly. I tried to remember. Were there nights? Mornings where I'd woken up confused, disoriented? We'd been married 3 years. The memories blurred together. There's one more thing, Patricia said. She seemed reluctant now. 2 days ago, I tracked down Thomas Green's sister. She was willing to talk. According to her, Thomas didn't kill himself over the money. He killed himself because Jessica told him she'd miscarried his baby, their baby, and it destroyed him. But the hospital records showed she was never pregnant. She faked the entire thing with borrowed ultrasounds and pregnancy tests from online forums. The air left my lungs. The baby exists. I've held her. She's real. Oh, the baby is real, Patricia confirmed. But whose baby is she? And why is Jessica so confident about her leverage over Marcus if she knows he never slept with her? That was the question. Jessica wasn't stupid, convoluted and sociopathic, yes, but not stupid. She'd planned this too carefully to make such an obvious mistake. Unless it wasn't a mistake. She must know, I said slowly, working through it. About the vasectomy. She must know Marcus can prove it's not his. Then why come to me at all? Marcus asked. Because she wants you to pay to make the problem go away regardless of paternity. The threat isn't you or the father, it's I'll destroy your reputation either way. A nasty custody battle, allegations of manipulation, a scorned woman with a baby. Even if you prove the baby isn't yours, the damage to your image would be done. Especially right before your company's merger. Marcus's face went ashen. How do you know about the merger? I don't. But that's the play, isn't it? Maximum leverage. Patricia nodded approvingly. Daniel's right. Jessica's timeline is strategic. She approached you this week, Marcus, demanding money by Friday. But why Friday specifically? The merger announcement, Marcus breathed. It goes public Monday morning. If there's any scandal beforehand. The deal falls apart, I finished. You've got institutional investors who'll bolt at the first whiff of controversy. She knows that. Marcus stood abruptly, pacing to the window. So what do we do? Pay her? No, Patricia said firmly. You pay her, she'll come back. They always do. We need to figure out who the father actually is and flip the script. Over the next 3 days, Patricia worked her magic. She obtained a DNA sample from the baby, I don't want to know how, and ran it through every database available. Commercial genealogy sites, medical records, criminal databases. Meanwhile, I went through my own medical testing, which came back clean for any tampering. Whatever Jessica had done, she'd been careful. On Thursday afternoon, Patricia called us both to her office. Gentlemen, she said, I found him. She pulled up a photograph. A man, maybe 45, with thinning hair and an expensive suit. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him. Meet Jeffrey Coleman. He's a senior partner at Hartwell & Associates, one of the biggest law firms in the state. Specializes in family law, specifically high net worth divorces and paternity cases. The irony wasn't lost on me. He's also married with 3 children, an elder in his church, and currently running for state senate. His campaign platform is heavily focused on family values. Marcus let out a low whistle. She picked him deliberately. She picks them all deliberately, Patricia corrected. But this time, she might have overplayed her hand. See, Mr. Coleman has been very careful. He has an airtight prenup, offshore accounts his wife doesn't know about, and a history of aggressive litigation against anyone who threatens him. He's also been on retainer with 3 different crisis management firms in the past decade. You're saying he knows how to make problems disappear, I said. I'm saying he's made problems disappear before. 2 former paralegals at his firm filed harassment complaints that were settled with NDAs. A journalist investigating some of his clients died in a car accident that was ruled mechanical failure, but the timing was suspicious. This is not a man you extort lightly. Does Jessica know she's dealing with him? Patricia's smile was sharp. Oh, she knows exactly who he is. In fact, I believe that's precisely why she picked him. She was building her retirement plan. One big score that would set her up for life. But then why go after Marcus? I asked. Why the whole charade with me? Because Coleman wouldn't engage with her directly. She needed leverage over someone else who could pressure him. Marcus, your company just won a major contract with the state, didn't it? Working on government technology infrastructure? Yes, but what does that? Marcus stopped. Coleman's running for state senate. If there's any hint of scandal around my company, it could affect his campaign. We're connected. Exactly. Jessica seduces Daniel, gains access to you through family connections, establishes a relationship, even if it's just inappropriate flirtation, that she can then leverage. She gets pregnant by Coleman, claims it's yours, and when you inevitably deny it and prove paternity, she has a backup plan. Either Coleman pays her to keep quiet about being the real father, or you pay her to make the whole mess go away before it impacts your business and his campaign. She wins either way. The elegance of the con was almost beautiful in its cruelty. What's our move? Marcus asked. Patricia leaned back in her chair. We tell Coleman. Tonight. Before Jessica can get to him. The meeting was set for midnight at Coleman's home office, in a mansion that made Marcus's penthouse look modest. The lawyer answered the door himself, ushering us in without a word. His study smelled of leather and cigar smoke. Gentlemen, he said, pouring 3 glasses of scotch without asking if we wanted them. Patricia briefed me on the situation. I appreciate the discretion. You don't seem surprised, I said. Coleman's laugh was brittle. Mr. Morrison, Daniel, may I call you Daniel? I've been expecting something like this for 6 months. The moment I realized my mistake, I knew there would be consequences. Your mistake? He took a long drink. I met Jessica, at a fundraiser last spring. She was volunteering with a literacy nonprofit. We talked about education policy. She was brilliant, passionate, articulate. I was flattered by the attention. He set down his glass. I'm not making excuses. What happened was my fault. I betrayed my wife, my family, my values. One night, that's all it was. I woke up the next morning barely remembering it, thinking I'd had too much to drink. She drugged you, Marcus said. Coleman nodded. I had my doctor run tests weeks later when I started having flashbacks, inconsistencies in my memory. He found traces of Rohypnol. By then, of course, it was too late to prove anything definitively. Did she tell you she was pregnant? No. She disappeared completely. Changed her phone number, quit the nonprofit, vanished. I thought I dodged a bullet. Then last week, I received an anonymous package, photos of her with a baby. A note saying we should talk. I hired my own investigator, and he led me to Patricia's inquiry. Small world. The pieces were falling into place, but something still bothered me. If you knew all this, why are we here? Coleman's expression hardened. Because Jessica Hartley, or whatever her real name is, made a critical error. She underestimated me. She thought she could blackmail a man who's built his career on destroying people's lives legally. She thought she could threaten my family, my campaign, my reputation, and I'd simply write a check. What are you proposing? I'm proposing we end this. Permanently. Legally, of course, he added quickly. But there are ways to ensure she never tries this again with anyone. Over the next hour, Coleman laid out his plan. It was intricate, ruthless, and entirely within the bounds of the law. We'd need my cooperation, Marcus's resources, and Patricia's evidence. If it worked, Jessica would find herself facing criminal charges that would put her away for a very long time. If it failed, we'd all go down with her. I'm in, Marcus said immediately. Coleman looked at me. Daniel? This impacts you most directly. She was your wife. That baby, regardless of paternity, is going to need someone. Are you prepared for what comes next? I thought about little Emma, now 3 months old. Brown eyes and a tiny smile. Innocent in all of this. Whatever happened, she deserved better than Jessica could give her. Let's do it, I said. Friday morning, Jessica showed up at Marcus's office right on schedule. Patricia had installed hidden cameras throughout the conference room. Marcus had been coached on exactly what to say. I watched from a monitoring room down the hall as Jessica walked in, Emma in a carrier, looking every bit the desperate single mother. Designer jeans replaced with Target basics, makeup understated, hair pulled back. The performance was Oscar-worthy. Marcus, she said, her voice trembling. Thank you for seeing me. Jessica. Marcus's tone was ice. You have 5 minutes. I know what you think of me. What Daniel's told you. But you have to understand, I loved him, I did. But you and I. What we had was real. And Emma, she's yours. You can't abandon your own daughter. Cut the act, Marcus interrupted. I had a vasectomy 6 years ago. There's no possible way I'm that baby's father. Jessica didn't miss a beat. You think I don't know that? You think I didn't figure it out? That's not what this is about. This wasn't in the script. Marcus glanced toward the camera, barely perceptible. Then what is this about? Jessica set down the carrier and pulled out a tablet, sliding it across the table. This is about what I know. About your company's government contracts. About the money you're funneling through offshore accounts. About the bribes paid to state officials to secure those contracts. About your partner Jeffrey Coleman and his very special interest in keeping certain information quiet. My blood turned to ice. She knew. Somehow, she knew about Coleman. Marcus's face remained neutral. Those are serious allegations. Also completely false. Are they? Because I have documentation. Emails. Wire transfers. Recorded conversations. And if you don't wire me $10 million by close of business today, all of it goes to the FBI, the SEC, and every major news outlet in the country. This was worse than extortion. This was corporate espionage. How deep did Jessica's operation go? Marcus stood slowly. You've got me in a corner. I know. Just one question, where did you get this information? Jessica smiled. Does it matter? Humor me. She shrugged. Your brother's home computer. Daniel's such a trusting soul. He gave me his passwords to everything within 3 months of dating. Said he had nothing to hide. Your company's network security is terrible, by the way. Once I had backdoor access through his accounts, I could see everything you and Daniel discussed over email. Every family dinner where you talked business. Every document Daniel proofread for you. He's been my inside source for 2 years and never knew it. The betrayal cut deeper than anything else she'd done. My stupidity, my naivete, had given her everything she needed to destroy my brother. But Marcus was smiling now. That's fascinating, Jessica. Really fascinating. Just one small problem. What's that? Daniel hasn't proofread any of my business documents in 3 years. We deliberately don't discuss company business over email. And my network security is military grade. Every document you think you have? We planted them. The color drained from Jessica's face. That's right, Marcus continued. Patricia Chen, my investigator, is former FBI cybercrimes. When Daniel told me about your relationship 3 years ago, something felt off. I hired Patricia to watch you from day one. Every move you've made, every con you've run, we've been documenting. The fake documents you stole? They're evidence of attempted corporate espionage. The extortion attempt you just made in this room? Recorded from 6 different angles. The baby in that carrier? DNA results prove she's not mine, not Daniel's, she's Jeffrey Coleman's daughter. Jessica lunged for the tablet, but the door opened and Patricia walked in with 2 federal agents. Jessica Hartley, you're under arrest for extortion, identity theft, wire fraud, and attempted corporate espionage. As they read her Miranda rights, Jessica's composure finally cracked. You can't do this. I have rights. That baby needs her mother. That baby, Coleman said, entering the room behind the agents, will be placed with Child Protective Services while we sort out custody. I'm prepared to take full responsibility for her care, and my wife, who knows everything now, has agreed to help raise her. You, however, will be spending the next decade in federal prison. Jessica's screams echoed down the hallway as they led her away. The aftermath took months to fully resolve. Jessica's trial was brief, the evidence against her was overwhelming. She received 12 years for the federal charges, plus additional sentences from 3 different states for previous cons. The investigative journalists had a field day with the story, though Coleman's crisis management team did an impressive job keeping his name mostly out of it. Emma went to live with Jeffrey and his wife, Margaret. It was strange at first, attending their family gatherings, seeing my ex-wife's biological daughter being raised by the man she'd tried to destroy. But Margaret was kind, patient, and genuinely seemed to love Emma. Jeffrey, for his part, dropped out of the Senate race and focused on being a better father and husband. Marcus and I rebuilt our relationship slowly. The revelation that he'd been protecting me from the beginning, that every moment of tension between us had been manufactured to keep me safe from Jessica's manipulation, changed everything. We started having those Sunday dinners again, but this time without the weight of unspoken competition. My parents, when they learned the full truth, were devastated. Mom cried for 3 days straight. Dad just kept apologizing for not seeing through Jessica's act. But families heal, given time and honesty. The strangest part? I got a letter from Jessica 6 months into her sentence. No apology, no remorse, just a single question: how did you know? I wrote back with the truth: I married you thinking you were someone you weren't. But the moment you threw those DNA results at me, I saw you clearly for the first time. And everything that came after was just watching you confirm what I already knew, that the woman I loved never actually existed. I never heard from her again. A year later, I met someone new. Her name was Rachel, and she taught art at the middle school across from my high school. She had paint perpetually under her fingernails and laughed at her own terrible jokes. Our first date was at a ceramics painting place where we made the world's ugliest mugs. She knew my whole story before we even had that first date. I'd made sure of it. No secrets, no surprises. And when she said yes anyway, I knew I'd found something real. On the night I proposed, Marcus hosted a dinner at his place. Emma was there, now 2 years old and calling me Uncle Danny. Jeffrey and Margaret came too, and my parents, and Rachel's entire chaotic family. It wasn't a traditional gathering, but it was honest. Messy and complicated and beautiful. Before dessert, Marcus pulled me aside. You know, for years I thought I had to protect you from the world. From our parents' expectations, from your own insecurities, from people like Jessica. But you didn't need protection. You needed trust. I'm sorry it took me so long to see that. I hugged my brother, really hugged him, for the first time in years. You were protecting me. In the only way you knew how. That counts for something. Yeah? Yeah. Looking around that room, at the family we'd salvaged from the wreckage Jessica left behind, at the tiny girl who'd been born into a con but would grow up surrounded by people who chose to love her anyway, at the woman who'd agreed to build a life with me despite knowing all my scars, I realized something profound. Jessica had tried to destroy us by exploiting our weaknesses. She'd seen Marcus's success, my insecurity, Coleman's ambition, and thought those were vulnerabilities to manipulate. What she didn't count on was that those same qualities, when rooted in genuine connection rather than ego, could become strengths. Marcus's success gave him resources to fight back. My supposed naivete was actually faith in people's fundamental decency, which helped me recognize real love when it appeared. Coleman's ambition, redirected, made him a devoted father to a child who wasn't planned but was wholly wanted. We'd all been victims, in our own ways. But we'd also been given a choice: let the betrayal define us or let it refine us. That night, as I drove home with Rachel beside me, she asked, "Do you ever wonder what your life would have been like if you'd never met Jessica?" I thought about it. The pain, the humiliation, the months of therapy and sleepless nights. The way I'd questioned everything I thought I knew about love and trust. The slow, hard work of rebuilding myself piece by piece. Every day, I admitted. But then I remembered that I wouldn't have Marcus back. I wouldn't have Emma in my life. And I might not have recognized you when I found you. Rachel squeezed my hand. That's a healthy way to look at it. My therapist would be proud. She laughed, and it was the most genuine sound I'd ever heard. The truth is, some people enter our lives like tornadoes, destructive, chaotic, leaving wreckage in their wake. They test every assumption we hold about human nature, about our own judgment, about the fundamental fairness of the life. Jessica was that tornado for me, for Marcus, for Coleman, for every man she'd ever conned. But tornadoes pass. And when they do, what remains is what was strong enough to withstand the storm, and what we choose to build in its place. 3 years after Jessica's arrest, I got a call from Patricia. She was checking in, as she did occasionally. We'd become unlikely friends through the whole ordeal. "Thought you'd want to know," she said. "Jessica's up for parole in a few years. She'll probably get out early for good behavior. She's been a model prisoner apparently." My stomach clenched. Should I be worried? Honestly? No. She's done, Daniel. People like her, they're only dangerous when they think they're smarter than everyone else. She knows now that she's not. And she knows we're watching. But I wanted you to hear it from me first, just in case. Thanks, Patricia. How's married life? Rachel and I had gotten married the previous summer in a small ceremony at the Botanical Gardens. Emma had been the flower girl and thrown petals everywhere except down the aisle. It was perfect. "It's good," I said. "Really good. I'm glad. You deserve it, Daniel." All of you do, you, Marcus, even Coleman. What Jessica did to you all was calculated evil, but what you did with it. That was choosing grace. Not many people can do that. After we hung up, I sat with that thought for a long time. Choosing grace. It sounded so simple, but it had been the hardest thing I'd ever done. Forgiving myself for being fooled. Forgiving Marcus for his protective deceptions. Even, in a strange way, forgiving Jessica for being so broken that she could only see other people as marks to exploit. That night, I told Rachel about the call. She listened quietly, then said, "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I realized with surprise. "I actually am." "Good. Because I have some news that might make you even more okay." She pulled out a small white stick with 2 pink lines. My world tilted again, but this time toward joy instead of betrayal. "Are you serious?" 3 tests. All positive. "We're having a baby, Daniel." I kissed her, and laughed, and maybe cried a little. This time, there would be no doubt. No deception. Just the messy, terrifying, wonderful reality of building a family with someone who chose me, and whom I chose, every single day. 8 months later, James Marcus Morrison was born at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. He had his mother's nose and my stubborn chin. Marcus visited the hospital with tears in his eyes, honored by the name. My parents brought enough food to feed a small army. Jeffrey and Margaret sent flowers and a card promising babysitting whenever we needed it. And as I held my son for the first time, I thought about all the paths that had led to this moment. The betrayal that had forced me to confront my own weaknesses. The brother I'd almost lost and found again. The woman who'd shown me what real partnership looked like. The little girl across town who called me Uncle Danny and reminded me that innocence could survive anything with the right people protecting it. But the story didn't end there. Life rarely wraps itself up that neatly. 6 months after James was born, I received an unexpected package at school. No return address, just my name written in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside was a USB drive and a note, "You deserve to know the whole truth." Check folder marked Cleveland 2008, a friend. I should have thrown it away. Should have called Patricia immediately. Instead, I took it home and, after Rachel went to bed, plugged it into my laptop. The folder contained police reports, hospital records, and newspaper clippings from 17 years ago. A teenage girl named Jennifer Kowalski had been found wandering a Cleveland street at 2 a.m., drugged and disoriented. She claimed she'd been assaulted at a party. The case went nowhere, insufficient evidence, no witnesses, a he said she said situation involving a prominent local businessman's son. There were photos. A 16-year-old Jessica, looking nothing like the woman I'd married. Scared, broken, hollow-eyed in her police statement. The hospital report detailed injuries consistent with her story. The therapist's notes described severe trauma, dissociative episodes, and what they termed early signs of personality fragmentation. My hands shook as I scrolled through document after document. This didn't excuse what Jessica had done, nothing could. But it explained something about how a traumatized teenager had become a calculating predator. The final file was a video diary, apparently copied from her old laptop. Jessica, Jennifer, couldn't have been more than 17. She sat on a bed in what looked like a group home, talking to the camera. "Day 43, she said, her voice flat. "Dr. Morrison says I need to process my feelings. But here's what I learned, feelings make you weak. Trusting people makes you weak. My mom didn't believe me. The police didn't believe me. His family had money, so they made me the liar. Everyone who was supposed to protect me chose him instead." She wiped her eyes roughly. "So I'm done being weak. I'm done being the victim. If the world only respects people with money and power, then that's what I'll get. However, I have to." The video ended. I sat in the darkness of my living room, feeling sick. Dr. Morrison. My father was a therapist specializing in adolescent trauma. He'd worked with at-risk youth in Cleveland before we moved when I was in college. Had he treated Jennifer Kowalski? Did he know who Jessica really was? I called him at 6 in the morning. "Daniel?" Dad's voice was groggy. "What's wrong? Did you ever treat a patient named Jennifer Kowalski?" The silence stretched too long. "Where did you hear that name? Answer the question. Please. I can't discuss former patients. You know that. She became my wife, Dad. She nearly destroyed Marcus's company, extorted multiple men, and is currently serving 12 years in federal prison. So whatever confidentiality you're worried about, I think we're past that point." Another pause. Then, quietly, "I was afraid of this." "You knew? This whole time, you knew who she was?" "Not at first. Not until the trial, when her real identity came out in the media. I saw her mugshot and I." He exhaled slowly. "I didn't connect Jennifer to your Jessica initially because she changed everything about herself. But yes, I treated her for 2 years after the assault. She was one of my most severe cases: complex PTSD, emerging antisocial traits, a complete breakdown of her ability to trust or form genuine attachments. Why didn't you say anything? Because legally, I couldn't. And because. His voice cracked. Because I failed her, Daniel. I thought I was helping her heal, but I was actually watching her transform her trauma into a weapon. She learned to manipulate during our sessions, not despite them. She'd study how I reacted, what got sympathy, what worked. By the time I realized what was happening, she'd aged out of the system and disappeared. I felt Rachel's hand on my shoulder. She'd woken up and heard everything. There's more, Dad continued. The businessman's son, the one who assaulted her, was named Preston Hartley. That's where she got her new last name. It was deliberate, Daniel. She took the name of the person who destroyed her and wore it like armor. The cruelty of that choice left me breathless. Who sent me this information? I don't know. But whoever it is, they want you to understand Jessica's origin story. The question is why. I found out 3 days later when Patricia called with urgent news. Daniel, we have a problem. Jessica's been communicating with someone from prison. We finally tracked down who, her half-sister. A woman named Rebecca Kowalski. Jessica has a sister? Half-sister, different fathers. Rebecca was 3 when Jennifer was assaulted. Their mother died of an overdose 2 years later, and Rebecca went into foster care. She's been looking for Jennifer for over a decade. She found her 6 months ago through the trial coverage. What does she want? That's the concerning part. Rebecca blames you, Marcus, and Coleman for destroying her only family. She's been posting on social media about wrongful prosecution, claiming Jessica was the real victim. She's building a narrative. Let her. It's not true. Daniel, Rebecca is a paralegal. She works for a firm that specializes in overturning convictions. And she's gotten access to Jessica's case files, including the discovery materials. She's found something we missed. My stomach dropped. What? Evidence that one of Jessica's previous victims, Thomas Green, the venture capitalist who committed suicide, might not have killed himself. Rebecca's theory is that Coleman had him killed to cover up his own affair with Jessica, and then framed Jessica to eliminate a loose end. That's insane. Coleman didn't even know Jessica back then. We know that. But Rebecca's been digging through Coleman's financial records from that period, and there's a wire transfer to a private security firm 3 days before Green's death. It's probably nothing, Coleman uses private security all the time. But combined with the suspicious nature of Green's death, it looks bad. Can she prove any of this? No. But she doesn't need to prove it. She just needs to create enough doubt to get Jessica's case reopened. And if that happens, everything we built, the trial, the convictions, the closure, falls apart. We'd have to go through it all again, this time with a sympathetic narrative about a traumatized woman manipulated by powerful men. I met with Marcus and Coleman that evening at Marcus's place. Coleman looked like he'd aged a decade in the past week. I didn't have Green killed, he said immediately. That wire transfer was for security at a fundraiser. But my lawyers say it's going to be impossible to prove that now, years later. The security firm went out of business. Records are gone. What about Rebecca? I asked. Can we reason with her? I tried, Patricia said, joining us via video call. She's convinced Jessica is a victim. In her mind, Jennifer was assaulted as a teenager, failed by the system, and then spent her adult life being exploited by wealthy men who used their power to destroy her when she fought back. Marcus shook his head. That's a complete inversion of reality. But it's a compelling narrative, Patricia countered. Especially in the current climate. Rich men abusing power, the justice system failing women, trauma responses being criminalized. Rebecca's framing could get real traction. So what do we do? I asked. Coleman stood and walked to the window, looking out over the city. I have an idea, but you're all going to hate it. His plan was audacious. We'd meet with Rebecca directly. No lawyers, no intermediaries. Just the 4 of us, me, Marcus, Coleman, and Rebecca, sitting down to talk about what really happened. We'd bring our evidence, she'd bring hers, and we'd see if we could find some common ground. She'll never agree to it, Marcus said. She will, Coleman replied. Because I'm going to offer her something she wants more than vindication, the truth about her sister's past. The meeting happened 2 weeks later in a neutral location, a conference room at Patricia's office. Rebecca Kowalski was 23, thin and intense, with the same calculating eyes Jessica had. But where Jessica's intelligence had been weaponized, Rebecca's seemed defensive, protective. Thank you for coming, Coleman began. I'm here because you said you have information about Jennifer's assault case, Rebecca said coldly. Not because I want to hear your justifications. Fair enough. Coleman slid a folder across the table. This is the complete police file from 2008, including witness statements that were never made public. Preston Hartley, the man who assaulted your sister, was protected by his family's money. They paid off witnesses, threatened the investigating officers, and buried evidence. Your sister was telling the truth about what happened to her. Rebecca's hands trembled as she opened the folder. Why are you showing me this? Because I want you to understand something. What was done to Jennifer was unforgivable. The system failed her completely. But that doesn't justify what she became. 2 men are dead because of her cons. 3 others had their lives destroyed. She didn't just target wealthy people, she targeted anyone who could give her what she wanted, and she destroyed them methodically. She was traumatized, Rebecca shot back. You don't understand what it does to someone, to be violated like that and then have everyone call you a liar. You're right. I don't understand that. Coleman's voice was steady. But I do understand being exploited. Jessica drugged me, stole from me, and tried to blackmail me using a child I didn't know existed. Whatever trauma she experienced doesn't erase the trauma she inflicted. I leaned forward. Rebecca, I loved your sister. Or I loved who I thought she was. She made me believe we were building a life together. When I found out it was all a lie, it nearly destroyed me. Not because she left, but because I had to accept that the person I'd shared 3 years with never actually existed. Jessica was performing, Marcus added. With every person she conned, she studied them, figured out what they needed, and became that. It wasn't connection, it was mimicry. Elaborate, skilled mimicry, but mimicry nonetheless. Rebecca was crying now. She's all I have left of our family. No, I said gently. You have yourself. You have your own life, your own choices. You don't have to carry Jessica's pain or fight her battles. You can choose a different path. What happens to Emma? Rebecca asked suddenly. My niece. What kind of life does she have with him? She gestured at Coleman. A good one, Coleman answered. My wife and I are raising her with our other children. She goes to a great school, has friends, takes ballet lessons. She knows she's adopted, and when she's old enough, we'll tell her the truth about her biological mother. But we're not going to let Jessica's legacy poison her childhood. Can I meet her? Someday? Coleman exchanged a glance with me. When she's older, if she wants to know her aunt, we'll facilitate that. But right now, she needs stability. I hope you can understand that. Rebecca nodded slowly. The evidence I found about Thomas Green is circumstantial at best, Patricia interrupted. And pursuing it will only hurt yourself, Daniel, and the other victims. Jessica is trying to move on. Your sister committed real crimes, Rebecca. She's not a folk hero or a symbol of resistance. She's a person who hurt a lot of people, and she's serving time for that. The best thing you can do is accept that and build your own life. Will she ever get out? Probably, Coleman said. In 8 to 10 years, if she maintains good behavior. And when she does, she'll need someone who understands both what was done to her and what she did to others. Someone who can help her actually heal instead of just surviving. That could be you, if you choose it. Rebecca stared at the folder in front of her for a long moment. Finally, she looked up. I need proof. Real proof that she did these things. Not just testimony, but something I can see for myself. Patricia pulled out a laptop. I'm going to show you something. It's not easy to watch, but you need to see it. She played security footage from one of Jessica's earlier cons, the cardiologist in Boston. The video showed Jessica in his office, planning fake pregnancy test results in her purse while he was on a phone call. Later footage showed her discovering the pregnancy, her tearful performance, his desperate attempts to make things right. The final clip showed her leaving his office with a check for $400,000, her expression transforming from devastation to cold satisfaction the moment she thought she was alone. Rebecca watched in silence. When it ended, she closed her eyes. That's really her. That's really her, Patricia confirmed. She's been caught on camera in 4 different cities, always following the same pattern. This wasn't trauma response, Rebecca. This was methodology. I want to stop, Rebecca whispered. The case review, the social media campaign, all of it. I just want to stop. We talked for another hour, working out the details. Rebecca would publicly retract her accusations and shut down the social media accounts. In exchange, Coleman would pay for her to finish her law degree and set up a trust for Emma that Rebecca could contribute to. It wasn't forgiveness, none of us were ready for that, but it was a truce. As we were leaving, Rebecca pulled me aside. She talked about you once, during a prison visit. She said you were different from the others. That sometimes she almost believed her own performance with you. What does that mean? I think it means that maybe, for a little while, she actually felt something real. It scared her, so she destroyed it before it could destroy her first. Rebecca's smile was sad. For what it's worth, I think you were the one that got away. The one who could have actually saved her, if she'd let you. I drove home in silence, processing everything. When I walked through the door, Rachel was feeding James in the living room. How did it go? She asked. It's over. Really over, this time. She studied my face. You okay? Yeah. I think I am. I sat down next to her, watching our son eat messily. Rebecca said something about Jessica feeling something real with me. Part of me wants to believe that. That somewhere underneath all the lies, there was something genuine. Does it matter? Rachel asked softly. Whether it was real for her or not, it was real for you. The grief, the growth, the lessons you learned. Those belong to you now. She was right. Jessica had taken a lot from me, but she'd also inadvertently given me something: the ability to see clearly, to value authenticity, to recognize the difference between performance and presence. My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus: dinner Sunday? Emma keeps asking when Uncle Danny is coming over. I smiled. Tell Emma we'll be there. And we're bringing dessert. Life settled into a new rhythm after that. I went back to teaching with renewed purpose, starting a program for students dealing with family trauma. Rachel's art career took off after a local gallery show. James grew from a baby into a curious toddler who asked endless questions and treated every day like an adventure. Emma became a regular part of our lives. We'd meet at parks, attend her school events, celebrate birthdays together. She looked nothing like Jessica, all Coleman genetics, but sometimes I'd catch an expression, a tilt of the head, that reminded me of the woman I'd thought I married. Those moments hurt less over time. On Emma's 4th birthday, Margaret pulled me aside at the party. I want to thank you, she said. For what? For not disappearing. When Jeffrey told me about Emma, about everything, I would have understood if you never wanted to see her again. But you stayed. You became her uncle, gave her stability when her biological mother couldn't. That matters. She's a great kid. Not her fault how she got here. No. But not everyone would see it that way. Margaret squeezed my hand. You're a good man, Daniel Morrison. Don't ever let anyone make you feel otherwise. That summer, I received one final letter from Jessica. Patricia had it screened first, making sure it contained no threats or manipulation tactics. Daniel, it began, in handwriting I barely recognized. I know I have no right to ask you to read this. I know I destroyed any claim to your attention or empathy. But there are things I need to say, even if you never respond. I was 16 when I learned that vulnerability equals victimhood. That being honest about pain just gives people weapons to hurt you more. So I became someone who couldn't be hurt because I never let myself be real. With you, though, something went wrong with my plan. You were supposed to be the easy mark, the teacher who'd introduce me to his wealthy brother. But you were genuinely kind. You listened when I talked. You cared about my opinions on stupid things like what movie to watch or whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I started forgetting my lines. Slipping out of character when we were alone. Laughing at your terrible science jokes because they were actually funny, not because I was supposed to. That terrified me. So I did what I always do, I burned it down before it could burn me. I took your trust and weaponized it. I made sure you'd hate me, because hate is cleaner than disappointment. Easier to live with than regret. I can't undo what I did. I can't give back the years I stole or repair the damage I caused. But I want you to know that the version of me you fell in love with wasn't entirely fake. She was who I could have been if I hadn't decided long ago that being real was too dangerous. I heard you got married. Had a son. I'm glad. You deserve happiness with someone who can actually offer you truth instead of performance. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I'm just asking you to know that somewhere in all those lies, there were moments of truth. And they haunt me more than anything else. Take care of Emma when she's old enough to ask questions. Tell her I loved her the only way I knew how, by making sure she'd grow up in a world where she'd never have to become what I became. Jessica. I read the letter 3 times, then filed it away in a drawer. Maybe someday I'd show it to Emma when she was old enough to understand. Maybe I'd destroy it. For now, it was just another piece of a complicated story. Rachel found me in the study later that evening. Was it hard to read? Yes and no. She's trying to explain herself, maybe trying to change the narrative. But there's also something genuine in there, I think. Or maybe I just want to believe there is. You don't have to decide right now what it means, Rachel said. Or ever, really. Some things don't need resolution. That night, after Rachel and James were asleep, I went out to the backyard and looked up at the stars. I thought about all the versions of myself I'd been, the naive teacher who fell for a con artist, the devastated husband who learned his marriage was a lie, the brother who rebuilt a fractured relationship, the uncle to a child born from deception, the father learning to protect his son while still teaching him to trust. All of those versions were me. The growth didn't erase the pain, but it gave it meaning. Tomorrow, I'd wake up and make pancakes for James while Rachel painted in her studio. We'd visit Marcus and meet Patricia for coffee afterward. Jeffrey would text me about Emma's upcoming recital. My mom would call to ask if we were coming to Sunday dinner. Ordinary moments. Real moments. The kind Jessica had traded for money and power and a loneliness so profound she had to keep moving, keep conning, keep performing just to feel anything at all. I'd chosen differently. We all had, Marcus, Coleman, Rebecca, even Emma in her innocent way. We'd chosen to build something real from the wreckage, to risk vulnerability despite knowing how badly it could go wrong. That was the victory. Not revenge or vindication, but the simple, radical act of staying open even after being betrayed. The stars blinked overhead, indifferent and eternal. Somewhere, Jessica was staring at the same sky through prison bars, living with choices she couldn't undo. Somewhere, Rebecca was building a life free from her sister's shadow. Somewhere, Emma was dreaming whatever 4-year-olds dream about, safe and loved and whole. And here I was, exactly where I chose to be, home. Sometimes the greatest victories aren't about vengeance or vindication, they're about refusing to let bitterness poison the future you're building. Jessica tried to teach me that trust is foolish and love is transactional. Instead, I learned that while some people will betray you, the right people will stand with you in the aftermath and help you believe again. The real triumph wasn't exposing her schemes or seeing her brought to justice. It was waking up each morning and choosing hope over cynicism, building genuine connections from the rubble of false ones, and discovering that the capacity to trust isn't weakness, it's the bravest thing we can offer the world. Because in the end, the people who love you don't need you to be perfect or invulnerable. They just need you to be real. Story 6.
She's faking the cancer for attention, my sister told everyone at the bridal shower, rolling her eyes as I excused myself to take medication. When our mother asked about my recent hospital stay, my sister laughed and said, "Mom, she's always been jealous that I'm getting married first. The tumor is probably just a headache." I said nothing, just smiled weakly and helped her unwrap gifts. That was 2 weeks before her wedding. During her reception, as she tossed her bouquet, I collapsed on the dance floor, blood seeping through my bridesmaid dress where the tumor had ruptured. Instead of calling an ambulance, my sister stormed over, kicked my side, and hissed, "Get up. Stop ruining my day." As guests gasped in horror. 3 days later, while I recovered in ICU, my sister's honeymoon was cancelled when she got arrested at the airport. The arrest wasn't what I expected. Neither was what came after. My name is Elena, and I need to tell you everything that happened because even now, lying in this hospital bed with tubes running from my arms and monitors beeping their steady rhythm, I can barely believe it myself. The doctors say I'm lucky to be alive. My lawyer says I'm lucky for entirely different reasons. But let me back up. 6 months before the bridal shower, I'd started getting headaches. The kind that made light feel like knives stabbing through your pupils. I ignored them at first. I was 28, working 60-hour weeks as a financial analyst, and figured it was just stress. Then came the nausea, the dizzy spells, the morning I woke up and couldn't remember how to tie my shoes for a full 3 minutes. The MRI showed a mass the size of a golf ball pressing against my frontal lobe. Benign, thank goodness, but growing. Surgery was scheduled for 8 weeks out. I told my family at Sunday dinner. "Oh, honey." Mom reached across the table to squeeze my hand. Dad looked like he might cry. My sister Vanessa, beautiful, successful, newly engaged Vanessa, checked her phone and said, "Well, at least you'll have that sorted before my wedding. I need you looking healthy in the photos." I should have seen the red flags then. But Vanessa had always been the golden child. Homecoming queen, full-ride scholarship, engaged to a corporate lawyer. I was the boring one, the one who disappeared into spreadsheets and lived in a studio apartment with plants as my only companions. The surgery was postponed twice due to complications with insurance. Meanwhile, Vanessa's wedding planning consumed our family like a wildfire. Suddenly every conversation revolved around centerpieces, seating charts, whether the bridesmaids should wear blush or dusty rose. My tumor became an inconvenience, a scheduling conflict. "Can't you just wait until after the wedding?" Vanessa asked one afternoon while we addressed invitations. "I mean, it's not like it's malignant. It's in my brain, Vanessa." "But you're not dying." She licked an envelope, her engagement ring catching the light. "I just feel like the timing is really inconsiderate. This is supposed to be my time to shine." I watched her seal the envelope, and something cold settled in my stomach. My own sister thought my brain tumor was a publicity stunt to steal her thunder. Things deteriorated from there. I started having seizures, small ones at first, just brief moments where the world would skip like a scratched DVD. The medication made me foggy, exhausted. I missed 2 dress fittings because I was too dizzy to drive. "You're doing this on purpose," Vanessa accused me over the phone. "You're making yourself sick because you can't stand that I'm happy." The accusation was so absurd I actually laughed. Then I vomited into my kitchen sink and had to call my neighbor to drive me to the emergency room. That was the hospital stay my mother asked about at the bridal shower. I'd spent 3 days in observation after a particularly bad seizure caused me to black out at work and crack my head on my desk. My boss found me in a pool of blood, unconscious, my computer screen still showing the quarterly projections I'd been analyzing. But according to Vanessa's narrative, carefully constructed over catered finger sandwiches and mimosas, I was a drama queen. An attention seeker. A jealous little sister who couldn't handle being overshadowed. The other bridesmaids, Vanessa's sorority sisters and work friends, all nodded along. They'd known her for years. They'd known me for 3 months. I was just the quiet sibling who looked tired all the time and kept sneaking off to take pills. I heard she's even been telling people she might not make it to the wedding, Vanessa said, her voice dripping with exasperation. As if I haven't already paid for her bridesmaid dress and shoes. I sat there in my dusty rose gown, holding a napkin full of cucumber sandwiches I couldn't stomach, and wondered if this was what drowning felt like. Drowning in plain sight while everyone watched and assumed you were just being dramatic. The wedding was everything Vanessa had dreamed of. 200 guests at a waterfront venue, a string quartet, flowers that probably cost more than my car. I stood in the bridal party, dizzy from medication, my head pounding behind my fake smile. During the reception, I tried to stay present. I ate half a piece of wedding cake. I slow danced with an usher who smelled like cologne and whiskey. I watched Vanessa glow in her designer gown, her new husband Ryan spinning her across the dance floor while everyone applauded. Then came the bouquet toss. All the single women gathered on the dance floor. Vanessa turned her back, counting down. 3, 2, 1. The bouquet sailed through the air. I tracked it with my eyes, not really caring where it landed. And then the world tilted. Not figuratively. Literally tilted, like someone had grabbed the room and rotated it 90 degrees. I felt something pop inside my skull, a sensation like bubble wrap bursting deep in my brain. Then came the pain, white-hot, all-consuming. I was on the floor before I registered falling. The marble was cold against my cheek. Distantly, I heard screaming. Someone shouted for a doctor. The music stopped with a record scratch. Through the fog of agony, I felt wetness spreading across my stomach. I looked down. Blood was soaking through the silk bodice of my bridesmaid dress, a dark stain blooming like spilled wine. The tumor had ruptured. Later, the doctors would explain that in rare cases, vascular tumors can hemorrhage internally. The pressure in my skull had been building for weeks. The exertion of standing, the stress, the seizure medication that had thinned my blood, it all created the perfect storm. But in that moment, all I knew was pain and terror and the certainty that I was dying on my sister's dance floor. Then Vanessa was there. Not kneeling beside me. Not cradling my head. No, Vanessa was standing over me, her face contorted with rage. "Get up," she hissed. "Get up." I couldn't speak. Couldn't move. Blood continued pooling beneath me. "You're not doing this." Her voice rose to a shriek. "You're not ruining my wedding." Someone tried to pull her back. I think it was Ryan. Vanessa shook him off. And then she kicked me. Not hard, she was wearing stilettos and didn't want to break her shoe. But she kicked my side, right where the blood was seeping, and the guests gasped collectively, a sound like wind rushing through a tunnel. "Stop ruining my day." Vanessa screamed, mascara running down her face. "You fake, selfish." My father reached me first. He shoved Vanessa aside and dropped to his knees, his tuxedo immediately soaked with my blood. "Call 911, he roared. "Someone call an ambulance." Mom appeared on my other side, already on the phone, her voice shaking as she relayed our location. The last thing I saw before passing out was Vanessa being physically restrained by 3 groomsmen, still screaming about how I destroyed her perfect day. I woke up 3 days later in ICU. The surgery had been emergency and extensive. They'd had to drill into my skull to relieve the pressure and remove the tumor fragments that had dispersed when it ruptured. My head was wrapped in bandages. Tubes ran everywhere. Every breath hurt. But I was alive. Mom was asleep in a chair beside my bed, her hand wrapped around mine. When I squeezed weakly, her eyes flew open. "Elena." She stood so fast the chair scraped. "Oh, thank God, baby, thank God." Dad appeared in the doorway moments later, followed by a nurse. There was a flurry of activity, checking vitals, adjusting IVs, asking me questions to assess cognitive function. I answered slowly, my tongue feeling thick. "What happened to Vanessa?" I finally managed to ask. My parents exchanged a look. "She's in custody," Dad said quietly. "Arrested at the airport." I blinked, confused. "What?" Mom took a shaky breath. "Honey, there's a lot you need to know. But first, you need to rest. The doctors say you're going to make a full recovery, but it was very close. Tell me. My voice came out stronger than I felt. I need to know. Another glance between my parents. Then Dad pulled the chair close and sat down heavily. After they took you in the ambulance, the police stayed to take statements. A lot of people saw what happened, saw Vanessa attack you. They wanted to press charges immediately, but we told them to wait until you were stable enough to decide. Then the strangest thing happened, Mom continued. One of Vanessa's bridesmaids, Chelsea, I think. She came to us. She was crying. Said she needed to show us something. Dad pulled out his phone, navigated to a video, and turned the screen toward me. This was posted in a private group chat the bridesmaids had. Chelsea recorded it and sent it to us. She said she couldn't live with the guilt. The video started playing. It was clearly filmed in someone's apartment, maybe a week before the wedding. I recognized Vanessa's voice immediately. Can't believe she's still playing this whole sick act, Vanessa was saying, off camera. Everyone at work is asking about her instead of congratulating me. Your own sister, though? Another voice, one of the bridesmaids. That's harsh. Vanessa laughed, cold and sharp. Please. Elena's been jealous of me our whole lives. Now suddenly she's got this brain thing right before my wedding? The timing is so obvious. But didn't your mom say the MRIs can be faked, Vanessa interrupted. Or exaggerated, whatever. I guarantee she's milking this for all it's worth. Watch, she'll do something dramatic the day of the wedding. Faint or have a seizure or something. Air quotes evident in her tone. She literally cannot handle not being the center of attention. The video ended. I stared at the blank screen, stunned. There's more, Mom said softly. Chelsea also provided text messages. Vanessa had been actively telling people, family friends, distant relatives, co-workers, that you were faking for attention. She was trying to isolate you, make sure nobody believed you or offered help. My brain struggled to process this. Why? We don't know. Dad's voice cracked. We've been asking ourselves the same question for 3 days. But I was starting to understand. Vanessa had always needed to be the star, the one everyone praised and admired. My illness wasn't just inconvenient, it was competition. Sympathy that might have gone to her was being redirected to me. And she couldn't stand it. The airport, I said, remembering. Why was she arrested at the airport? Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. She and Ryan were trying to board their flight to Bora Bora for the honeymoon. The police stopped them at the gate. She's been charged with assault. There's video from the wedding, professional and guests' phones. It's pretty damning. Ryan posted bail for her yesterday, Dad added. But he's not speaking to her. Apparently he's filing for annulment. He told the police that he'd been questioning her stories about you for weeks, but she kept insisting you were manipulative. Seeing what she did at the wedding. He trailed off. He said he doesn't know who he married. A knock on the door interrupted us. A woman in a navy suit entered, carrying a briefcase. She introduced herself as Detective Sarah Morrison. Ms. Chen, I'm glad to see you're awake. I need to ask you a few questions when you're up to it, regarding the assault at your sister's wedding reception. I nodded slowly. Okay. Detective Morrison pulled out a notepad. Multiple witnesses have stated that your sister kicked you while you were bleeding on the floor. Is that your recollection? Yes. Did she know you were seriously injured? I was bleeding through my dress. My voice sounded hollow. Everyone could see it. The detective made notes. Your parents had provided evidence suggesting your sister had been conducting a campaign to discredit your medical condition. Can you tell me about that? I recounted everything, the comments, the accusations, the way she dismissed my symptoms and painted me as jealous and attention-seeking. Detective Morrison's expression remained neutral, but I saw something flicker in her eyes when I described the bridal shower. One more thing, the detective said as she prepared to leave. Were you aware that your sister has been writing a blog? I frowned. A blog? A lifestyle blog about wedding planning. She started it about a year ago. Detective Morrison pulled out a tablet, navigated to a web page, and showed me. This is from 3 weeks before the wedding. The blog post was titled Dealing with Drama, When Family Members Sabotage Your Big Day. I started reading, and ice flooded my veins. My heart goes out to all you brides dealing with jealous family members. You know the type, they can't stand seeing you happy, so they create problems to steal focus. In my case, it's my younger sister. She suddenly developed all these medical issues conveniently timed with my wedding planning. The drama is exhausting. But I refuse to let her manipulative tactics ruin the most important day of my life. Stay strong, brides. Don't let the haters win. The post had 43 comments, all supporting Vanessa, sharing their own stories of jealous relatives and attention seekers. She monetizes this blog, Detective Morrison said quietly. Affiliate links, sponsored content. She has about 50,000 followers. This post alone generated $3,000 in engagement revenue. The room spun. My sister had literally profited from slandering me while I fought a tumor in my brain. We're building a case not just for assault, but for defamation, the detective continued. Your medical records clearly document your condition. Her blog, the text messages, the video, it's all evidence of a deliberate campaign to damage your reputation and credibility. After she left, I closed my eyes and tried to breathe. The betrayal felt almost worse than the tumor. At least the tumor was just cells gone wrong, biology without malice. Vanessa's actions were calculated, intentional cruelty. Days passed. I slowly healed, underwent physical therapy, relearned how to walk in a straight line without swaying. Mom barely left my side. Dad split his time between the hospital and dealing with lawyers. Vanessa didn't visit. Didn't call. According to my parents, she was holed up at her condo, her social media accounts deactivated after the wedding videos went viral. Someone had posted footage of her kicking me on Reddit, where it had exploded across multiple threads. The consensus was unanimous: Vanessa was a monster. Her wedding photographer demanded payment. She refused, claiming the photographer should have somehow prevented the incident from being captured. The photographer sued. Her employer, a prestigious marketing firm, put her on administrative leave while they reviewed whether her behavior violated company ethics policies. And Ryan filed for annulment, citing fraud. Apparently, Vanessa had been lying to him about multiple things throughout their relationship, and my situation was just the final revelation. He'd hired a forensic accountant who discovered she'd been secretly draining their joint savings to fund her lifestyle blog and Instagram presence, staging elaborate photo shoots and buying designer items she then returned after getting the perfect shot. The woman Ryan thought he'd married didn't exist. She was a carefully curated fiction, and the real Vanessa, the one who could kick her bleeding sister and call her a fake, was someone he couldn't stomach. But the biggest twist came 2 weeks into my recovery. Detective Morrison arrived at my hospital room with a grim expression. Ms. Chen, we need to talk about your employment. My confusion must have shown. My job? We've been investigating your sister's activities, trying to establish pattern and motive. During that investigation, we discovered something concerning. She sat down, tablet in hand. Do you work at Morrison Financial Group? Yes. I'm a senior analyst. Are you aware that your sister has been corresponding with your supervisor, Marcus Webb? The name made my stomach clench. Marcus was the VP of my department, known for his ruthless efficiency and low tolerance for weakness. Corresponding how? Detective Morrison showed me a series of emails, dating back 4 months. The first one, from Vanessa. Hi Marcus, this is Elena Chen's sister. I wanted to reach out regarding some concerning behavior I've observed. Elena has been experiencing what she claims are medical issues, but our family suspects she's actually dealing with substance problems. I'm worried she might be bringing this into the workplace. Has she seemed impaired or unfocused? My breath caught. Marcus had responded, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll monitor the situation." More emails followed. Vanessa systematically planted doubt, suggested I was unreliable, hinted at addiction and mental instability. Each message was crafted to sound concerned and sisterly, but the intent was clear: sabotage my career. We believe this is why you were passed over for the promotion last month, Detective Morrison said. Your supervisor was already questioning your competence based on your sister's communications. The promotion. I'd been the obvious choice: 5 years at the company, stellar reviews, highest performance metrics in the department. Then suddenly, Marcus gave it to James, who'd been there half as long and whose biggest accomplishment was reorganizing the supply closet. When I asked why, Marcus had been vague. Just felt like James was a better culture fit for the leadership role. Now I understood. Vanessa hadn't just attacked my reputation with family and friends, she'd gone after my career, the one thing I'd built independently of her shadow. We've provided this evidence to your employer's legal department, the detective continued. They're conducting an internal investigation. Off the record? I expect your supervisor will be terminated for acting on unverified allegations without proper documentation or giving you a chance to respond. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I felt sick. How deep did her hatred run? What else had she destroyed that I didn't even know about yet? The answer came the next day, from an unexpected source. My phone rang, a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Elena? It's Ryan. Vanessa's husband. Ex-husband. Whatever he was now. Hey. My voice came out uncertain. I'm sorry to bother you in the hospital. I need to tell you something. For your legal case, but also because you deserve to know. He sounded exhausted, hollowed out. Okay. I've been going through Vanessa's things. Documents for the annulment, financial records, whatever I can find. I discovered something in her desk drawer. A pause. She has a journal. A physical journal where she writes down her plans and thoughts. Dread pooled in my stomach. And? Elena, she's been planning this for over a year. Not the wedding, destroying you. His voice shook. There are pages and pages detailing how your illness was perfect timing, how she could use it to make you look unstable and jealous. She wrote about the blog strategy, the emails to your boss, even how she planned to orchestrate drama at the wedding to maximize social media impact. What? She wanted you to collapse at the wedding. The words came out in a rush, like he needed to expel them. She wrote about it. How if you had some kind of medical event during her reception, she could position herself as the victim whose special day was ruined by her attention-seeking sister. She thought it would be perfect content for her blog and Instagram. The ultimate sympathetic bride story. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. She wanted me to collapse? I don't think she expected it to be real, Ryan said quickly. She thought you were exaggerating your symptoms, so she assumed you'd fake something minor. A dizzy spell, maybe a small scene. Not. He couldn't finish the sentence. Not me hemorrhaging on the dance floor, blood spreading across marble while she kicked me and screamed. She didn't expect actual consequences, Ryan continued. The journal entries after the wedding, there are only 2, and they're frantic. She kept writing I didn't know over and over. How was I supposed to know it was real? The phone felt heavy in my hand. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know who she really is. Because I married a stranger who's capable of. He exhaled shakily. I'm sending copies of the journal pages to Detective Morrison and to your lawyer. Vanessa's attorney is trying to paint this as a moment of heat of passion, temporary insanity brought on by wedding stress. But this journal proves it was calculated. She set you up. After we hung up, I sat in the hospital bed and stared at the wall. The woman who shared my blood, who'd played dolls with me as children, who taught me how to braid my hair, that woman had systematically worked to destroy my life because she couldn't tolerate me receiving sympathy instead of her. The journal pages arrived that afternoon, delivered by Detective Morrison. Reading them was like watching someone dissect a butterfly while it was still alive, clinical, methodical, devoid of empathy. January 12th, Elena told the family about her tumor tonight. Perfect timing with my engagement announcement. She's definitely doing this for attention, but I can use it. If I position her as unstable and jealous early, nobody will believe her when she inevitably tries to sabotage the wedding. Strategy: concerned sister worried about her mental health. Plant seeds of doubt everywhere. March 3rd, contacted her boss today. Use the worried family member angle. These corporate types always respond to liability concerns. If I can get her credibility questioned at work, she'll have nowhere to turn. People who lose everything become desperate. Desperate people make mistakes. May 18th, wedding in 6 weeks. Elena looks terrible, good for my narrative, bad if she actually dies or something before the wedding. Kidding, obviously she's fine, doctors always exaggerate. Need her present for the optics. The devoted sister standing beside me despite her illness. Then if she causes a scene, I'm the victim and the martyr. June 1st, told the bridesmaids Elena's faking everything. They believe me because they don't know her, only know me. This is working perfectly. Even mom is starting to question her. Maybe the stress is making it seem worse than it is, she said today. Once everyone doubts her reality, I can do anything and it'll be her word against mine. The entries went on, each one more chilling than the last. Vanessa had orchestrated everything like a military campaign, and I'd been too sick and trusting to see it coming. My lawyer, a sharp woman named Patricia Diaz who specialized in both criminal and civil cases, was salivating over the journal. This is beyond assault, she told me during a consultation in my hospital room. This is conspiracy to commit defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, interference with business relations. We can go after her civilly for damages related to your medical expenses, lost wages from the promotion you should have received, pain and suffering. Her eyes gleamed. And with this documentation, we'll win. I just want her to stop, I said tiredly. I want my life back. You'll get that, Patricia assured me. But Elena, your sister committed multiple crimes while you were literally dying. She doesn't get to walk away just because she's sorry now, if she even is sorry. According to my parents, Vanessa wasn't sorry. She was angry. Angry that people believed I was really sick, angry that Ryan left her, angry that her blog followers had turned on her, angry that the wedding she'd spent 2 years planning had ended with her being arrested. She still maintained that I'd somehow orchestrated my own collapse for sympathy. She's delusional, Dad said bluntly. We've tried talking to her. She screams and hangs up. She's convinced herself that you're the villain in this story. 3 weeks post-surgery, I was discharged from the hospital. Mom and Dad brought me to their house to recover. My studio apartment wasn't equipped for the level of care I still needed. I moved slowly, my balance still shaky, my head wrapped in soft bandages that would eventually come off to reveal a wicked scar across my scalp. But I was alive. The tumor was gone. My cognitive functions were intact. The doctors called it miraculous, considering how close I'd come. Vanessa's trial date was set for 3 months out. In the meantime, her life continued to unravel. Her employer fired her for violation of ethics policies. Her apartment building asked her to leave after multiple noise complaints from neighbors who'd recognized her from the viral videos and confronted her in the hallways. The annulment went through. Ryan wanted nothing from her, just freedom. And her blog, her precious monetized platform, was dead. Sponsors had dropped her immediately. Followers left in droves. The final nail came when a journalist wrote an investigative piece tracing Vanessa's rise as a lifestyle influencer and uncovering the manipulation and lies woven through her carefully curated content. The article went viral, shared across social media with hashtags like hashtag Vanessa Chen is a monster and hashtag Justice for Elena. I didn't read the comments. I didn't want to see strangers dissecting my family's implosion for entertainment. But I couldn't escape it entirely. People at the grocery store would do double takes, recognizing me from the photos that had circulated. Some approached to express sympathy. Others just stared. The strangest moment came at physical therapy, 6 weeks after the wedding. I was practicing walking in a straight line when a woman approached me in the waiting room. "You're Elena Chen," she said. I braced myself for whatever was coming: pity, morbid curiosity, unsolicited advice. "I'm Melissa," she continued. "I was one of your sister's blog followers. I commented on that post about drama from family members." My stomach tightened. "I wanted to apologize," Melissa said, her eyes filling with tears. I believed her. "I left a comment telling her to stay strong and cut you out of her life if necessary. I participated in vilifying you without knowing the truth. When the videos came out and I saw what really happened." She covered her mouth. "I felt sick. I've been going to therapy because I realized how easily I was manipulated, how quickly I joined a mob against someone I'd never met based on one person's lies." I didn't know what to say. This stranger was crying in front of me over her small role in my sister's campaign. "You don't need to apologize," I finally said. "You didn't know." "But that's exactly why I'm apologizing. I should have questioned it. I should have thought critically instead of just accepting her narrative." Melissa wiped her eyes. "I've deleted all my social media accounts. I don't trust myself anymore to distinguish truth from performance." After she left, I sat in the waiting room and thought about how many other Melissas existed, people who'd believed Vanessa's carefully constructed lies, who'd participated in dismissing my reality. How many family friends had distanced themselves because they thought I was manipulative? How many colleagues had judged me based on Marcus's changed attitude after Vanessa's emails? The ripples of her cruelty spread far beyond what I could see. The civil trial came first. Patricia had compiled an overwhelming case: medical records, the blog posts, the emails to my employer, the journal entries, witness testimonies from the wedding. Vanessa's attorney tried to argue diminished capacity due to wedding stress, but the journal's premeditated timeline destroyed that defense. I testified about the progression of my illness, the ways Vanessa had isolated and discredited me, the moment she kicked me while I bled on the floor. The jury looked horrified. Several were crying by the time I finished. Vanessa didn't testify. Her attorney advised against it. The jury deliberated for 2 hours. They found in my favor on all counts. Damages, $850,000. Medical expenses, lost wages, pain and suffering, and punitive damages for the calculated nature of her actions. Vanessa had no way to pay it. She'd spent everything on the wedding and her lifestyle blog props. The judgment would follow her forever, garnishing wages, preventing her from rebuilding any kind of financial stability. I didn't care about the money. I cared about the validation, an official declaration that I wasn't crazy, wasn't faking, wasn't the villain she'd painted me as. The criminal trial came next. Assault and battery, criminal harassment, conspiracy to commit defamation. Vanessa took a plea deal rather than risk a jury trial. 18 months in county jail, 3 years probation, mandatory psychological counseling, and a restraining order preventing her from contacting me for 10 years. The day she was sentenced, I sat in the courtroom and watched my sister, dressed in an orange jumpsuit, her perfect hair limp and unwashed, stand before the judge. She looked small. Diminished. Nothing like the glowing bride who tossed her bouquet while I died at her feet. "Do you have anything to say?" the judge asked. Vanessa's lawyer whispered something to her. She shook her head. No apology. No remorse. Just silence and hollow eyes. The judge sentenced her, and bailiffs led her away. She didn't look at me. Mom sobbed in the hallway afterward. Dad held her while she wept for both her daughters, one damaged by a tumor, one consumed by her own toxicity. How did we miss it? Mom kept asking. How did we not see what she was becoming? I didn't have an answer. Maybe we all saw what we wanted to see, the successful, beautiful daughter who seemed to have life figured out. We missed the darkness underneath because the surface was so polished. 6 months after the wedding that ended in blood and handcuffs, I stood in my new apartment, a 2-bedroom with actual sunlight and space for something beyond survival, and unpacked boxes. My scar had healed to a thin line hidden beneath my hair. My balance was back. Cognitively, I was sharper than ever. The tumor's removal had eliminated the fog I'd been living in for months without fully realizing it. Morrison Financial Group had fired Marcus and offered me the promotion I should have received, along with a settlement for his discriminatory behavior. I declined the promotion. I didn't want to work somewhere that had enabled my sister's sabotage, even inadvertently. Instead, I took a position at a competitor, where I was just Elena Chen the analyst, not Elena Chen the sister from the viral video. My parents visited weekly. We were rebuilding, relearning how to be a family of 3 instead of 4. They'd started therapy, both couples counseling and individual, to process their guilt and grief. We didn't talk about Vanessa unless necessary. She would be released in a year, assuming good behavior. I tried not to think about what happened after that. The restraining order would protect me legally, but it couldn't erase the fact that my sister hated me enough to orchestrate my destruction. The strangest part of recovery was the messages I received. Hundreds of them, from strangers around the world who'd heard my story. Some shared their own experiences with narcissistic family members. Others just wanted to express support. A few were from medical professionals who said my case had prompted discussions in their hospitals about taking patient reports more seriously, about not dismissing symptoms because someone looked young or healthy. One message came from a girl named Sophie, 17 years old. She wrote, "I've been having headaches for months. My mom says I'm being dramatic, trying to get out of school. Your story scared me, but it also made me brave enough to tell my dad. He took me to the doctor. They found a tumor. Benign, they can remove it. If I hadn't read about you, I would have kept quiet. You saved my life by almost losing yours." I read that message 3 times, then sat on my new couch and cried. Not from sadness or anger or pain, but from the strange relief of knowing that something good had emerged from the nightmare. My suffering had meaning beyond just me. Life moved forward. I dated casually, nothing serious, just reminding myself that not everyone was secretly plotting my downfall. I adopted a cat named Murphy who knocked over my plants and slept on my laptop keyboard. I took cooking classes and learned to make soufflés that only sometimes collapsed. Small joys, ordinary pleasures that felt extraordinary after months of existing in crisis mode. 1 year after the wedding, I received a letter forwarded through Patricia, my lawyer. It was from Vanessa. My first instinct was to throw it away unopened. But curiosity won. The letter was short, handwritten on prison stationery. "Elena, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even know if I deserve the chance to explain. But my therapist says I need to at least try to articulate what happened, even if you never read this. I was drowning. For years, I built this perfect life, perfect grades, perfect career, perfect relationship, perfect image. Every accomplishment felt hollow, but I couldn't stop performing because the performance was all I had. When you got sick, really sick, you received something I'd never gotten despite all my achievements: unconditional love and concern. People cared about you because you were suffering, not because you'd earned it. It broke something in me. All my success meant nothing compared to the automatic compassion you received for simply being human and vulnerable. So I convinced myself you were faking because the alternative, that you were genuinely suffering and I was jealous of that, was too ugly to accept. By the time I realized you were truly ill, I'd already invested so much in the lie that I couldn't back down. The blog, the emails, the narrative I built, it had taken on a life of its own. And I told myself you were resilient, you'd be fine, it was just words and opinions. I didn't think about what I was actually doing to you. The night of my wedding, when you collapsed, I saw all that blood and I panicked. My perfect day was destroyed, yes, but more than that, my entire delusion shattered. You were really sick? You'd been dying while I called you a liar. And instead of helping you, I attacked you because I couldn't process the horror of what I'd done. I'm not asking for anything. There's nothing you could give me that would make this right. I'm writing this because you deserve to know that you did nothing wrong. My cruelty was about my emptiness, not your failings. You were always the better person, and I hated you for it. I hope you're recovering. I hope you're happy. I hope you never think of me again. Vanessa. I read the letter twice, then filed it away in a drawer. It wasn't closure. True closure would have required accountability years earlier, before the damage was done. But it was something. An admission. An explanation, even if it didn't excuse anything. I thought about responding, but decided against it. Vanessa had taken enough of my time, my energy, my peace. She didn't get any more. Instead, I went to the cafe where Sophie, the girl whose tumor was caught because of my story, worked part-time. We'd been corresponding for months, and she'd invited me to visit. She was 19 now, post-surgery, thriving at community college. Elena. She waved from behind the counter, her smile brilliant. A thin scar traced her hairline, twin to mine. I saved you the good table by the window. We talked for 2 hours about everything and nothing. Her college classes, my new job, her annoying younger brother, my disaster of a soufflé last week. Normal conversation, the kind that isn't weighed down by trauma or history. As I left, Sophie hugged me. Thank you, she whispered. For being brave enough to survive. Thank you for reminding me why it mattered, I replied. Walking home through the city streets, I felt something I hadn't experienced in over a year: lightness. Not happiness exactly, but its quieter cousin, contentment. Peace. The knowledge that I'd walked through fire and emerged on the other side, scarred but standing. A street musician played guitar on the corner, his case open for donations. I stopped to listen, a melancholy melody that somehow felt hopeful. Without thinking, I dropped a $20 bill into his case. He nodded his thanks, and I realized I was smiling. Actually smiling, not the careful mask I'd worn for months while my body waged war against itself. The city had changed while I was trapped in hospital rooms and courtrooms. Or maybe I'd changed, and now I noticed details I'd been too preoccupied to see before. A bookstore I'd never explored. A community garden where volunteers tended raised beds. A group of teenagers laughing over bubble tea, their biggest concern probably an upcoming exam or weekend plans. Ordinary life, unfolding all around me while my world had burned. I passed the hospital where I'd spent weeks recovering. The same building that had saved my life now looked different in the golden hour light, less imposing, just brick and glass and the people inside working to heal broken bodies. I didn't feel the reflexive anxiety I'd experienced for months every time I'd seen a hospital. Progress came in strange increments. My phone buzzed again, pulling me from my thoughts. Another text from Mom: actually, can you come earlier? Your dad wants to teach you his lasagna recipe. Says it's time someone else in the family knew how to make it properly. Something tightened in my chest, the good kind of tightness, the kind that came from being wanted and included. For so long, family gatherings had felt like performances where I played the role of disappointing daughter, the one whose illness inconvenienced everyone. Now Dad wanted to teach me his lasagna recipe. A small thing. A monumentally huge thing. I'll be there at 4, I texted back. Can't wait. The words felt true in a way nothing had felt true during the months of Vanessa's campaign. I could wait. I had time now. Time to learn recipes and build relationships and discover who Elena Chen actually was when she wasn't fighting to survive or defending her reality against someone else's lies. A woman pushing a stroller smiled at me as we passed each other. I smiled back. These tiny exchanges, meaningless to most people, felt precious now. Every interaction that didn't involve suspicion or pity or morbid curiosity about my viral fame was a gift. I thought about Melissa, the woman who'd apologized at physical therapy for believing Vanessa's blog. She'd been one of thousands who'd participated in my character assassination without knowing me. But she'd also been brave enough to confront her mistake, to acknowledge how easily she'd been manipulated. That took courage. Maybe more courage than I'd given her credit for. The truth was, Vanessa had been good at what she did. Frighteningly good. She'd understood how to craft a narrative, how to position herself as sympathetic, how to make people see what she wanted them to see. In another life, that talent might have been used for good, marketing campaigns, advocacy work, anything that channeled her understanding of human psychology toward helping rather than harming. But she'd chosen destruction. And that choice, repeated over months, had revealed who she truly was beneath the polished exterior. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom: Sunday dinner at 6? Dad's making his famous lasagna. I'll be there, I typed back. Family was complicated. Family had almost destroyed me. But family was also the reason I kept fighting, because my parents had believed me when it mattered, had stood beside my hospital bed, had chosen truth over comfort. That night, I stood in front of the mirror and studied my reflection. The scar was barely visible now, hidden beneath hair that had grown back thick and dark. But I knew it was there, a permanent reminder of the day my sister kicked me while I bled and told me to stop ruining her wedding. Some scars you carry on the outside. Others live deeper, in the spaces between trust and betrayal, between what you thought was true and what actually was. But I was still here. Still breathing, thinking, feeling. My brain had tried to kill me. My sister had tried to destroy me. And I'd survived both. The tumor was gone. The legal battles were over. Vanessa was in prison, and then she would be released, and then she would be someone else's problem because I was done carrying her hatred. I'd started as a victim of biology, then became a victim of malice. But I refused to stay a victim. I was Elena Chen, survivor of a brain tumor and a sister's cruelty, and I was choosing to live forward instead of looking back. The wedding dress, dusty rose silk soaked in blood, had been incinerated as medical waste. But I kept the shoes, the ones I'd worn when I collapsed. They sat in my closet now, a strange memento. Sometimes I'd look at them and remember the pain, the betrayal, the certainty that I was dying. Other times I'd look at them and remember what came after, the surgery that saved me, the truth that vindicated me, the slow reconstruction of a life I'd almost lost. We don't get to choose our families. We don't get to choose whether our cells mutate and form tumors in our brains. We don't get to choose whether the people who should love us most will instead try to tear us down. But we get to choose what we do with what remains after the disasters pass. We get to choose whether to let bitterness consume us or whether to find meaning in the wreckage. I chose life. Messy, complicated, imperfect life, with all its ordinary joys and extraordinary resilience. And when people recognized me on the street, less often now, as the viral videos faded into internet history, I'd smile and keep walking. Because I wasn't the girl from that wedding video anymore. I was Elena Chen, and I had survived. In the end, healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means choosing to carry your scars without letting them define you. We cannot control the cruelty others inflict or the misfortunes our bodies endure, but we can decide who we become in the aftermath. Pain reveals character, not just in those who cause it, but in those who survive it. My sister's choices were her own, rooted in emptiness I never could have filled. But my survival, my recovery, my decision to rebuild rather than remain broken, those choices are mine. And they matter infinitely more than the person who tried to destroy me. If this story teaches anything, let it be this: the people who try to tear you down often do so because they're collapsing from within. Don't let their destruction become yours. Choose life. Choose healing. Choose the hard, beautiful work of becoming whole again. Because you, not your trauma, not your betrayers, not your pain, you are the one who gets to write what comes next.